Hello, hello, hello there, early birds. We'll be starting in a few minutes. The binary upload boom reactification. Gonna be great. Hey Ryan, how you doing? You are indeed first. Hope your Saturday's been going well. It's gonna be a good one. Oh wow, that sounds pretty great there, Ryan. Congratulations, that's definitely well earned, I imagined. 8-day vacay. Nice. Yeah, Ty. This will be available as a VOD on Twitch for like 14 days, and then I'll eventually get it to YouTube where it will live forever. Thanks for coming on by the way. Yeah, I still think the rest of the reactification is still up as VODs too. They haven't wandered off yet. That's it. That's a good proxy. I should probably have the shortened version. But yep, it's the full command. Playlist is there. I'm slowly getting them all uploaded. Right now, I'm just uploading them. I'll come back with the timestamps and all that other stuff later. Don't want to let perfect be the enemy of good after all. Yeah, it's a lot of moving parts. And, after we reactify the base of it, we're going to reactify the comments version and then all the other stuff that goes on to this thing. So, just a whole bunch of reactification. Yeah, it's going to be good. And this one, unlike the other ones, we're going to do a little bit of a halfway point in which we just do JSXification for those who don't really want to do React, but just hate EJS with a passion. Here we go. I appreciate the lyric, Ryan. Enjoy your 8-day weekend. So, we are here. Hey, Jazzy Pants, so coming on by. So we're using kind of the base code for binary upload boom initially, and then we'll do the comments version. But the goal of the stream for today, and kind of the entire stream actually, is the React-ification of binary upload boom, which you can find the code right there, which is a fork of the main 100 devs code, just with my branch on it, because we've eventually going to reactify the comments and the recursive comments, all kinds of crazy stuff. Before we do that, and before we get into create React app, Vite, React router, all that complicated stuff, there's a middle ground. So we don't have to go full React, we can go partial React, which isn't really React at all. We can go JSX using something called Express React Views. This basically takes your EJS and replaces it with JSX. So you don't have to do anything else. It's basically these three lines, and you change your EJS to JSX, and it kinda just works. So this ain't full React-ification, but this is the first little step to it, and then we'll go full React, because last time I mentioned it, people were like, I never heard of this, and it's like, well, some people don't want to go full React, some people just want to get away from EJS. You know, some people just don't like stuff like this, and that's perfectly fine. If you don't like this, you just want something better, JSX, in my opinion, is a bit better. So, let's get on with this. So EJS to JSX is where we're going first. Now, this package does say it's all like expired and old and not for public use, but it works like just fine for me. So I'm just gonna follow the commandos here. I suppose we'll show what the current application looks like. 21. Exactly, Jazzy Pants. That's exactly what I'm going through it right now, to show that if you just want to get away from EJS, but you don't want to rewrite your entire front end and partially the back end in React friendly code, it's a great middle ground. Yeah, so we have a nice page here. I have no users, so I gotta log in, username, email. If I don't fill in some stuff, we get lovely errors. But when I do fill in all the things and submit, we are taken to a profile page, /profile, at which point we can create posts. And let me grab an image. There's a perfectly good image right there. And once you submit this is all, of course, after you have your Cloudinary and all your MongoDB credentials, a new post is created, which from the profile page, you can see all of the posts I've created. There's one. And then you can go to the feed, which shows all of the posts everyone has created. Now, of course, every post can be clicked to enter the page for the individual post, which is under their ID URL, and it shows the title, the caption, and how many likes there are. Hey, appreciate the follow there, Smile Girl. Hope your Saturday is going well. Appreciate you coming on by. And then for the logged in user, you can delete it, or for any old user, you can like it. You can like it a bunch of times because this is the base code. I'm not reactifying any features we have not seen. That's on purpose. We'll reactify the rest later. Finally, we can delete it, and it's gone. Let's just show logging in works. We can log out, log in, and we are fully logged in. That is the entire application of binary upload boom. Now, it's time for the JSX-ification. So again, I'm just going to this package. I already dropped the link. Yoinking the instructions. Don't think, just yoink, right? Don't need to think too badly about it. Though the explanation is that we need this thing to be the middleware between Express and React. Then we actually need React to kind of generate the JSX to what React likes code. Then we got React DOM, which takes the React code that is written and it turns it into HTML, which is the end goal. And we get some lovely instructions here. It says bring in our Express app, which we are doing in server.js. So we're doing that way up here. And then it says set the views directory to the current folder plus views. This is how you know it's a little bit over library. That's not necessarily required anymore. Next it says to set the view engine to JSX, which we can do that because we're already setting it to EJS, so swap that out. And then here's something that we have yet to see, a app.engine. What this is basically doing is it's telling Express how to handle this particular view file extension. You may be asking, we've never done this before. We've never needed to do this before. That's because EJS and stuff, they're smart. They kind of, there's a little bit of automagical there. In this one, they're Express React views. The automagic stuff is not here. So we gotta add this line. And hey, Rasik, how's it going? Hope your Saturday is going well. We're just getting into the JSX-ification. Just following the tutorial. We'll just put that right there. Looks like good as place as any. And then there are options. Options are cool. We don't need to set any of them. For those who have been dabbling in React, here's some Babel stuff. You can do all kinds of Babel settings. But the cool thing about this library is that you don't need to touch the Babel at all. It does all the magic for us. It's been going good, Rasik. Yeah. Glad to hear, glad to hear. Trying to do SSR React. It's kind of close to that, honestly, but it's just the JSX. So there's no actual React components. I mean, there are, but there's no React logic. So we're not going to get any lifecycle stuff. It's basically, we're just taking the JSX and putting it in the place of the EJS. So it's not full React-ification. That's coming next. It's partial. The advantage being that you don't have to go rewriting a bunch of your routes or your endpoints to handle fetches and JSON and stuff. It's a good middle ground, basically. Now we can see an example component here. It's a little old looking though. It uses the old common JS syntax with module.exports and var and require. Thankfully, you can use ES6 here or ECMAScript modules, so we don't need to write it in such old code. Yeah, appreciate. Keep the state in little boxes. That's right, Jazzy Pants. Little boxes it is. So looking at our page, we got a home page. This is probably, well, we had a home page. Home page is gone. The home page is probably the first thing we're going to want to mess with. So we're going to create a index.jsx. Ah, okay, my bad, Rask. Oh, cool, yeah, okay, gotcha. Apologies for messing it up for so long. I'll remember this time, though. Rask, gotcha. Well, no wonder you said our names were so similar, I think, in like my and Wolf's last stream or something. My name is literally your name plus a few extra letters. Yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to look at all our render calls. And we're going to notice a few of them have the .ejs extension. This will not do. Cool thing about when you're using a view engine and you tell it which extension to listen to, you don't actually need the extension. which some of these have correctly, which means we can swap them easily, but some of them are hard-coded. So solution here is to search for the hard-coded ones. I did a global search for .render, and we de-hard code them, which basically means removing the .ejs extensions. Oh, that's not going to be confusing at all, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, if you want, right? So yeah, nothing crazy. Removing .egs from all the things. I think it's ready for us to actually touch the front end. Ooh, congrats, Rask. Yeah. Privacy Media, great VOD, great VOD. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's all about getting more perspectives for sure. I mean, I think they say it's easy because it's all kind of one file, and I don't know. I haven't touched Vue in a while, but yeah, I haven't touched it in a while, so I can't really compare to it anymore. It's opinionated. That's what the trick is, right? It's opinionated, and if you love the opinions, then it works perfectly. But if you're not on board with the opinions, then as with any opinionated framework, you're going to be fighting against them, which is not what you want to do. Okay, so we're starting the server up. Nothing new has changed. Then we're going to go to the home page. And we're going to have an error. Awesome. This is actually a pretty great error. It actually tells us the error once we read it. Blah, blah, blah. Expected a string, but got an object, blah, blah. That doesn't really help us. You likely forgot to export your component from the file it's defined in. Gotta love React errors. They're pretty solid. Yes, Rask, I have tried Next.js. It's a good one. Oh, I mean, don't look at the call stack. Call stack's scary. Thankfully, they tell us, because remember, we are using React under the hood. We're just ripping out a lot of the stuff that's not the templatey part. But yeah, I have tried Next.js. My portfolio is actually written in Next.js. The Code Wars, what's it called? Not there. My Code Wars leaderboard is written in Next.js. So yeah, I'm a big fan. It's a big leap though for some. So maybe we can Next.jsify this if we got some time. That would consider be a bit of a rewrite in the back end, but it's fun. I like Next.js because there's no vendor lock-in. Yeah, Rask. Yeah, all that stuff, all the cool stuff, all the optimizations, they all come basically free out of the box based on how you write your component. It'll optimize it to the maximum. Pretty great. And if you do decide to go with the vendor Vercel, you get even more optimizations, but you don't have to. You can just run the server yourself like an Express server, and you'll still get a fair amount of optimizations, but you're free to not go Vercel's route. So I love the way they do that. And they're still making it better too. So big fan of Next.js. So as with any good old docs, I'm just going to yoink the tutorial, right? Just yoink and yeet. We're just going to save this and see what happens. So it renders. Now we are using CommonJS syntax, which back in the time when this was written, I guess is all they could handle. But we're going to ECMAScript modulify this. You see VS Code. Look how smart VS Code is. If you ever wanted to like not do this manually, VS Code puts these 3 little dots under your first require statement that you can hover over, click quick fix, and it will automatically convert it for you. Ain't that nice of VS Code? And in this case, since Express React Server, or whatever this thing's called, is handling all the babble under the hood magic for us, it still works. Now I'm going to do the inline thingy, but it doesn't really mean anything different. We now have a boring old React component. Now there is something here, props. So This is, again, it's a little bit changed from how React actually works, but it's a pretty seamless addition to this. Props, in this case, for the root view you're rendering, is whatever you pass to .render. Yeah, it's pretty nifty. Like, for a library that says don't use it, it's old, surprisingly stable in my experience. But yeah, they do recommend the new stuff, but works pretty great. I want to show you how this props works. So, firstly, console log props. I'm just going to do some console logging. And just like EJS, while we're writing front end code, or code that will go to the front end, it's all being ran on the server. So when I put a console log in here, our output goes to the terminal, just like in EJS. And we can see this is our props, all this blah, 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 our messages, all the stuff that's exactly the same in EJS. Nothing has changed on that. I will demonstrate how these options work, just to show that it's real. Rascal 2. So just like in EJS, you pass your options object to the view engine, and in this case, it'll inject it into the prompts of whatever the initial thing is. So we're going to see I hit refresh, and there's yours truly, Rascal 2. You can see under our console log of prompts, all the other junk that is always here, and our name of Rascal 2. So this is the way that we feed data into our view, or our JSX. That is where the uniqueness, like where the changes, ends. Everything else is just straight up JSX. So this is the part where we start actually converting stuff around, which is going to be a bit of a copying and pasting and the renaming, but that is the process it was going to be anyway. So I'm going to name this index just to maintain parity. And then we're going to do a main class container. So we're not doing anything with props. Goodbye. See if I get an auto format. Yeah, I love an auto format. I'm going to leave these as classes just to see what happens. Well, we got some stuff. That's good. But we also got your classic errors. So this is React under the hood, and subsequently this is JSX under the hood. So all of your JSX weirdnesses, like class having to be class name, you got to follow. Yeah, Rask, I believe, what was it? Yeah, they're definitely finished at this point. I think last week, so like not in the last Tuesday, but the Thursday before last Tuesday was the last React class. Let me exactly when that was. Yeah, so I believe the last React class was Thursday, the 6th of October, I believe. Yeah, because I mean, the most of it, like Leon said, if you did the travesty and you did the egghead, and then you built one project with React, you're going to be able to answer whatever, like, surface level React questions you're going to get hit with the interviewer. And then if the interview, like, you should know everything about the interview before going to it, including what stack the company kind of expects. So if you're going to an interview that's expecting some React, you do a little deep dive on it, deep dive on their stack, including React, to learn more. So we know all we need to know for the basics. Oh, congrats, Ras. 2 Cailloux. Yeah, them 4s and 3s. Whew. You go for it. I've just been keeping the one a day thing. I mean, it's been like between the one leak code a day, the one code wars a day, the stand up, which I guess isn't every day, and then the Hunttober tweets thing. I'm already like maxed out on challenges. I don't think there's any special link to that, Ryan. What would that link be? My profile? I guess I can add that as a link. Hey, Hertz, community talk. Greatly appreciate that confirmation. I was kind of just hoping I was approximate. Yeah, appreciate you coming on by with that confirmation. No, we're looking for a profile. With my profile. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I guess I can add this as a command. Ta-da, I guess. Yeah, Rask, I mean, we need to slowly start moving into it, right? Because that is, it also like forces you to answer different kinds of questions, which, I mean, we're out here coding buttons, Blah's doing for loops and a reduce, so it very much depends on the company, right? But like Leon says, don't go into it blind, know what's going to be asked, and then prep on it. But yeah, elite code's definitely a bit harder, more focused on the data structures and algorithms than the methods, but we need both, right? So gotta have both. A little freezy, appreciate the follow. Hope your Saturday's going well. We're over here JSXifying or baby React-ifying. Binary upload, boom. So we wrote some HTML here, but we're noticing a significant lack of everything. We have two links. They are unstyled. We're missing all the fun stuff. So the reason we're missing all the fun stuff, let's compare to our old index EJS. They had a header and a footer, which we don't have. So we need a header and a footer in JSX. Yeah, you're not wrong, Mavi. You're not wrong. Appreciate you coming on by the way. Your Saturday is going well as we JSXify all this yummy code. Here's our old header. Got a lot of stuff in it. We want this stuff in our JSX. So we're going to be a baddie and just yoink all of it right in there. Now, I don't know how much we need to yoink. It's being angry, though. So we add a React fragment. And some closing tags. Thank you, Copilot. Let's see if it works. I no need to think, just try. Hey, looking pretty good. So I just took the header and I pasted it into this JSX. Now, this isn't something we'll actually do in React, as you know, because we have like index HTML file with all this stuff in it. But here, we kind of just throw it all in here. Let's go grab our footer too while we're at it. Oh, our footer has a bootstrap link. Love that. Where's our footer go? It's just the bottom of the page. Love that. So again, we're just yoinking and yeeting, just taking on everything. I don't even know what that bootstrap link does, but we pasted it. Have I tried React Query? I have not, Rask, but all those different like optimization, API optimization, streamlining libraries. That is one of the things I would like to try next. For me, though, it doesn't really, like, unless I'm doing a lot of different API things that can fail, like you need all the loading states and stuff, I just haven't really needed it yet. Oh, future use. Yeah, I saw that like a few days ago, right? I have not read it fully, but yeah, I'm on board with whatever changes it's got. I hear it's going to handle promises and all that, which has been a sticky point. Tan stack query. Hey, whoa, dude, thanks for coming on by. What is tan stack query? React query, configurable to observable, knobs and options. Asynchronous state management. Okay. Quickie peek. Of course, Jazzy Pants. That's right. All these changes are at least a year or something out. Oh, that's great, Whoa, dude. I love to see that, what do you call that? React or library independent logic. That's always nice to see. Dedicated dev tools. Ooh, I do love me some good dev tools. Okay, yeah, I can see that. It's not too dissimilar to React query, suspense, things like that I've seen. Yeah, again, I don't delve into them just yet. Exactly, Jazzy Pants. That's what these things are meant to do. Don't let you have to reinvent that wheel for every request you make, every component that needs data, all that stuff. And we will be doing some yield classic fetches though in this app once we get to it, because as cool as those new things are, if you don't know how to do the basics, you're definitely not going to know how to use all these cool things. So I just yoinked and yeeted all of the header and footer content into index, which it is working, but we're gonna run into a little of a little of a hiccup here when we go to any other page. Think the login page. We got some code here, but then we're also going to need to include the header and a footer here also. So we just made our code so much wetter when before it was dry. Thankfully, React literally has it built in called components. We're just going to make a header and footer component in a way. Although in this particular way, I think I'm going to go for a template-like component. What this component will do is it will contain the header and the footer, so I'll just call it main or something not specific, and it will render the children as whatever we pass it. Hey, appreciate that follow there. Alan Jardo Bravo 3. Your Saturday is going well. And I'm going to rename partials to components. That is the way every React app eventually turns into. There you go, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, it's essentially what we're going to be doing here. A layout with an outlet, or just a component that renders its children. Yeah. And when we get to React Router, we'll eventually do that too. But we won't jump straight into outlet because it's a little fancy. So we're going to copy our index.jsx and put it in main. And no particular goal, Rask. You know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to Fang. I don't think I'll be spending my entire career there. It's a little, fast, high pace, fast stress, and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not opposed to it at all. I've had a few recruiters reach out. I've given it a shot. That's not a dumb question at all, whoa, dude. So a layout component, which is basically, I guess we can categorize as a component that renders its children, is not a higher order, well, no, a higher order component would be a component that returns another component. I know what a higher order function is. Been a goldfish moment. It might be, I don't know. I don't. Maybe I do use my don't. My Anki has failed me. Oh no. No, we are not using a higher order component. We could make this a higher order component. I wrap it around it, but we're not doing that. We could give it a shot though. I'm gonna go with a child rendering component because it's a little bit more easier to understand. But we'll go with higher order component after this. So first thing with a component that renders its children is for props, you receive children. Yeah, whoa, dude, I would say a content provider is kind of higher order component because you need to wrap your thing in it. So like you have a div or whatever component, and instead of exporting that component, you export the component wrapped in the content provider maybe. Yeah, that could be a higher order component. Yeah, Rask, slowly but surely. No job yet though. Right, so we're just going to export a default main, and our addition is that from props, and I'll name this prop so it's all readable. Once we get down to the thing that can change, we're going to use JSX to render whatever our children are. This is essentially the fancy term for the new fancy is this is an outlet, but it's a manual, not fancy one. Just something that we can pass through and it will render it. The way we use this is actually pretty seamless. So we get rid of all this junk, and we create the component that we want to use. But the difference is that we don't self-close it. So it has children, like you can kind of see it here, because I didn't do this. This is a self-closing React component. I did this. This is a React component that takes a child. What child is that? This child. Now, fortunately, VS Code is not smart enough to get us an import, so import main from Copilot knows, though. So that we've done that, nothing has changed. Yeah, because literally nothing has changed. Can't really dev tools it, unfortunately, because it's just HTML, but you can see we're rendering our main content, which contains all this stuff right here. And then once we get to this section, we render whatever children we have passed, which I can go ahead and console log it if you really want to see. Look at our lovely terminal. And we can see the child I passed is, so this is a little ugly, but it's a type of main, because we're using the main tag, it's a React element. So it's not pretty in the console. It never is, not even using real React, but you can see we have passed it a child. And that's what we're going to be doing for the majority of them. And I will be cleaning this part up, because we do have some warnings. Well, we did have warnings. A couple of JSX modifications. So I thought I got all of them. I got all those. CP quiv. So as you can see, we don't anymore do this hyphen case. We camel case all our stuff. Again, this is JSX, how it likes it. Cross origin, capital the O, all that fun stuff. Yeah, Rask, I'm running on Linux, Pop OS, the software, not the hardware. I'm gonna clear this so I can read the errors. Look at that, no more warnings. That's our index view. Not too dissimilar to our EJS, is it? Let's bring them both on. It's a little bit more boilerplatey because you gotta do all the export and the return. But aside from that, you get your header and your footer, which in our mind is the opening main tag and the closing main tag. And then, yeah, content here, nearly identical, except for class becoming class name. Hey, Pierogi Ed, how's it going? Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're over here, JSXifying and then React-ifying. Binary upload, boom. Yeah, it has been a minute. I mean, I saw you, what was the last? Oh yeah, you, last raid from Leon to, I think, Juicebox Hero. You landed like a 94 or something on that drop game. So I saw you recently, but yeah, it's been a while since one-on-one. Yeah, you were 94, and then someone like yoinked it for 97. Yeah, you had it for a few seconds. Your moment of fame, and you don't even remember it. All good. Yeah, there you go. You had it. You had it. So we did that one component. Let's do another page, and then we'll be taking our break. So we have a login page. Very amazing. We're going to make it a login JSX. And we're just going to take our index and yoink it and yeet it right there. So, love ourselves a good copy and paste, because the content is the only thing that changes. Yeah, it definitely was overwhelming for sure. I mean, the raids are always a little overwhelming, but when the streamer has all those overlays and emote explosions set up, it always chaoses. Hey, Frazzy, yeah, appreciate you coming on by again. Yeah, I mean that's the goal, right, Mavi? We're just getting the React percentage up on GitHub. That's why we use JSX, not for any other reasons, because we want the numbers. It's like the green squares, but it's the slightly blue colored pie chart. We're just gonna yoink it. Yep, we're just take all this code. This great code. Yoink and yeet. Perfect. Okay, we're done. Nah, we're not done, unfortunately. We got a few things to change. We got JSX just being absolutely angry. Look how angry it is, because this is EJS. Dun dun dun. So here comes our first bit of actual rewriting. So if we remember, what this does is if there are any error messages, it for eaches through each of the error messages, outputting a div with the message text inside of it. Then it does the exact same thing for the info messages. Yeah, dun dun dun. And this is like the main reason people probably move to JSX, because they hate these symbols. It just don't look good. It look bad, right? If you believe it's look bad, then JSX is the way for you, or something, or handlebars, or anything else. So we're gonna leave all this up here. I'm gonna put it in a lovely comment so it can stop blinding us with the redness. Ciao. And JSXify it. So remember, all of our locals and stuff is received via props. So props is our stuff, our data. Oh, that's a tough one. I'm gonna say light mode for sure, because at least you can look at other files. Yeah, you're not wrong, drunk Uncle Grandma. A lot of people have that opinion, which is why we're doing the partial conversion first, and then we'll do the full conversion. Now, I hope your Saturday's going well, by the way. So we're just gonna do, thank you, Copilot, for doing absolutely nothing. So this is gonna be props.messages.errors. Yeah, and we'll do it exactly, and then we'll clean it up. Oh, that's absolutely wrong. What are you doing? So this is your classic conditional rendering in React. You make a ternary, where if it's true, you do this. If it's false, you output null, which renders nothing. Yeah, the satisfying yeeting, Mavi. Yeah, it's been going pretty well, Prograd, and oh, would you look at that? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's been pretty good, you know. I've been slowing down a little bit in Huntober for obvious time reasons, but pretty good beside from that. Man, VS Code's so confused. That's not a type annotation. So we're gonna do basically what was written there, but we don't use for each, because that's not a React way. We use map. So it's props.messages.errors. If you spell the word errors correctly, .map. And then we're going to take each, we'll call it an L. Again, we don't want to change too much. And we'll return, thank you, Copilot, a div with a class name of the same thing. And instead of using them weird little scriptlet B's, we just use a nice opening and closing curly. Ain't that looking better already? You know, can switch this on one line a little bit. And that is part one. Part two is the same thing, but it's called info instead. And this should be good. So we can save this and go to the login page. Or not. Oh, because I'm already logged in. Log out. Now I go to login page. Yeah, the way it works, Rastic, is the map in React, what it does is it transforms your data into a bunch of React components. And the cool thing about JSX is that if you pass it an array of React components, or even a single React component, it will just render them on the page magically. So it doesn't work differently because it's in the return. Like I can not put this in here. I can say error divs and put it outside the return, const error divs, and the map still does the same logic. So it's a React thing, not a return thing. And hey, Mr. XQ, closest backend technology to learn as a front end. Making different types of freelancing or make websites freelancing. I mean, that's kind of a big question. WordPress runs a lot of the web. It's not fancy and new, but it does. React is pretty good, honestly. It depends what you already know as a front end dev. Do you know jQuery? Is that your main front end technology of choice, or is it React or Angular? Because depending on what your closest front end technology is, will kind of correspond to the back end. If you're a React dev, for example, closest back end technology, it's probably going to be Next.js because it has back end kind of built in. Otherwise, Node.js with Express. Vue and vanilla. I'm not a Vue expert, unfortunately. Oh yeah, and also I can use the ampersand to shorten this. The danger of doing that is sometimes you'll output something you don't want to output. Yeah, you can use ampersand to short circuit, not use a ternary. Exactly, Rastic. So I'll go ahead and console log this actually. Log error divs, and so we can actually see what it's spitting out. Hey, appreciate that follow there, Mr. XQ. It's undefined. Ah, great. Props message errors. Oh, so that's a thing going on. Well, I gotta fix some stuff. Props messages equals errors, which is an empty array, right? Okay. Come on, example. Be good to me. Ooh, explosion. Okay. You can't do that. And yeah, just Node and Express is a pretty good go-to. I personally don't have the Vue experience to know what perfectly goes with Vue, but there is like a Vue variation of Next.js, I believe. Vuex or something like that. I don't know what it's called, but that would be pretty close. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing to spit out an array of elements. Give me a moment. I'll just put like here we go. Message hi. Message world. There we go. That should output stuff. There we go. Nux. There you go. Whoa, dude. Exactly. not yet, Mavi. Not yet. Maybe once we get to create React app or something. So let me. This is what you're asking about, basically. The way it works, Rastic, is you see that we have mapped the objects into these React elements. You know the React elements because they got this cute little property here that says, I'm a React element. They also got all the other junk, but this is what your JSX turns into. Once you pass this to JSX, either as an individual thing or an array of these special objects, JSX knows to render it. Oh, that's what they were asked. Good call, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, the reason that we're using map instead of for each is because EGS is written a little differently. So I guess EGS is written in a way in which once you turn off JavaScript, it kind of just prints out whatever you spit out. But in a React component or in JSX, we specifically need to return what React components we're rendering. So we need to return. That's the core functionality about it. And then, thanks to a little bit of this module magic, it it'll get turned into just HTML, not living React components with the virtual DOM and all of that. But the main thing in React is that nothing happens unless you're really returning it. Hence our usage of map instead of for each. Again, there's a lot of shoulders of giants here, so hopefully that makes a little more sense. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I mean, what happened was they made something kind of pretty quickly and then it changed, right? But yeah, exactly like Jazzy Pants says. Node isn't going to go away anytime soon. If anything, you can migrate your Node stuff to Deno or Deno, whatever that's called, but it's not going away anytime soon. There you go, exactly, Mavi. The jobs are calling for. So, I mean, that's just part of software engineering in general, right? There's stuff that's eventually going to go away. Maybe Node will eventually go away, but that's eventually, not right now. You're going to have to learn it either now or you'll learn it on the job when your company says, abandon ship. Yeah, that was our JSXification of this little code right here. I'll put this in here with the conditional, because I do think the reason that I personally use ternary instead of this short circuiting is because if this ever becomes a falsy value that React will render, like the number 0, it'll spit out the number 0. So again, you can short circuit with this. I just personally prefer explicit over implicit. Yeah, for sure, ProGag. I mean, that's why all these things take so long to actually happen. It's like, oh look, Bun.js is out. Yeah, good luck finding any company that's gonna spend all the time, research, and just gonna jump ship to something new, right? It's all about investments. Yeah, we're looking at this lovely message. It says, well, there's nothing here right now, but if I put in some garbly goosh, well, I'll have to put in a real email apparently. We're gonna get an error message back. Just like that. We didn't need to do anything. It just worked. It just worked. Ain't that we didn't have to rewrite a single. We had to rewrite a couple of EGS extensions, but we didn't have to change any of our routes because we're just swapping out the view. That's right, Mavu. That's it. Moves. The ecosystem moves fast, but companies not so much because moving ain't free. Ah, I appreciate that, Progiad. Yeah. Well, I am glad to hear that, Mr. X. Yeah, XQ, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar, but there's also using the MERN stack, which does include Node.js, MERN, the ends for Node.js. There's 100 devs. It's a agency with a free training program right here on Twitch. We go through more of like full stack, so this will include React, which you might not be care about, but we do go through the back end first, which is Express and Node.js, all that stuff, which you can basically swap for a you can just use what is it, Mevin. You just use the Mevin stack, like the Mongo, Express, Vue, Node.js, and you see most of it's the same. So if you want, you can check that out. It's all free, of course. Exactly. It's worth as much as someone's paying you to learn it, Mavi. Yeah, yeah, lots of camel case editions or lots of case changes, right? Thankfully, Rack is like super cool. When you do a thing, it like tells you, hey, smarty, you forgot to do the thing. So if I'm like, hey, okay, well, I don't know why it's not telling me about all these classes, but that's what Control D is for, right? Multi-cursor magic. And again, as you can see, at least with this thing, it kind of works without it. Okay, I guess it's all not doing. I guess it doesn't really render every time. Yeah, I don't know why it's not doing that, but one thing mistake I did make is I did a map, but I didn't use keys at all. So it's not warning me enough, but every time you map over something in React, you should use a key, even though nothing's really reactive here, so we can cheat away. It's just good practice. This basically allows it so when these elements change, it knows which ones to not render versus re-render. Again, we're not utilizing this because it's straight to HTML, but why break good habits? And with that, we have our login page and our home page, both JSXified. Now, we got a few more pages to go, obviously, but we also got a break to take because it is the top of the hour. So, we'll take ourselves a 5 minutes break. We'll come back and we'll JSXify the sign up page, the profile page. I guess we might be able to do most of the pages now since we gotten over the main hurdle of our first EGS JSXification. So, yeah. I'll catch you after the break, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. I'll see you then. And I am back with a little bit of delay there. Oh wow, well dude, congrats. Yeah, you got enough state that it needs a managing now. Hmm. Well, sounds like you know what you're doing. Any particular state management library you going for, or you just gotta try them out? A little more than that. Yeah, a little more than that. Yeah, it seems about time to the next hour. So, back to the JSXification, folks. We did the login page. It's now time for the sign up page. As we go along, start deleting the old ones just because we can. Make it a little cleaner in our code base. Signup.ej. Whoop, JSX. I'm going on with the wrong way almost. Yeah, but Zustan I've tried before. No big complaints. Redux, yeah. I mean, I haven't tried Redux Toolkit, but I feel it's at least good to know Redux, the pattern, maybe. Yeah, I mean, preferences. At least for me, old Redux doesn't sound as good as new Zustan, but I haven't really tried new Redux. Yeah, you should definitely, if you're getting into state management libraries and you really want to learn them in general, you at least be familiar with Redux, because as Jazzy says, is the most popular one, aka the one people are paying for statistically more than the rest. So again, just you only do the copy and pasting here, folks. Nothing new to see. Then we got the spooky, the terrifying, the EJS. Wait a minute, we already written this EJS. Yes, we have. We can just go yoink the other EJ, the JSX we already written. Ta-da! That's what I call a yoink and a yeet, folks. Now we are getting some warnings here that VS Code decided to wake up and give us warnings. This is very forgiving though, so we don't really. What's going on here? Some auto formatter absolutely decimated this code. I don't know what happened, but auto formatter would be breaking my code. Okay, so this is the thing in specifically JSX because remember it is JavaScript XML, which is stricter than HTML because HTML is a extension of XML, kinda. For self-closing tags, aka tags without children, you need to explicitly close them. The way you do that is add a forward slash before the greater than sign, like so. When we don't do that, JSX gets awfully angry. Don't know why it's only angry on this file. We're not going to question it too much. Yeah, this should be our sign up page, working beautifully. So if we go username, email, we'll sign up as an existing user. Or we'll sign up without a correct password. Boom, passwords don't match. And signing up as an existing user. Ta-da! Now I would sign as a new user, but we can't do that because that's going to send us to the profile page, which we do not have. Let's head on over to the profile and do it again. Profile.jsx. Then we go take the index. Nope. We copy the index into the profile. Again, we rename it. Then we go find our profile EJS and shove it in there. We also get rid of that old sign up file. Get rid of old profile EJS. You will not be missed. And it's angry already because we got some EJS in here. So we did some looping EJS before. Now we just got some boring EJS of putting in text. So we're going to say props, and then instead of user.username, it's going to be props.user.username. And instead of these lovely scriptlet tags, we're going to use a opening curly brace. And to get rid of the closing ones, we'll get rid of them and use a closing curly brace. And again, that's the basic EJS to JSX for outputting text. Additionally, we got some JSX angry closing, and then we got a for loop. We got ourselves a for loop. Let's put this in comments so we can move on for life and rewrite this in JSX. So current code, it is a for loop over an array of post documents. For every post document, we're outputting a list item. This list item contains an anchor. The anchor has an href attribute that contains /post/, and then the ID of the current document. In addition, that anchor has a child of an image with a source of the current document image property, so the URL of the image for the post. And now we get to write this in JSX. So first we got to hit our expression tags, and then we are doing a map. So props.post.map. We're grabbing our current post and our end. We actually don't need our index. We're going to use the ID of the post as the key. Now in here, we're going to go ahead and write our LI. There we go. Wow, thank you, Copilot. You did it too much. Yeah, Copilot did way too much. Yeah, we're creating our list item, giving it the same class name. And then for our href, instead of it just being a string, it's going to be a JavaScript expression, hence the opening curly braces. Then a template string, hence the backticks. And then once we get to our post ID, we use JavaScript template syntax to spit out post_ID. Then for our image, it's all the same up to the source. And since we are spitting out the entire image as URL, we don't need to use any template string. So we just put the source as the post image. And this should work. So goodbye, old EJS. Okay, and we'll head over to profile. So we gotta log in at this point. Gotta get ourselves logged in. Email, and password. We're now on the profile page, and we're here. We can see our username has been added to the HTML. So here's our email, which is lovely. And now we don't know if that loop's working because we don't actually have any posts because I got rid of them. So we have to create a new post, which I will do right now. There we go. Grab the rando image. We're going to submit it now, and it worked. So again, the cool thing about only converting to JSX, didn't we need to rewrite any backend stuff, and it's here. We can see the HTML was generated as expected. An anchor with the post URL in there, and an image with the Cloudinary URL to the image in there perfectly. That's basically it for our profile, I believe. Yeah, I don't see anything else here that's stopping us from moving on. So to the next page, the post page. That's the next one we're going to click on. So make a new one, post.jsx. Again, going to head to our index, copy it, put it in post, rename that, and get ready for our content. Now, where do our post EJS, yoink all this lovely code, and just shove it right there. And of course, we got some EJS to write, or some JSX to write, so it's angry. First is our post title, which we can replace the opening scriptlet and the closing one. Then prefix with props for adding props to our argument list. Next one, we have an image right here. Since it is a direct link, we do not need a string template, so we get rid of the quote and the scriptlet. Replace with an opening curly brace to execute some JavaScript in here. Same for the closing. We now have an action with the post ID in it. This one is not going to be as simple because we have a prefix and a suffix string. So still curlies, but we want to add a $sign because this is going to become a template literal. Where we change the quotes to backticks and surround the backticks and curly braces. Of course, we need to not forget to prefix both of these with props dot. And one more. We have a likes here, which we can say props dot post likes. And then we have a conditional, but let's go to the easy one. Let's skip to the caption. Props dot post caption. Changing all of our lovely scriptlet tags around. Yeah, now it's time for this conditional here, which is if post user equals user ID. Well, we know whenever we're accessing data, we're just going to prefix it with props. So our logic is going to be props.post.user. Note this is a double equals. Props.user.id. And so we're using the short circuiting ampersand. So if this is true, it's going to also execute this remaining code, which creating a form with an action, which is the same as above, but instead of EJS outputting the post ID, it is the template literal method of post, class of column 3, a lovely button, which is the same as it was before, and a closing form tag. Finally, we close out the entire expression with parenthesis and curly brace. This is going to conditionally render this form with a button if the user who created the post is the current user. And for a little auto formatting, that lines up. We're going to see if we get it first try. First try. I'm glad it did something for you, Jazzy Pants. Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty hype music. Who said coding was relaxing? Nobody, that's who. Yeah, we have this thing here, and we click the heart, and this heart should still work. As expected. And the delete will also work. I don't want to delete the post, though. You're not wrong, Jazzy Pants. Number 3 will blow your mind. But yeah, the last one here is return to feed. It's the feed page. So there's literally one EJS left. Isn't it much easier to convert to JSX than React, folks? Because it's basically mostly copying and pasting and rewriting a couple things. So feed JSX. Again, just good space repetition. Gonna take our index, copy it, and put it inside feed JSX. Rename index to feed. Receive our props, because we know we're gonna need them. And then whatever's inside feed goes inside of feed. Surprise, surprise. We do get some JSX here, or we got some EJS. We're gonna JSXify. You can see this looks very similar to before, in which we have a iteration over post, which is an array of documents, creating a list item, an anchor, and an image. You know, this is so similar. I'm gonna go do some yoinking from pastas. It's already written this code, I think. Let's give a bird's eye view to make sure. Last name is the same. Wow, I did already write this code. Love that. So again, you don't even need to rewrite code sometimes. Which means the feed should be working. First try, and when you come and click on it, it'll take you back to it, back to the feed. And this, folks, is the JSX conversion. I don't know what to do's. I think this is an old file. Goodbye, old file. Do we even have EJS? We do. We're going to make the final change. npm remove EJS. We probably should have done this in the beginning, but better late than never. It's gone now. And yeah, the entire app has been JSXified. Yeah, aside from the actual JSX conversions, the only big thing we did was wrap the entire thing in this main template doohickey. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, we don't like you anymore. You're out of here. Now, there are a few more different variations, so before we completely abandon JSX and go full React, we have a few things. So, firstly, I'm using a little bit of an old style of things, so I'm saying props everywhere. In more modern code, you'll see these destructured out. So I'm just going to do it to the post page, and then I'll turn it back, in which you see... Actually, let's make a commit first. Ah, yeah, drop the fish. I ain't got that yet, but soon. Inadequate dev. Appreciate you coming on by. All these look at all these changes. So many files. Hope your Saturday's been going pretty well, Inadequate. And after I make this commit, because I want this to be as is, we'll make a few little polishes. And again, the backend changes were 3 whole lines, or 2 lines if you don't count the comment. We changed EJS to JSX, and we copied this little snippet right here from the docs, which is adding JSX as a view engine. The other changes were mainly corrections. Well, that's old. We don't need the name Rascal 2 in there. Yeah, the other backend changes were corrections, in which we removed the EJS extension from .render calls. What that's going on about. Yeah, so again, reason people might like this better is because there's a lot less changes you need to make. It was all front end, no back end, except for them cute little lines. I appreciate it, Inadequate. Well, I mean, it's, familiarity with JSX, and it honestly is easier than going full React. That's kind of the point. Convert EJS to JSX. Yeah. Yeah, we do have a few more flourishes we're going to pull on here. So the first thing is that I'm using props everywhere. Maybe people don't like using props everywhere. It's kind of a old way of doing things. The more modern way of doing it is destructuring our props out, which is the equivalent of doing this. So if you're familiar a little bit with destructuring, this is essentially what we're doing, but instead of doing it on a separate line, we do it inline on the actual prop, the actual parameter itself. So it's still props, but it's destructured to be just messages, which means we can remove the props prefix from all of our things. Again, it's just got a little bit of readability. Some people like it. Most people do, for honestly. But you might see it in two different variations all about the world. Ah, yes, drunk Uncle Grandma. Thank you for reminding me. There it is. So, yep, I have pushed up to GitHub. The code is... I guess it's not a direct link to the code, to be honest. But it's on the React-ification branch. Yeah, you just gotta go switch to the branch, and it is here. Views. JSX. Ta-da! So, yep, it's all on GitHub. And yes, that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm just going to go depropify or destructure all of the views. So everywhere we got props, we're destructuring what we use from it. Not only does this nice, cool, and modern, it makes it obvious what props we're using, which is the main advantage of this, to be honest. I already did sign up. See, I gotta read the code to figure out, okay, what prompts am I destructuring? I'm destructuring the user and the post. You see, look at all that thinking I had to do. Very, very not cool. Okay, time for the next one. Post, in which we are destructuring host and user, I think. There we go. Just remove that props prefix. And for login, it's kind of the same as sign up. Getting messages. And index, I don't think we have anything. Yep, we got no props there. In the feed, we have post. And yeah, that's just been the destructuring of props. We'll make that its own commit too. Try to keep these nice and atomic. Structure JSX prompts, and then we're just going to do a little polish with the question that came in earlier about making this a higher order component, which we'll go ahead and give it a shot. It's been a hot minute since I've done so, but why not? I think I missed one. Oh no, that's what amends are for. Commit, staged, amend, be happy. There we go. Try to remember this from now on. There's the destructuring of prompts for y'all. And now to higher order componentify this. So I'll just make a second file called... I'm trying to... It's been a hot minute since I did this, so give me a moment. Because we have main, we also want main higher order component, which is basically something that receives something and then returns main. I think if I just export function main HOC, which takes... Thank you, Copilot. Awesome. Is that really the way I want it to do? Yeah, okay, so the way the higher order component works is wrap with main. That's what I'm going to call it. It receives a component. Notice the capital C. This needs to be a capital C so we can do this JSX later. So it's a function, so a boring old function, takes a component, returns another component. This is the other component that's returned, in which it then does whatever you want to do around the original component. So it passes in whatever prompts. Maybe you pass in some other prompts. ABC equals DEF, right? You can do whatever you really want here. In this case, what this is doing is, as I've called it, it wraps with main. Yeah, it's definitely in a more advanced usage. Whoa, dude. Yeah, basically it takes a component and it does something around to it. You know, maybe that's why I haven't written a higher order component in like forever, Jazzy Pants, because hooks have been around. I remember writing them in Redux, right? Because you kind of higher order component, or you use higher order components to inject all the stuff you need. But yeah, maybe you don't really need it because of hooks. I don't know. I just want to show the usage of it, at least on a page or two. So now, let's take the sign up page, for example. Instead of wrap with main, so instead of bringing in main, we bring in the function wrap with main. And then instead of, I guess this is the way higher components usually do. So you have your function up there. Then at the bottom, you export your same component, but pass to this function, right? We're gonna find out. Like I said, it's been a hot moment, maybe because hooks are a thing. But yeah, as you can see, it's working. Let's show what happens if I don't wrap it, just to prove I am doing something here. Poof, you got no CSS, you got no JavaScript, you got no Bootstrap, you got nothing. But if you want to do a little higher order component, which is essentially a function that returns a component wrapping your whatever it is you pass, you get the effectively identical results here. Now, I mean, if this was real React, this would be more expensive, or maybe, I don't know, performance things, but this is effectively the higher order component way of doing it. The advantage being that you don't explicitly put a main in your component, which makes it a little bit more testable. So like maybe your higher order component injects something like context or a big state library, or injects something that is kind of present in the entire app. That's great and all, but then that makes this component no longer independent, right? It depends on all that other stuff in it. If I write it explicitly inside here, then I can't test it easily. It has to have whatever all this is. But if I want to test this independently, or use this maybe in another place without all this stuff attached to it, higher order components is a way to make it usable for wherever it's using, but also keep it somewhat generalized / abstract. And I think with that, it still has uses outside of hooks, to be honest. Or still has uses in the hook environment ecosystem. But yeah, definitely a more advanced thing where you don't really need to think about it, to be honest, until you start interacting with it. Yeah, as you can see, I personally have wrapped all my things in main, because why not? Now, though, I will be doing one last thing to this before we go full React-ification. I'm going to make another component called Messages JSX. Because as you can see from our sign up and login page, this code is identical. So we're going to use a little component here called Messages. We're going to pass this messages. I know I'm great at coming up with these names. Which is going to be messages. Yeah, figure it out, people. So we'll keep it destructured. Essentially, this is just going to render whatever messages we got. The reason we're componentizing it is because we've already written this in 2 places. So we're just cleaning out the code a little bit. Function messages, which takes messages and... Okay, it's not the worst attempt. I write my own code here. Real good try, Copilot. Yeah, we'll leave both variations just for posterity. If we do not want a wrapping div, I did not ask for that. I think I need to import React from React because this is some old code. You still need to have this import for any JSX to work. Finally, we can head over to our login page and make the exact change. So again, just to show that, like, you could have done this in EJS with partials, very much so. I'm not saying that. It's just a lot easier to do in JSX because JSX is generally easier to work with. And it looks nicer. I mean, like, tell me this doesn't look better than some include /parcels / messages. It just looks nicer. And to show that it still works, let's mess up a sign up real quick. Blah, 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 blah. Needs to be an email. Boom. Look at our lovely errors. And yeah, if we were really thinking about it, this technically belongs on every page. Like, maybe this goes in the main or something, but we're not here to improve binary upload boom. We're just doing the conversion. Now there are... Let me close that. We do got some incorrections here. So let's make this a commit. And, oh yeah, main JSX. Yeah, I'm not really going with the higher order component. I just wanted to explore it as a concept to show the main difference. Okay, let's go ahead and make this little component a commit. Create messages component. Lovely. Now we get some warnings in the terminal here. This is React telling us, hey, you messed up. So we're going to fix it. Do a little magic replacing, because I am about to go through 3 different files and make all these changes. Apparently I did this before. So replacing the for equals quote with HTML for equals quote. Easy. Also apparently get some classes left over. We have a lot of classes. Look, imagine doing all this manually. Absolutely not. Whenever you're doing a replace all, though, it's pretty good practice to actually scroll down, make sure you're not destroying something important. Don't feel like I am, so replace all. I apparently have a char set. Is that in the head? That's in the head. Okay. Again, React being React changed. Oh. Changed the case of a couple of things. I think I got it all. Turn off and back on. And make sure it still works. Got there. Got the login page. We got the post where I did an upload. Got the actual post. We got the feed. And we can like our post because it's still just spitting out HTML, just like EJS was. And we can delete our post. I don't want to, though. And yeah, that's the entire thing working. Looks like I missed one. I need an ink type. It's an ink type. That's apparently over here. It needs to be a capital T. I love you, JSX. apparently each child should have a unique key property. So I did a oopsie. Cool thing about React is though, it's telling me exactly where I did it. It said I did it in the profile component, so already there. Wherever I did a map, I did not add a key. Here it is. So in this particular instance, it doesn't matter, but it's good React practice, and you should always do it. Adding a key to the parent HTML thing returned from a mapping being something unique to the entity. In our case, we have an ID. It's right there. I think we do this elsewhere too. Yeah, we do it twice. You can also add a key post underscore ID here. And that should be everything. So we'll call this commit fix HTML attribute names. That's what we did. Yeah, lots of lots of changes because it was old EJS, which is basically HTML, but now mainly these class names had to all be updated. As you saw though, page visually worked fine without it. We just got a lot of warnings. There's no reason not to squash them. Apparently I got some unsaved business. There it is, missing key. And there we go. And that last change did show something that we can improve on. So looking at our lovely profile, it do be amazing. Looking at our lovely feed, equally amazing. And notice some wet code here. This code is practically identical among them. Even the UL above is identical among them. So this entire thing could be a component. I'm trying to think what part I'd like to componentize, because I could componentize the whole thing and call it a post list or a list of posts. Or I could componentize the inner thing and make this an individual post. Yeah, jazzy pants. A post list feels like the way to go. Yeah, post list it is. So, one more component for the bank. Post. Hey, good one, Jay. I'll literally do both. Yeah, I'll have a post list with a bunch of posts. Again, all this is technically possible with EJS, but a little tedious to do, as the few of you who have dared to try know. Post list. So a post list receives an array of posts, and it will render this right here. So yoink, paste, auto format, call it a day. That's our post list. We now get to use this post list here and there. So post list, we're going to pass it a attribute of post, which equals post. That's how some attributes go. We're a little bit of prompt drilling, but we literally can't avoid that. We have no state management. Again, have to create an import because VS Code can't figure it out. It's good practice. Hey, Paradise Doom, appreciate the follow. If your Saturday is going well, we're just on the tail end of JSXifying some full stack application here. Oh, look at this lovely code. Just boop, replace it. It's gone. Post list. Boom. So this should work on the feed and on a profile. Beautiful. Now let's go full React. We have a lovely post list. Let's go ahead and make an individual post component. Now, this isn't like, I don't want to confuse my brain on this. I'm going to call this something like a mini post or a post preview. Post preview sounds all right, because an actual post is a page, so I don't want to get all confusing on myself. And now, for a little post preview, it contains all of this. Now, there's some stuff that doesn't go in here. Like, the key never goes, like, it always goes on the mapping side, not the component side. So if you're mapping over something, and each one's going to be a component, the key doesn't go in the component, it goes outside the component, which we'll see in a moment. And we'll write this in two different ways. We're going to write in one way where the post is a attribute or a property of props. We'll write it a different way, because there are two ways people like to write this. Oh, did VS Code want to import that? Ooh, VS Code on the ball. So post equals post. And additionally, we have to add our key here. So I can't get away from this, unfortunately. There's always going to be a key somewhere. Oh, look how much nicer that looks. It looks so nice. We can put it on one line. Love to see it. Oh, it works. I blinked and it just worked. Now we can polish this a different way. So we've done it this way, in which to the post we pass a property of post. Another way you may see being done is, instead of passing the entire object as a property, one would spread post to all of the properties. The difference here, I'll go ahead and show this by pulling it off as props. So prefix this with props, props.post, and then we'll look at what props is as a whole. Hey, RoboDom, how's it going? I'll should do it the old way. Post equals post. We're over here at the tail end of JSXifying. Binary upload, boom. There's no gonna be any console logs there. Hey, that's all it's about, RoboDom. You just gotta keep hanging on. Hey, there you go. That's what it's about, RoboDom. So you can see initially our props is an object with a post property with all this lovely, delicious stuff going on here. We love this awesome stuff. I mean, yeah, on that low point of the trough, right? Eventually, it rolls its way back up, though. So, hopefully, that's sooner than later, RoboDom. Right. So this takes it as all of it as an object inside of props. Some people don't like that. You'll see this pattern sometimes, in which each individual prop is a different thing of the object, which is done by putting out a JSX spread. This is very specific to JSX. If you spread an object to a component or an HTML element, it will take each existing key value pair and make it an attribute / prop of that component. Ah. Hey, 2 hours of bank, yeah, that's a pretty good session there, RoboDom. So keep in mind the old post. It was props as an object with a property of post with all this stuff on it. But now, well, not here. Refresh. Now, props is an object with all of the attributes of post on it. And some people might go even further by destructuring each individual prop. Like so. So different layers of ways to do it, different layers of destructuring, getting rid of stuff. Same stuff at the end. Some people see this more readable because they know everything they need. So just wanted to show the different variations here. Hey, it's all good, Robo Dom. We'll keep you on track. I mean, hey, 2 hours, it's a pretty long time for sure. Ah, whoa, dude. Yeah, it can be like that for sure. Hey, a little freezy. Yeah, appreciate. I mean, you already came out a while ago, but yeah. Robodom is here. The robotic dominatrix. Is that what it stands for? I never put two and two together. I thought it was the robotic document object model, obviously. Ah, that makes more sense. Okay. Wait, did I just? Oh, come on, mouse. Be good, good mouse. I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, look at all this code. We cleaned out all that duplicate code, and now it's nice and dry. Do another get push. And we'll do one more little tweak here. And then we'll actually begin to start reactifying it after the break. So looking at all these functional components, 'cause that's what they are, they're functional components, we'll notice that they'll kind of have a body, right? Export default function sign up has a body, then it does an instant return. For anyone who knows anything about arrow functions, you don't really need, like if there's only one line, you can easily convert to an arrow function, which is what we're about to do. So we're going to arrow functionify basically all of it. And the main advantage of why one would want to do this is because arrow functions are shorter. The next advantage is that you decrease indentation by at least one layer, sometimes two. Yeah, I'm just going to show way you could do that. One disadvantage, though, beware, is you notice how before this was a function named signup. An arrow function loses its name unless you do something else, maybe. Yeah, I think I can keep it. Const signup equals here. So if you do it this way, then at the bottom, export default signup, you're good. Your function is still named. Otherwise, your function becomes anonymous. Why would that matter to you? Well, let's go back in memory. Let's not go back in memory. So when you get React errors or anything like that, it'll show kind of like a stack trace, but a component trace of all the things that led to the error. In that component trace is the name of the components. So if components don't have a name, as in you just export them by default as an arrow function, it's going to be hard to track down these errors. I appreciate that idea. Appreciate the hydrate, Robodom. I probably will not be. Lots of, a lot of things to keep up in Hunttober. Not much free time, so gonna be spending that time focusing on more important things. Got a little banking myself to do, networking, all that stuff. Yeah, that's the real question, Robodom, right? Yeah, go on. Are you doing the contest? Gonna be your big debut. Leak code LC stands for leak code. Jazzy Pants, common. I mean, I guess it's somewhat common abbreviation. I mean, that's one step close to getting in reality. Nah, I mean, it's a good question. It's not completely obvious. I'm trying to think if I can do some fancy way of doing this. Okay, so we're gonna humor me for a second while I do fancy funness right now. Yeah, just humor me for a sec, folks. So anything that is there up to the parenthesis. Yeah, we want to replace that with export default. I guess I technically will be able to do that there. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of manual logic. So const %1 equals parenthesis. So this will do that, but it won't give me the last thing. I suppose that's acceptable in my book. That's a little bit of improvement. See if I can get this one going. I know there's only so much auto magic that can be done. Yeah, gotta keep practicing them code words for sure. There we go. Okay, that's good enough automation for me. Let's open all the files up. Slowly arrow function ties all of them. This will be our last bit of JSX screen because I can't think of any more. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. I mean, it's just like what do we say? It's just like doing an actual interview, right? You start off brute force and then you slowly polish it up as you go along. Never hit him with the fancy stuff out the gate. You gotta show progression. There needs to be character development for your code. Halfway there. And this may be a point in which, like, if you really cared about it, you'd go the full higher order component way. As you can tell, we do not care. Okay, yeah, that has been the arrow functionatizingization of all of that. Yeah, I'm a rascal. I'm a rascal reactifying it. That's right, Jim. Appreciate you coming on by. We're actually just nearing the end of the JSXification of all of our stuff, which it's turned out pretty well. We just now arrow functionatized it, so we can't get really any more polished than we are. Just for sanity, let's browse around to make sure I didn't catch anything on fire. Wait a minute, did I delete a post? Uh-oh, we broke something. I broke it. It's broken. So our profile page is missing. What's this file? VS Code confused. Profile has posts, and it renders a post list. So the great thing about console logs, you can console log stuff. Back to multi-line, which we can be like, hey, where are my posts at? Show me what you post. Oh, there they are. Okay. Interesting. Let's look at the HTML, make sure that's not the issue. Oh, there's a post here. Undefined. No. So I did something here. So in our post preview, I did the destructure thingy. Ah, I did it here. No, wait a minute. That don't make sense. Okay, let's do a compare and contrast. We got these posts, which is not working. And we got these posts, which are working. What's the diff? Not seeing a diff. Well, it's all in the post preview for whatever reason. So let's multi-line this. And console log underscore ID and image. Hey, Car6, how's it going? We were about to finish, then I got myself a nice little bug when squishing all these into arrow functions. Hope your Saturday's going well. Appreciate the follow there. Pseudo kill unknown. I don't know if you should pseudo kill anything unknown. How you gonna know what you're killing? Just pseudo kill a random process ID. That sounds like a roulette if I ever heard one. ID undefined, image undefined. Except on this page, where it works. Okay, so somewhere on the profile is done an oopsie. Profile post equals post. At this point, we can do more console logging. Hey, I'm glad to hear so, Car6. Let's make sure that's okay. Hey, pseudocolon, can I leave the database dump download repo, please, and leave the repo link? Database dump download. I'm not sure what you're referring to, unfortunately. Oh, can I leave the database in the repository? I don't even know how I would do that because this is actually using a MongoDB database. The repository is right here, though, if you want to jump on that. Thankfully, when you don't need any data in the database to start. So once you hook this up to your MongoDB database, you can create a new user. It doesn't require any actual, it won't email you or anything. And that'll create a user in the database. And then you can create a post, which will create a post in the database. So you can do it all through the front end user interface. The database does not need any seeding. I wouldn't even know how I would include that in here if I wanted to. There's really only one thing in the database anyways. It's a dummy user, so wouldn't really be that much to work with. Profile post. Post list, post equals post. Map post. This one's giving me a thinker, that's for sure. Okay, that's I'm gonna be real interested in the solution, what is going on here. Console log listing post. I'm real curious on whatever is going on here. It worked before I arrow functioned everything, Jazzy Pants. So here it is here. We're passing it to post preview. Okay, let's just get all the rest of the props. Yeah, so it was the arrow functionization that broke all this somehow. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe it did break during the spread. Because I'm now seeing data when I wasn't before. That doesn't explain. Oh, I got it. Okay, somewhere there's a dot lean. Makes one of them work and one of them not work. There it is, dot lean. So if you go to the feed, okay, here it is, folks. So this is a fun thing about Mongoose. Remember, whatever you get from Mongoose are technically document instances, which have a bunch of weird stuff on them. But if you come over here and you say .lean on your data, you're going to get back a bunch of objects. We love objects. You can do all kinds of stuff with objects. For example, you can spread an object without it catching on fire. But it turns out if you spread a MongoDB document, this is what you get. You get all kinds of junk. Absolute trash. So, solution, be careful when spreading around MongoDB documents. My solution, I'm going to put a .lean somewhere in this code. So I'm thinking this is a profile view. So which controller? So I promise there wouldn't be any backend changes. There's going to be one backend change. So I get the profile. Here are my posts. Ah, watch this. Watch this. Ta-da! Yeah. I mean, that's again, you're trying to use, because remember, we have to remember that it's not an object, it's a document, which when you spread it, does some weird tomfoolery stuff. So again, it's about remembering your data types. Yeah, RoboDom, there we go. I mean, you should be leaning everything as much anyway. Victory! Yay! Lane, the savior of Kavach. So I appreciate the follow there. For Unik. Now I get to turn back on my console logs. Yay, debugging is over. Yeah, classic Final Fantasy VII victory music there, Arcs. Gotta love it. That definitely took y'all nostalgia time travel right there, didn't I? Okay, with all those changes, and one conveniently strategically placed a .lean, we are done with the JSXification. Specifically, what I just did was I convert, well, that's not how you spell convert functional components to arrow functional components. Yeah, it's a long line, but that is what we did. Also fix that thing, but we ain't gonna care about that. And get push away, and with that, we're only 10 minutes past the break. Well, 14, but 10 since the top of the hour, so we will be taking our break. And after our break, we will say goodbye to Express React View. It has served us well, but as fun as this is, it's not real React. When we come back, we're gonna bring in real React. And this time, unlike the last streams, we'll full on use create React apps just so we can get a variance. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, like I said, it's very cool for what it does. It gets you away from EJS basically. So if your goal, if you don't want React, like if you hate EJS more than you love React, pretty good choice. And as you can see, I made 0 changes to the front end code aside from that extension and me going all fancy for spread operator. You don't need to change your backend code, which is kind of the big thing that is a React blocker, because you will need to change your backend code going from EJS to React, which we will show after the break. So be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, folks, if you can. I'll catch you after the break. Feel free to make your way on back, folks, as our break comes to an end. There we go. So, it is time to actually go full React. Hey, welcome back, Rodon. Appreciate it. I think it's 2,300. A little more than that. There, a little more than that. There we go. It's about 45 minutes till our next break. Let's go full create React app. Now, for those who are about to say, don't use create React app, it's old. Well, code bases run old code all the time. And if you want to see Vite, or VITE, I did those the last streams. So I'm going to go full create React app this time. I name it Frontend. So I just went to the docs, I copied the first command, and okay, I don't know what's on there. Front end got real confused. Let's delete it. That's always the solution, right? Turn it off and turn it back on. Just a variation of it. There we go. So we're running the command. I'm putting it in the front end folder because what else do you want to call this? Okay. So yeah, I mean, I've worked a little with the Twitch API, not necessarily videos playlists, but yeah, watching them create order, very much a obvious thing that you would want to do. I believe you don't necessarily need the API to do so. So, I mean, if you have an example of someone that cites not being cool, let me know. But just looking at me, for example, all the broadcasts are ordered from newest to oldest, so it's in the opposite order. You have to scroll to the end to really get to the first video. But aside from that, they are ordered if they have VODs enabled at all. Otherwise, there aren't any VODs to watch. Oh, I should go to the videos page because I'm streaming. I can't get to the videos without going there. Streamception. Yeah, I avoided it. We avoided it. There we go. So yeah, just /videos whenever someone's live to get to their videos. Ah, filtered by featured. I see that. Yeah. Okay, how do I? We believe in you, Firefox. Oh, there it is. Recent broadcast. View all. Do what? Past broadcast. Okay, so this is a nice shortcut. I'm looking at the URL. I do see the query doohickeys. Yeah, so this is an order of oldest to newest. So it's not really in the API, but essentially you add the query. Oh no. Oh no, be quiet. Mute the tab. Mute the tab. Essentially, if you add a filter of archives and a sort of time, it'll get you all the broadcasts that are from them. But yeah, like this information could also be obtained from the API if you wanted to change the user interface of this in some way or make it a little more streamlined. So you could do that. I follow all the people. Anyone that raids, basically. Anyone who raid, I'm like, I give out follows for free, you know? That's the actual video. I forget that's the video back there, but yeah, I follow a whole bunch of them. Of course, of course. So yeah, here is the lovely URL. And again, I was able to get to this by modifying the UI itself, just by clicking the things. But if you don't want to do that, you can use that. And swap out, obviously, my name for anybody else. So let's go with example. Learn with Leon, the one, the only. Watch this Firefox is like, you're asking too much of me. Mayan Wealth. That's another. Oh, that's probably the one you're actually trying to do this on. Yeah. I think they got. I don't know if they have 60 or 30. I know they got a fair amount of days on it. I mean, yeah, thankfully they're pretty good about keeping their stuff on YouTube, unlike yours truly. And YouTube is very much ordered from first created. So you got 3 days, 6 days, 10, 14, 17, 20. Last month. Ooh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, these don't really. Oh, so you can hover over the text. Ooh, play one after the next. I see what you're going for, Jim. Does Twitch have playlist functionality like that? Ah, that's a good question. I see your goal now. I mean, I'll just click when I go to the end to see what happens. Where might be your rap names express? So let me see what happens when I go to the end of this VOD first, and then I'll go grab rap names. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Robodom. So if I go to the end of this VOD, I think it's just gonna end. So here comes we're a few seconds away. 5, 5, 5, 5. Oh, it just ends. Yeah, Jim, there is no functionality for that. So yeah, that would be a cool thing to build a little front end for. But yeah, hold on, let me think. React. Um so this is my React-ification for all the other ones. Now that you're asking about it, I don't think. Yeah, Jim, you got it. So it's not there. I appreciate the good look though. Um, sorry, goldfish memory. Yeah, drunken local malt. My rap names express. Rap names express. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I didn't actually push it to GitHub, I don't think, which we can fix right now. I didn't push any of these to GitHub because they were kind of small. Rap names express, but we'll go ahead and GitHubify this. Remote to V. Yeah, I'll just make a fork of this, I think. It's okay. That's right, Jim. Twitch does have embedded JS. You can embed a Twitch player. You can listen for it to reach the end and then trigger another video. So that would be the API I'd go to. I'll bring it up after I get this thinging. Yeah, I'll bring up the where you would start on that API to get playlist functionality for Twitch. I mean, Twitch VOD playlist. It's certainly got to be a thing. Create a VOD playlist. Oh, that's a beta. It's an old beta. You know, I'll look into it after I get this push. Well, not SSH. Get remote set URL origin. There we go. And then for rap names express. Another VS Code here. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that, Mavi. I mean, yeah, I will show the way to do it in different folders, but generally it's a little easier if it's all in one. I personally think, but yeah, I don't know. I think performance-wise it's about the same. Oh no, we got big lines. Oh no. Let's fix that. See, I'm just goldfish memorizing what is happening here. Ooh, a Chromebook. Yeah, you're pushing the limits there, I will admit it. Oh, come on. Get status. Get add dot. I just do get add dot. Ooh, because they're already. Okay, so rmr dot get sudo rmr dash get Let me go up and look at that log message. You've added another blah blah blah. If you meant to add it by mistake, do this command. Get status add dot. Let's see how that worked. Get status. No, you're not doing what I want. Hold on. Come on, GitHub, be cool. Hey, digital picture frame. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what the power of them to do, you know? It's good for web browsing and anything much more. A little tough to do. I'm gonna actually make sure this thing is good and ready to go. Package JSON. Yeah, okay, this thing should be good to go. Get branch. React-ification. Stream changes. Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, why is there an env file in here? I'm gonna have to go, gotta go pixel view. Let's go check out this. Oh, okay, it's perfectly fine. It was a localhost thing. And then I'll do a git push. Remote v. Well, that's not how you do it. I mean, yeah, we're all going the way of Leah, right? We can't. Working with React is hard to do on not high-end hardware. That's why Vite's around, right? It definitely makes it a lot easier for sure. Yeah, but here is Drunk Uncle Grandma, Rap Names Express, GitHub. Yeah, a little freezy. It is great. I mean, I use Vite for all of the front-end React-ification so far. This is the first one I'm going, let's create React app first. Yeah, Jim, I know the snake is snakes be eaten. I know about that sneaky snake. Of course, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Hopefully it helps you put together whatever you're missing there. Yep, there goes the sneaky snake. Nom 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 nom. Good snake. I think that's what? GitHub snakes, for those who want to add it to their own. Yeah, let's figure out this VOD playlist and how do we do it? Playlist beta. The channel is graded. You'll see playlists in my video manager. So this is all streamer has to do it. And we're not looking for that. Not at the moment. Not 5 years gets a little old. Which watch all on as a playlist. Some Google foo real quick. VOD playlist. Blah blah blah. Collections. No, that's not it. Okay, it looks like someone maybe already written it, something like this. Yeah, you're right. I'm getting all this 2015 of like soon TM. Simple Electron Act, list streamers videos on demand, and call scripts. Huh. Interesting. I mean, this might be something useful. How old is this? 2 years old. Surely this thing still works. Go ahead and yeah, this session's a just chillax session anyway. Ain't doing anything productive. Twitch VOD playlist. Great, I have to install this thing. Is there a package? There is in PMI. Well, it's a yarn. Okay, yarn. Hey, of course, Jim. Yeah. Appreciate you coming on by. I try my best. catch you next time, probably tomorrow during that the backend binary upload boom super review. Super review. Super review. I don't feel. While this thing's taking an eternity, let's check out the env file. Server port. Sure, I love a good server port. Let's check out the package.json while we're waiting for everything to fill up my hard drive. So we have a dev and we have a start. I guess I'm gonna run the start, which is a build and a run. Yeah, I guess I'll run the start. Ooh, look at all of these 6 progress bars. We're really making it work now, aren't we, folks? We got Electron, we got SAS, we got 3 other things. We got my cursor absolutely freaking out. There we go. Yarn start. Let's see if this may be what you're looking for. Although you did bop out, so I'll send it in a DM. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I should be able to ignore this. Yeah, Electron. Open me app. Oh no, promise rejection. No. Oh no. Okay, I don't want to fix your app for you. That's painful. Source Electron app. I don't really want to fix this. Okay, I'll try the dev command. Otherwise, I'm moving on. Oh, 8080. 8080. Okay, now we're waiting for stuff. I mean, for 2 years old, I didn't expect it to be so broken. Did not set any plugins, blah, blah. Oh, this is working. It's doing it. No. No. Require is not defined. Okay, yeah, the build system is absolutely RIP. So unfortunately, that thing does not work. It seemed to be what we wanted, though. Make sure I remove the right thing. Wow, without this sudo command. Video embed API. But yeah, the video embed API would be what I would do to do this manually, which I imagine is what all those other things try. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, you gotta give things a shot, right? But somewhere there's a collection attribute. I could have swore you could say collection. Oh, we might have it. Great. Interactive, blah, blah, blah. Great. Okay, let's just throw it in here real quick. Which HTML? Yeet, yeet. Okay, we got all this lovely stuff. 40, 480. Okay, we need a channel. We need a collection ID. Okay. Collection ID. Using a collection ID. Oh, here's an example. Yeah, I'll just literally use this one. Okay, I did not need to go for the interactive API. Turns out the dumb one works just fine, it appears. I don't know if I'll need to real server this. We'll see. Hey, it's one Dave. What I'm doing right now, I'm a little on a sidetrack mission. we're trying to see if playlists are usable. Like, if you can basically watch a Twitch user's or Twitch streamer's VODs as a playlist. Yeah, we're also doing some React, though we got a little distracted, but yeah, we are. The main purpose is to Reactify this full stack app, which we just JSXified, which is partially React. And yeah, next, I suppose after I'm done being distracted, we're gonna fully Reactify it, create React app or Vite, the whole shebang. Wait, no, we're trying to do some cool stuff. Twit get collection ID. I really don't want to talk to the API though. Or just like an example one, please. I do gotta bring out Chrome because it's gonna be real slow otherwise. Let's see if we can hit a network tab on this. Oh, I said network tab. Where'd you go? Where you at, DevTools? Well, why is it still playing? There we go. Okay. So we have a collection here. I'd like to get its ID. I don't really want to have to talk to the API though. No. So what we're doing, so we're not really doing any React at the moment. Kind of taking a break. So you see all of the broadcasts of this particular Twitch viewer, for example. It would be cool if they could all be played as a playlist. So right now, if like you watch this VOD and it reaches the end, it stops. So the sidetrack mission is to basically make it go to the next one. Which according to this Twitch embed API, there's something about collections. I'm just trying to figure out how to use that really quickly. And then we'll jump back into the React funness. Oh, I hope your Saturday is going well, by the way. So there may need to be a little Twitch API tomfoolery. Because someone did ask about it. Bed parameters, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. Endpoint equivalence, I guess. Yeah, this local storage would be a web API because it is only available on the web platform, aka in browsers. I mean, it might actually explicitly say it's a web API. Web storage API. I mean, that's pretty close right there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I guess local storage is part of the web storage API, which gives you session and local storage. So basically the same. Oh no, collections are no longer supported by the API. Absolutely tragic. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't know the modern way to do this, but I mean, I know Jim's gone, but maybe I'll figure it out later. I can make a little wrapper or something. Yeah, RoboDOM, there's a lot of them. Everything's almost an API, RoboDOM. It's just a web API. Yeah, you're gonna be shocked. Yeah, that's a nice little sidetrack adventure. Oh, great. Why is this thing on fire? Okay, sudo arma frontend. So I want to npx clear cache. What's the thing it's called? npx is being bad. npx clear npx cache. Don't know why npx is being bad, but this usually fixes it. npx create React app frontend. Let's give it another try. This version isn't. Oh, it's. You don't want to see that as your first line. I think we are making progress though, because I think it died earlier last time. Oh hey, yeah, I can mark that off our little list. There we go. No. Okay, hopefully this doesn't matter. npm I don't know why this thing's being angry, but no matching version for pretty format. Okay, it seems to not be a problem. Hopefully. Crossing our fingers. Oh, port 3000. Yeah, my stream's running on that. Let's see if it runs. If it runs, I'm going to call this a success. No. Wait. Not a success? Why not? Cannot find web vitals. Okay, well that's an interesting error. I mean, I don't really want web vitals. Cannot resolve web-vitals. Oh, here it is. Guess I don't want it. The fact that's broken is a bad sign, obviously. Report web buckets. Get over it. You worked last stream. I don't know why it's being so problematic. Again, I don't think this is necessarily create React app. It's probably just... Oh, that line. Probably just my system being broken. Yeah, I mean, I was going to delete it anyway. It's just like the fact that I have to delete it because of some error is indicative of, like, I'm treating a symptom. I'm not treating the problem, you know, Jazzy Pants. I'm just, like, crossing fingers that this is, won't be in my way when I get to React Router and stuff, you know? So it's like, symptom treated. Everyone cross our fingers. But yeah, so we ran create React app. My system's broken on fire, so I had to delete that. Usually you want to delete it anyway. And yeah, we have a create React app called Frontend in our folder. Yeah, hopefully we can get React Router, because that's the only one we really want, and it won't catch on fire. Now in this project, it's kind of, if you've been to my last streams, my front end is inside the backend folder. While I am going to initially do it this way, by the end of the stream, I'll show how to deploy them separately in case you prefer that instead. So I personally like them being inside the same thing. Makes it easier for me. But we'll go show the other way later. What's important though is we have a React app right here, and we need to start moving the old code into here. So it's going to go from our views, and we're going to start with our main, because this is all of our fun header stuff. So we're going to be like, this is all awesome, yoink, yoink, yoink. And we're going to put it not into our React app, because that's not where it goes, but into our HTML, which is a template for our React app eventually gets injected. So we're just gonna throw this. I copied a lot that I shouldn't have. There, script body HTML. I'm just gonna start smushing it together. Get rid of these comments. I love comments. I don't like my white space being mushed. And we're going to start with the header being in the HTML, but we will Reactify it shortly. Goldfish memory, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we don't want to put these in the tab, but after the title, I think. If we have one CSS file, fav icon, yeah, title, I think we'll want that. All this other stuff, we already have that. Okay, so that should be our header. Now there's one CSS file. I think this should work. There we go. It's starting to come in already. Obviously very janky, but slowly making its way. Now one thing whenever you're using a Create React app or Vite or any separate front end, you basically take all the stuff in your public folder and you move it over. So we have old public, we have new public. I'm just gonna yoink, yoink, and completely delete old public. Again, for deployment, there'll be two different strategies. For now, we ain't deploying till the end. So it's in here. We do have a little fav icon, so just to be React happy, we'll place the old fav icon and move this one also. How did this thing? Link rel icon. Why not? Right? Not. Awesome. We should see a little Bob in the corner. Look at the little Bob. Cute little fella. Now that is the main, so that's our header and our footer. I'm going to delete these things as we complete them. And now it's time for the home page, after which we'll have to bring in React Router. So let's hit up our home page, which is our index, which is this code right here. So yoink, goodbye, old index. I said goodbye. On our source folder, essentially, until we get router in here, it's this right here. Which means we do not need the logo anymore. And this should be visually similar, almost perfect, because we're missing one CSS file. So notice that before, our CSS file was in the public folder. But now, when it's using Create React App or Vite or any kind of bundler, our CSS files are in the source folder. So I'm just going to drag that over there. Now that's an empty folder. We can delete it. We don't need empty folders where we're going. Instead of importing app CSS, I'm going to import style.css inside our index. I don't want to break too many names. Yeah, we'll delete the old index CSS and rename this to style CSS so we can make a one-to-one relation between old and new files. Now if I refresh, it doesn't work. Why not? Oh, this file's empty? Oh, I thought the file had something in it. Whoops. Well, it was centered before. So this is my header. Which has to do with my header. Oh, HTML. Called class. There we go. Our home page is here. Don't do anything though, because none of this is working. Now at this point, we can't really, I mean, you could, but the next step is getting React Router in the equation, and I'm going to leave this here. We can come back later and Reactify it if we really want. I think it's perfectly fine just sitting right there. Let's delete some other files that we do not want. Yeah, we're not going to do testing. Sorry, it's not that stream. To buy all the test files. We can keep all these, but we're also going to trim this down as much as possible. Goodbye manifest. Goodbye robots. These are all good things to have. We're not going to have them. And then to update these, index HTML, get rid of manifest and random logo. And we'll go ahead and update this thing while we're here. Get point to the pointy thing. And update that. This is just so when it's deployed to a subpath or whatever, it'll figure itself out. This is a good pattern to use with Create React App. And with that, we gotta start React routering our way through this. So first I'm gonna rename this to JSX. Every single time you test yeeted, yeah, one of these days, we're gonna start writing in there, and I swear, eventually it's gonna happen. You're gonna be reading something that uses the test, and you're gonna automatically yeet it, and then they're like, okay, so now open the test file, and you're just like, what? It's gone though. I already yeeted it, folks. Yeah, it do be time for why are you angry? Time to make this thing happy because I renamed a bunch of stuff and it does not like when you rename stuff. Let's just say that. Correction, it does not like when you rename stuff while it is running. It gone. Poof. Okay, it's time for React Router. We're just going to go having multiple pages and then, yeah, I mean, we're going to move forward as much as we can, then go to the back end. So we're going to do as much front and then back. So last time, I went React Router based on memory, but we'll go ahead and go the tutorial-y way. But I'm not using Vite. We're already on to a bad start. There we go, and we do this in our index, apparently. Again, I'm following the tutorial. Last time I followed memory. Realized that did not really help anyone. I mean, that's probably a Create React App template. They do exist. I just haven't... I imagine a template that's just the base with a bunch of stuff removed, right? Not too surprising. So we're npm installing React Router DOM. Probably was an instruction. Oh yeah, because they use a template. We did not use a template. Now that we have installed it, we're gonna see if this works. I'm gonna change the to port. So I didn't update the last bit, which said to replace our app with a router provider. We'll see if this works. It's a div that says hello world. Ta-da! So now they're making source routes root JSX input root from the thing. Okay, so they're just starting to create files. They call it routes. We used to call it pages back in my day. We're making a routes folder. And then we're calling it root. And export default. Okay, it's just literally code. Yeah, so this is my homepage. I already have a homepage. It's right here. Yoink. Yoink. I'll just call you root. I like my inlines. I know how to spell the word default. And then we go to our index.jsx and we use root right here. And VS Code's like, I got you with an import. Very cool of it. Then our homepage, looking good. Oh, look at this. It gives you a free, whatchamacallit, free 404 error. Ain't that nice? They didn't have that before. Gross. Yes, it is gross. So make an error page. I'm gonna put this in routes. I'm a weirdo. Hey, developer, that's me. I don't have that on me. Error page. I'll call it error page to somewhat match what they're on about. Okay, a little bit of fun here. Return this stuff, and okay, here come the hooks, people. So we're going to use the use route error hook. Could you have a more clearer name, right? We're going full, what do you call it? Full MongoDB with the descriptive error names. So a route error is unknown. Oh, that's the least useful typing. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. Now we add it as error element to our root. Cool, cool. Make the import happy, and let's see. Oops, an unexpected error has occurred. Not found. Look at our console. That's, I guess that's what I was expecting. And I'm loving that. I think we can get one more page in before our break. Okay, this is a lot of stuff. We're just gonna make another page. Goodbye, tutorial. You will be missed. Login JSX. Make a copy of root. And then we go to our login JSX old route. Yeah, we're coming here. Which is main blah 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 yoink. And paste. And we have messages, which we do not actually have yet. So comment it out. Boom, there we go. They have to actually add the page. Blah. Robodom, yeah, do I ever have trouble maintaining motivation? For sure, yeah. I mean, it's, for me, it's generally, I guess it kind of is like the Trophy Shadow graph, where it's sometimes I'm, really motivated, and then other times I physically do not want to touch code, It varies. Sometimes, usually it's, if I keep it balanced, it's whatever it is, will only last a day, usually. I just try to keep balance. But before I really figured it out, I used to go, just, go ham on it, and then I couldn't touch code for a week. I don't know why. I just felt like I despised it for whatever reason. Yeah, physically don't want to touch code. I can't really describe it much more than, just zero motivation, almost a anti-motivation of, I will go out of my way not to touch code today. I mean, what helped me not get back on the grind was kind of not. It's like that's always, I don't know if it's called burnout or I'm just using the wrong term, but for me it always felt like I burned myself out on it, right? And I just needed a break. The break usually did get me back on the grind. That and actual deadlines kind of forced me to jump back on it. But now I usually, it doesn't last more than a day because I can feel myself starting to burn out, and I just give myself a break before it. So enough times of being like, I got nothing done this week. It's like I just eventually started sensing it, like, oh no, here it comes, and I just stopped the train a little early. Yeah, I mean, literally, Jazzy. It literally anything else, at least for me, relieves that I don't know. Again, I don't physically know what to call it, like burnout, pressure, or whatever it is. Just literally anything would work. There you go. Wait a minute. What are you saying? Yeah, I mean, hey, I mean, that honestly works for me too. Yeah, just me touching it's the thing I don't want to do, or at least back when I burned out that much. Yeah. Yep, go in diffuse mode. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know all the terms back then, but that's what I was doing. It was just bulking focus and bulking diffusing. Hey, there we go. We have a login page. And with that, we were at the top of the hour. Let's go back to the home page. Well, there's no home page. But we can go to the home page, and then we can. Nope, we can't go to the login page because I broke that. Let's at least get that part working. Link to. So replace these with the cool links. So they're super cool. So when you come here and you click them, poof, ta-da! Yeah, RoboDom, when you're in it, right? There's no magic secret that I'm aware of to jump you out of it. You just you'll slowly ramp yourself out of it, and well, hopefully next time you'll see the signs and make the trough not so deep next time. That's all I can really advise. Yeah, that's right, Mava. You don't have to really put any effort. I mean, you have to effort to like think about it, but you don't have to put any creative effort into it. But yeah, we have Reactified, the home page, and the login page, though not really. The login page is not done. With that, we are a little bit past the top of the hour, so we will be taking our break. And of course, Robodom, yeah, it's all about balance, like Jazzy said. And you're pushing through too, Robodom. I mean, you've been going at this what it feels like, oh, at least an hour. You've been knocking out that banky sesh. Speaking of, we should all be taking a break. Stretch, hydrate, relax, whatever you gotta do. Yeah, Robodom, everyone's pushing through at their own pace. That is for sure. Hey, thanks for that fall there, rigor mortis. I'm taking a break right now, but we'll be back in about 4 minutes to finish reactifying our lovely code. Welcome on back from the break, folks. If you're gonna make your way on back. There we go. So we continue the React-ification. There we go. It seems about right. Oh, that would be right if I set the things right. Yeah, there we go. No, that's wrong. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so last we left off, we did a little bit of React routing. Very, very amazing React routing. We have a home page and a login form. We're going to go as far as we can without touching the backend by making a sign up page. JSX, and it's going to be a copy of the login page, but with a sign up form. Surprise, surprise. Also delete our old login page as we yoink the old sign up page. And again, we don't have messages working, so we're just gonna comment it out. Auto format, thing looks fine. Name this a sign up. And add the route for it, which is in our index.js apparently. In my day, we put it in app.jsx. We bring in our sign up component. Where's it not working? VS Code. VS Code, come on. Doing it manually. What are we, cave people? Absolute travesty. This is making me realize that this link should take you back to the home page, so we're also gonna bring that in. So to our HTML, I love this. Time to Reactify it. So this is interesting. It is something that is visible on every page. Now, I'm not figuring out the React router way of doing that, so we're just gonna inline it like this. We'll do it the good way later. Like they say, refactoring for closers. So it's just gonna go to the home page first. Eventually we'll make it pretty and go other places, but right now, okay, I did not like that. Big yikes. Big yikes. Did not like. Very unhappy. Okay, because I did it outside of the router provider, huh? Okay, so I guess we are commenting this out until I get to that part of the tutorial. We'll figure it out. It's one of the weird outlet things I need. Nested routes. There we go. And then render an outlet. Okay. So under my forward slash, I need a root. And then under there goes an array of children objects. I'm loving that. So under here goes paste. Ooh. I'm liking this. Not so much the letter U. Path element. I don't think I need an error element anymore because it's handled by the parent error element, which means our root is what gets our little header stuff. Right, React fragment for rendering two elements. Now apparently, so this is my root, no longer my home page. This is where I need an outlet. Is that how I use an outlet? Looks like how I use an outlet to me. So as good as root is, I want an index page. How do I do that? I'm not doing loading data. We are not doing this. I'm looking for, how do I have an index? Nope, it's not what I want. Nope, not what I want. Kind of like an or for their outlet, right? So it's outlet or default stuff. I love loading data. Data, my favorite thing. Can we get past the data? So much data. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Error element. Okay, contextual errors. Love that. Index routes. Here we go. We load up the app. You notice a big blank page. Yes, I'm very sad about this. Outlet has nothing to render. Yes, this is my sadness. There it is. Okay, so you create a child with an index of true instead of a path. You pass an element. Easy. Index.js. Don't forget the X. I want that React logic or that React tracking on GitHub. Oh, I'm not going to return all that junk. Give an import for the link. Everyone's happy. Now on my index.jsx, I create a child with a index true and a element. Well, you tried. Of index. Oh, I think it's gonna work. But at the home page, well, at this page, we go here, we hit login, we go sign up. All the clicky clacky buttons go clicky and clacky. And on all of them, we have this nifty little header. Okay, I'm loving this so far. I guess this is all I really... Hey, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, we got 3 whole pages, and we're using the newfangled outlet. All the fancy, cool stuff. I honestly think we have gone as far as we can just on the front end, because all the other pages require like being logged in and these forms working. So this isn't a React router tutorial. This is just good old React. So we're just gonna make it work. So we're not gonna use all the built-in data magic. We're gonna use more React similar stuff. Let's get an auto format there. So our login form, we need to make a post to the server, and we need the server to tell us our new user if we have logged in. That's right, we gotta actually log in to log in. We got some work ahead of us. Now, the thing about our login page... Oh no, hold on. Because our login page, we'll need to like make the fetch and do all the fun stuff. It'll then need to update the user. Okay, this is interesting. So if I have like a user object here, the user object needs to be globalized, kind of like a React context or Redux. I don't really want to do all that work, so I'm thinking if I can have just root pass stuff to outlet. So React router pass, what do we call this? Pass props to outlet. I can do that, right? Pass props to, thank you, Stack Overflow. You can do it with outlet context. Okay. Or use the context. I don't want to use the context API. Oh no. Okay, let's search for outlet. Use outlet context. Often parent mounts manage state you want shared with child routes. Good. Create your own this is literally just using the context API. Okay, I guess this is what we're supposed to do. They've just wrapped it in a little hook for us. So this is literally using context, but using the React router kind of it. Okay, this is the way we're supposed to do it, and this is the way we will do it. Yeah, so what kind of state do we need globalized? That's kind of, we gotta think of our data. Well, in order to log in and log out, we need our current user. So let's start making some state. How convenient. Yeah, they pulled a material UI and just wrapped it in their own thing, which I understand why. Like, I'm not dishing on that. Like, it wasn't there before, so they just updated their API to be compliant with it. It's just like, oh, from a new user's perspective, it's kind of like it's a reflective thing. It's funny how it's all becoming looking like the same thing. Okay, so we have messages, and then we have a user, and we'd like to pass this to. It's actually a cleaner API, to be honest, now that I'm looking at it, because you pass it straight to the outlet, which is what I was trying to do, and you can then destructure it out. But yeah, they actually did improve on it. It's not just a wrapper. Context equals, here's the thing, I need all of these, so I need the user, the set user, messages, set messages, all the things. Well, messages, there we go. And now in my child, I can be like, hey, I have a user. Thank you, Copilot. You really tried that. That was really close. Use outlet context. And from here, I'm just going to do some logging. Just log all the things. What do we get? Hey, we have all the things. We have a null and an empty object, so there's not much there, but it's here. I guess we can make our messages thing work, but we don't need that. We just need, we can make our messages, because my goal is to do as much front end without touching the back end, so. Now I'm thinking about it, messages belongs on every route. And I don't need to read messages, I just need to set messages. So again, love trimming down how much data you're passing around. Always a good thing to do. It's like, this is where our messages should be rendered. Which means we need a component, which introduces our first component. Or our first component that kind of exists as a components folder. Messages JSX. Ooh, and I think I didn't even need to do that. Oh, we can just take our old one and just put in the new one. Don't you just love it? Easy. Might as well delete the old one while we're here. Does everyone get their imports going? Said get your import. Oh, because I'm using the word messages so many times now. What? Oh, I guess I have to go up a folder. There we go, and now there's nothing to render. But if I were to fake some stuff, the cool thing about state, so you can fake its initial values, you don't have to wait for no API. Info is an array of objects. Sup. Hey, look at that lovely sup message. There it is. It's a red though. I think I oopsied my coloring. I called them both danger. It's like success, right? Is it info? I think it's info. The messages and messages inside messages. You're not wrong, Jazzy Pants. It's not the best naming, but it's not inaccurate. if I make some error messages, oh, thank you, Copilot. I like when a message world. I think errors is actually plural for whatever reason. Hey, look at that. Look at all of our pretty colors. So this is working. We didn't even need to touch our backend to figure that part out. So once we pass the right data to the messages, messageception, right? We have a messages component, which we pass a property of messages, which we're passing the variable of messages. Yeah, it's all messages all the way down. I guess my sign up could be updated since I don't need that there anymore. Okay, we have pushed it off for as long as we could. We gotta actually get around to updating the back end and the front end. So at this point, we need the front end to essentially do what we're already doing, but in React. So we could use the React router nonsense, but we ain't about to do that. We're gonna say on submit. And we would like to make this readable, so we're gonna point this to a handle submit, being a function that we create right up here. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Oh, Copilot might just do this for us. Good. Good. Okay, you're doing a thing. It's JSON. Good. Good. Okay, what are you doing? I mean, that's a good idea, I guess, Copilot. We'll figure that out. So essentially, we are grabbing our event. First thing we gotta do is we gotta say prevent default, because the browser is gonna be like, this is a form, I got this. But we're gonna have to say, no, browser, whatever you're gonna do by default, which is make an actual request, change my URL, don't do that. And then we're gonna grab the form from event.target, or I like current target better. Then from the form, we're going to grab the data, which is a cool web API. You pass it a form element. It grabs kind of like an object-like wrapper around all of the values based on name and value. Pretty smart. And then it sends off JSON. I love JSON. You love JSON. We all love JSON. This form, though, before we started messing with it, did not send JSON. It sent application / www URL encoded. So we're going to keep it as much as same as possible, which means we're not doing that. We are setting it to a new URL search params. We're passing new form data. I'll just inline this. Are we saying to string? I don't want to. And the content type is www form URL encoded. The exact same thing it was before we started messing around with it. And just to reduce duplication, we're going to say this is form action, and this is form.method, just so we can like keep all of it in the HTML. So it's extracting the action for the URL and the method for the method. I don't even know if we need this, to be honest, but future will tell us. And here comes our JSON response. It will respond in JSON. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to make it as few changes as possible, Jazzy Pants, which means leaving as much as the original code as possible intact, hence leaving it here. So all the new stuff is specifically new, because like the more you change stuff, the harder to keep track of. So if I keep all the old code looking like the old code and all the new code as additions, it's easier to track what changed, at least visually. Do I need this? I do need this. Fortunately, though, some things do need to be changed. So as our first is our response, which will be JSON, because why not? We need to, so right now we're creating it as we write it, because we haven't gotten to the back end. I think the way our response can look like is it can have a user property with the user and a messages property with any messages that were messaged, whatever. So it's basically going to say, instead of if JSON error, which is weird, we're going to say if JSON messages, then set messages JSON dot messages. And then if JSON dot user, we're going to set the user to JSON dot user. Based on that quick little scaffolding of what future me is going to write, I think that's a pretty okay way of writing it. Yeah, and all that writing kind of does what I want it to. It also reveals that while I do use set user and set messages, I don't use the actual user here, so I do not need that. I think we have gone as far as we can without touching our backend. So to the backend we go. So specifically, we are messing with the post login route. So we are going to our server to figure out our routes. We're looking for a router. And here we go. We got / routes and post routes. As we're not touching post routes, we probably want to go to the / routes, which has all of our auth related stuff and our profile. We can see we also have post / login, which takes us to our post login controller, which does a bunch of stuff. The stuff we care about is when we redirect, because we don't do that anymore. We send back JSON. So in this particular route, it's when there are errors. So we are JSONing messages as all of the messages that Flash currently has stored. Probably thinking, well, we never had to call recFlash without parameters before. That's because response.render did this automatically for us under the hood. But now that we're not using response.render, we gotta do this manually. So when there's an error, send the messages back. And when there's another error, send the messages back. So we're just gonna do some copying and pasting. And then when you log in, we want to log you in. So we're still going to send you the messages because apparently there's a message here. But in addition to the messages, we're also going to send you the current user, which it's already called user. So method shorthand syntax, we can use user, or we can do user : user. It is effectively the same. This should allow us to log in. Okay, at this point we gotta try it, and the best way to figure it out, actually we have dev tools. Yeah, so we made a bunch of changes. Let's hit up the React dev tools since we're actually using React, and we can see, oh my gosh, there is so much junk here. Yeah, data router state, navigation, location. This is what happens when you use basically any library. They have a bunch of rappy thingies that you just gotta look through, but eventually you'll get to what you care about, my root. You can see React Router or React DevTools has gotten smarter over the years. It's named your state variable null. It's names, like it's got names for all the cool stuff. And then you got login, which uses the hook, which grabs you can look at all that too if you care about it. I don't really care about it. Until we go clicky clacky, try to log in. Is there a user? Well, first we want to fail. So let's fail real quick. Blah, blah, blah. So we clicked it, and notice here the number went up. So something went wrong. Oh, maybe that's not something we care about. It's JSON parse unexpected character. So this is basically saying we didn't get back the JSON we were looking for. Now this is a part where this is our first interaction with the backend from Create React App. We can always check to see why this failed by going to the URL that it failed on, maybe, or by clicking on it and clicking on the response. And we can see cannot post /login. Wow, that is deceptive as all heck. So here's what's really happening. Notice the port is 3000, but notice our backend is running on 2121. So our fetch did not go to our backend. The way to tell it to go to our backend in development mode is to come over here and add a proxy field to the JSON, telling it essentially whenever a request is made and it is 404 not found, I want you to take that request and pass it along. So pass it along to this server right here. And now you should see, I don't know why else the server didn't respond. It's not on. You also need to turn the server on, so don't forget to do all of these things. And now we might need to restart, to be honest. Yeah, when you modify any settings in like package JSON or whatever, you usually gotta turn it off and back on. Same for environment variables. You go messing with environment variables, gotta turn it off and back on usually. Now we play the waiting game. Oh, it's not ready yet. Okay, we have some weird typos somewhere, but let's hit up the login page. Oh, that's on fire. Oh, yeah, Mavi, unfortunately, like, this is what Next.js is solving, right? You see this little dance we're getting to, like, so you got the front end, that's not an F. You got the front end, and then you got a back end, but the thing is, like, they're totally separate. Even though I put it in the same folder, you have to get them to talk to each other, right? So it needs to talk, and then, well, the back end doesn't really need to talk to the front end. So they're separate things, and they need to talk. Before, it was like you got your back end, then you got your EJS in here, and it was all in the same project. They didn't really need to figure out how to talk. But now, since they're separate, they need to be told to talk to each other. Specifically in development, we're telling the front end when it fails, go to the back end. In production, yeah, it's work, Mavi. It's work. There's no way to get around it. There's a little bit of setup work, unfortunately. This is what things like Next.js and other more complete template things kind of take the work away from, but someone's got to do the work. So we have root. Let's try to log in again. Blah, blah, blah. And go to our console, and we have a 500. Notice it was 404. Now it's 500. Now, for 500, we know that's a server error. So if we look at our server, we see it's angry. Expected a string, but received an undefined. Yeah, Mavi. I mean, yeah, we'll take a peek at that too. I don't know if we'll go full next on Bub, but we'll take a peek at it. So, expected a string, but got an undefined. If we track this down, we can see it's this line right here, rec body email. I can already assume rec.body is an empty object of sadness. Let's look at it just to be sure. Rec.body. Click the cool button. As expected, rec.body sad, empty object, which means the data we sent did not get parsed. First thing to check, did I actually send the data? Because you could have just pulled an oopsie and been like, why can't you read my mind? So you check the request and you see there's stuff here. And then you look at the headers to make sure it's the correct header. I want the request header. Content type. That should be right. Firefox should auto parse this. Something's wrong. Yeah, I mean that's what you gotta do in my view, right? You ain't man out of time, so it's just get it working. Which is what I'm about to do in like 2 minutes if I can't fix this. Where'd that login route go? There it is. Content type for you encoded. Form ink type. This is Anki failing me, so I'm always typing this thing wrong. Exactly, Jazzy Pants, just the right tool for the job. If a tool takes so long to do something, then maybe it wasn't the right tool after all. Oh my gosh. There's X hyphen. Oh no. 2 characters broke this form, I think. Hit clear, hit submit. It works. Okay, so it's not application / www form URL encoded. It is application / X hyphen. Why do we need X's? What is this? Xbox 360 days? Like, do you want some more X's at the end? We should vary them XXX, right? Let's just throw all the X's on this content type while we're at it. How painful. But now, when I go to the request, you notice how the browser is like, it prettified it, right? That's how I knew something was wrong. I knew the header was wrong because the browser did not prettify it and do this thing here. And the color was all wrong too. So I was like, the spider sense was tingling. Like, what did I do? But yeah, look at that. It's a message from the server. Invalid email or password. You click it. It's a message. I don't know what we're looking for. If I enter the correct, well, before I do that, let's look at the state. Because now that we're actually using React, we can look at some state and we can see, look here. Messages is an object with a property of errors, which is an array with an object which has a little MSG. The good MSG, not the bad MSG. Invalid email or password. Okay, which means once I hit this login here, we'll see the user update. Ka-chow, look at that. We have a message of success, which I forgot about that. And look, our user is the JSON of our user. So we got ID, username, email, and password. So one thing I can do, I can update the rendering of messages. Hey, thanks for that follow there. How fix software. Hope your day's been going well. Over here just React-ifying some cool stuff. Sorry, goldfish memory. I'm going to update messages because I'm not rendering all the cool messages. Apparently, there's a success message that nobody rendered, so even the EJS wasn't rendering this thing. And I guess Bootstrap has. Wow, thank you. I think Bootstrap has a success alert. It's green. It's green! Green for go. Okay, this is working great. About to add a to-do to this. To-do. Click messages to miss. BSC messages to dismiss. It's like I should be able to click these and get rid of them because now they're kind of gonna follow me everywhere. I can't get rid of this message. But that's future me's problem. Now, we need to continue our logic and, well, I guess it's a sign up page at this point. Yeah, sign up page is the next one. Since it's so similar, I'm gonna just. No, I got a theory though. Let's see if I need this header, because I don't know if I really needed that header. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Asj23. Hope your Saturday has been going well. Mine has been making pretty good progress on the React-ification of this full stack app. Okay, it turns out in this very specific case of whatchamacallit, form data with URL search params, you do not need to send the header. You probably should though, or else you're gonna run into the error I did. But if you do send the header, make sure it's the right header and not the wrong header, or else you'll end up with the error I did. And I ran into that error. I'm going to blame Copilot because I just accepted Copilot's results without doing any thinking. So, to the sign up page to do the exact same thing. I'm not going to surprise y'all. It's going to be the exact same. I think it literally will be the exact same code. Thank you for the import. So here's our lovely form. We're going to say on submit equals handle submit. Again, it's just the way I like to name it. And I'm going to change nothing about this function. So remember, because I used the existing form HTML, the existing action, the existing method, I don't need to change it in theory. Again, I'm making as few changes as possible to the existing code. So head to the sign up page. So let's just use a too short password. It was a really good try. Actually, it was a perfect try. So let's see. Check our requests. We sent good data. What we didn't do is we got a profile. Like, well, I didn't ask for this. Gotta update the backend. So our post login, amazing. Everyone loves post login. Post sign up though. Doing all the old stuff. Thank you, Copilot. We want to, when we fail, we send our messages back. Yep, when you fail, you send your messages back. And when you succeed, you send back a user and your messages back, because there are probably messages. Which means when I click this button this time, we get our error. Password must be at least something long. I do fill it in, but I don't match them. Awesome, but I matched them. Let's, which tab do I want to look at? Well, I'm technically still logged in as the other user, but when I hit submit, oh, that's right. Email 0. Got it. Please enter a valid. Okay, I'm email A. Account with username A. Hey, look at that. We have signed in, and look, if you blink, you would have missed it. Our username is now username A. Our email is now email A. Again, if you blinked, you would have missed it. I personally blinked, so I did miss it. Our ID is also different, and our password is also different. Now, we're still sitting here because we didn't do anything, but we signed up successfully. Again, same changes on the back end, same identical code on the front end. So much identical. This could be wrapped in its own component or something, but we ain't there yet. So yeah, we got some more things to do. One thing is we're going to do a little thing. So when you're at the home page, like you click this link, you go to the home page. When you're logged in, though, when you click this link, it should take you to your profile. So let's make that slight change. That's going to be a ternary. Don't be freaked out, though. So if there's a user, it's /profile. If there's no user, it's just /. So if I hit a refresh, which we haven't done in a hot minute, we're going to see it's / because I'm not logged in. But wait, I am logged in. Remember, EJS used to send the front end the currently logged in user. But EJS can't do that anymore because the server isn't really involved in the initial loading. So the solution for this is once the page loads, once React loads, React will ask the server, hey, who am I? And then the server will say, well, you are this user, or you're nobody. So that is a whole new route. What do I want to call this one? I think we'll just call it something simple. Router dot get / user, and it's going to be auth controller get user. Yeah, that seems right. Now I guess I'll need to make that get login. Let's fold this so I can figure out where I want to shove this. Get post logout. I guess I'll put it at the top here. Exports get user. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, that was a really good try. So we don't want to do any render calls. Those are days old. We want to send as JSON the current user. So this should be good. So we can test if this is working by directly accessing the API ourselves by hitting the user endpoint. Nope, wrong URL. That was a me, not a you. Oh, that's... again, the weird talking between front and back end. Gotta go to 2121 user. And you can see I have as JSON my currently logged in user. Let's log out though real quick. Okay, logout kind of caught on fire, but I did log out successfully. If we go back to / user, we get nothing, which is cool and all. Right, how do I want to do this? Oh, come on, don't be that. There you go. So I want it to be a null value because look at the... Hold on, goldfish memory. Yeah, so there's some logic I want to enact here, which basically says when the user is not logged in, they are undefined. When they are logged in, they are a cool object. Nope. Nope, roll it back. When they are not logged in, they are null. When they are logged in, they're an object. When we don't know, they are undefined. So it's like one of them 3 switch light bulbs. There are 3 possible universes for this variable. There you go, RoboDom. Good job. 2 hours. That's it. That's the longest I've ever done a Banky session for sure. I don't take him for that long, so congrats. Lots to learn. There's always more to learn, RoboDom. Yeah, high five for sure. Is that a command? I gotta think of what that's supposed to do now. That's a good one. So we have our backup set up to be talked to, but we now need our front end to talk to the back end. The way we're going to do this is with a use effect hook. Oh, 2 hours of Banky and then 2 hours of Code Wars. My word, you're definitely putting in the work there, RoboDom. Yeah. Okay, now we've written this use effect hook, which what it does is when the component mounts, that's what this empty dependency array means, we run this code, which goes to the wrong endpoint, goes to /user, and it asks, hey, give me this as JSON, and then whatever you get back, I want to set my user to whatever res.user is. I mean, you get that super review tomorrow, so don't fry yourself too bad. But yeah, you're definitely putting in that work for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah, your dedication, your consistency, gonna pay off. Don't you worry about it. Mhm. Okay, so now this is working. I want a console log to show you how it's working. So let's look at the. Okay, well, where's this thing at? Class. I'm gonna make that error be quiet. So when we first come to the page, let's see what happens. We have a user of undefined, and then we have a user of null. So you can see it was initially undefined, then the fetch went through, and it became null, indicating we ain't logged in. Hey, go inspired. Look at you already there, Robodom. Inspiration. I mean, you can do him in your sleep. Then you can do both, right? I mean, I don't know. That sounds like compromise to me. Just sleep code war. That's the obvious solution here. Okay, now notice again, as we changed it, the user is now an object. So go to console logs, and here comes the magic. When we make a refresh, which people do, and we come to this page for the first time, it's undefined, and then it's an object. It remembers us. Ain't that nice? If only, Robodom, if only. So now this is working. And now if you click on this link, we'll go to profile, which doesn't exist yet. Okay, why'd that break so badly? Huh. Okay, I'll figure that out later. I want the error element to be in the outlet or whatever, right? Um, how do I do that, right? Is this just another thing where it's error element? Because this isn't doing what I want. Hey, appreciate that, Robodom. Yeah, that's true, Jazzy Pants. The backend always remembers. Like, all that session stuff, all the cookies, the browser's still handling that for us. Hey, developers, don't talk to me. I don't like my code talk to me. Don't address me directly. Okay, so it's still very much broken. Okay, again, this is me fiddling with React Router, being like, why don't you do it how I want you to do it? But this is good enough. So yeah, you go to 4.4, you get all the sadness, which means, I mean, yeah, we got logging in and signing up working. I just want to get something on the page though, just to show it's working. I swear it's working. Hi, user.username. Okay, yeah, look at that. Look, there's text. And if we were to log out, which we're doing it manually, 21. There we go, and it breaks a little bit, and then we come back. We got no user, but as we log in, boom, the username appears, message appears. And if we come with a refresh, it don't know who we are. Then it asks who we are. Then the backend tells us who we are. That's some pretty good progress, I would say. Next, after this break, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a profile page work. So it'll actually show the profile page, and then we'll make both of these forms send you to the profile page, which it was doing, but it's not anymore. So gonna make that profile page and make this thing take you there. With that, it do be time to relax, take a break. Everyone join in that 2-hour nap, maybe. Or to make it a 2-minute nap and we'll catch it back in time, right? Stretch, hydrate, and relax, and we will get that profile page when we come back. Feel free to slowly make your way on back, folks, as our break is coming to an end. And here we go. More React-ification. See if I get my numbers right. 51. Nope, too much. 49. That's still too much. Yeah, good enough math. 4 minutes. Nope, that's not right. Nope, that's... How have I messed this up so badly? There we go. Good. Nope, wrong way. I know how to count zeros. No. Good enough. Okay, 2,800. There we go. I appreciate the welcome back there, Robodom. After y'all watch me fiddle with numbers, let's jump back in the React code. So we love this little hi message. It's not where it goes though. We would like to see a profile page. So we're going to create ourselves a route for profile JSX. Where we go to our profile JSX and we copy it all. This also may be like an easier strategy instead of migrating it with such a large leap from straight EJS to React. Maybe migrate to JSX and then migrate that JSX to React. Because if you've noticed, for almost all of these pages, what I have done is created the component and pasted in the JSX I already converted from the first step of this whole project. So if you do actually want to go full React, maybe that'll be a incremental upgrade strategy for you. Post list, we're gonna turn that off, so I haven't written it yet. And we're gonna start making this happy. So we need a user. How do we get a user? We ask the outlet context. You gonna copilot for me? Yes, you are. Though we don't need all this. Oh, I broke it. There we go. Let's see if VS Code can get me that import. Good VS Code. Who's a good VS Code? Okay, it's looking pretty good. Actually, this. Okay, I need to tell the router to point here. See, I'm so used to Next.js file-based routing. It's like I created a file. The route automatically exists. And no, it don't. Let's see if we can do a fancy replace. Yeah, I love me a fancy replace. With this, when I hit the profile link, okay, now when I hit the profile link, we're at the profile. Now, I have a post. We're obviously not seeing it. So, again, I'm doing as much work as I can without touching the back end. So let's do the rendering of our post first. So we're using a post list, which we pass an array of posts. We have no array of posts. This is something we're going to be additionally, just like in our root, where we fetch some data on mount. We're also going to fetch some data on the mount of this component, which means we're going to have a variable, which is going to look like that. It's going to be initialized to an empty array because there do be no posts. And then make ourselves a use effect, which we will fetch all of our lovely posts. Come on, Copilot, you're really close. Yep, and when we get them, we're going to set the post to what we respond with and close off the hook. Okay, yeah, Copilot, satisfactory. But we don't have this route yet, so we need to make this route. Ooh, that's a good one, Jazzy Pants. So let's think through that process. Whenever we update our, when we add something, we make an upload, a new post is added in the world. We could make this dependency array, essentially make this fetch happen again. That would be one way to do it. You know what, we'll actually do it that way before we do it a more optimal way, which is our form here. When we create a post, this will send back the data and we will add it to our posts array. Both of these perfectly valid solutions. I think the second one's a little better, though we'll also, that's perfectly good. I mean, hey, you came up with a solution there. That's exactly what maybe you would do. And technically, like, if it's one user, but like, what if something got created intermediately? That would keep the UI more up to date than just only adding the one you added. But yeah, two different approaches, pros and cons each side. We're gonna do it this way first, which means we gotta update our backend. So it said API post, which honestly is not a bad one, but we don't want that. This is our first conflict of route names. So let's look at our routes. No, not those routes. These routes. No, not those routes. Yeah. Profile page. Look at this lovely get/profile. Wait a minute. We're already at /profile. This is something React handles, which means that the data that this get profile thing, the data, as in this post right here, we need this data, but it can't be on this route. It can't be on get/post or get/profile because we're on get/profile. So a common way to do it, and the way I'm going to do it, is by prefixing it with an API endpoint, which is what Copilot was like, is this what you want? So essentially, at least for our posts, for our posts and for our route actually, the entire thing, essentially we're just going to add /API to everything. Thanks to us using routers though, we don't have to do that here. We can go to the server and be like /API here and /API post here. That's one of the advantages of using routers that was talked about. You can change the whole slew of them at one place. This does mean I just broke my user route, but that can easily be fixed by heading up to our root. Instead of fetching user, fetch API user. All is well. And now our forms, so we try to change as little as possible. I guess it's technically can say post sign up. Okay, so maybe you can't just change 2 lines and be done with it. Okay, it's a little bit more fine-tuned, I guess. But the post stuff is under API, right? And again, if you go super MVC, this might get easier, but login, feed, so it's API profile, API feed, and it's API, again, just baddies writing bad code, getting this to work. No, we're not going to delete it until we need to. Yeah, so essentially, we've put in the feed information we need under, find the file. One of these files, I swear. It's this file. There we go. API profile to get us our profile information, which is an array of posts. Now, our backend needs to actually give us this as JSON. Right now we're doing a dot render. Very uncool. Not what we want to do. We want to say dot JSON and pass it the array of posts. Now, thankfully, we don't have to dot lean. It will auto lean it for us because it's sending it through JSON. So we don't have to have those flashbacks of, oh my gosh, I forgot to lean again. Hey, coding cat codes, how's it going? Doing pretty well myself, just reactifying this binary upload boom full stack app. I'd say we're, what are we, about over maybe a third, almost halfway through it, honestly. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. Get some stuff to comment out. Yeah, we're making pretty well progress. An error has occurred. Oh no. An error. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not logged in, I guess. password. Now I'm logged in, and now I can go to the profile. Awesome. Now if we look in our React Dev Tools, we can see, not there, in our profile, why it's supposed to do, parse hook names from source. Interesting. Let's compact that. Actually, we want to, yeah, it's not doing its job. I'm trying to figure out why. Okay, so it's not figuring out that this is the post array, but it is here. It just doesn't know it, unfortunately. But here we can see the post, which is an array of objects. Our individual post has our lovely image and all this other good stuff that we get to pass to our lovely post list. Oh, hey, I'm greatly I'm glad I could help, you know. That's the whole reason I'm doing this, right? Because a lot of people were like, "Oh, do we need to React for a 100 hours project?" And people started to try to do it, but it's like we already learned all the one way to do it. So that's why I started, at the beginning with React-ifying the simpler one-page examples, the wrap API, all the way to the MVC local auth, and this is the crescendo, the finale, the binary upload boom, the big one. So happy it's been able to help y'all. Another great thing about doing a JSX migration first is that I can go to my post list and be like, that's an awesome component. And be like, copy the whole thing. Ka-chow. Boom. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can do some things component based with React using like partials and include and stuff. So all is not lost with EJS despite the B syntax. And yeah, I don't know if you were here for the first part of the stream, but I did initially convert EJS to JSX without the React part first, which required zero real backend changes. So if you want, actually, it's still on there. You can all look at the code for that original change if you don't want to go full React, but you just absolutely despise EJS. That's your your middle ground, and at least for me, migration's a lot easier when you're halfway migrated. As Leon says, though, all you really need to do is have like one React project, really, and that's the one through the tutorial, to be honest, and you can answer most of the basic questions. And yeah, like Mavi said, even Leon says, if you've already started with EJS, and you should probably finish it with EJS, to be honest. It's only if you got an abundance of time and you're going for a certain interview that like wants a like you're going for React jobs, or that's what your market's flooded with, that you really need to hit up the Reacts. Nope, an image. Why is this angry? Oh, it's not having an alt prop. Alt. Oh, this is a cool thing. We can set the alt to the caption, right? Ain't that semantic and fancy? Ooh la la. Very fancy. Which means our post list should be ready to go. For sure. Yeah, it's definitely easier to keep it in EJS and finish it than do a whole bunch of rewriting. Because I mean, as you've seen from this one and previous ones, when you get a backend, you kind of got to rewrite the backend a little bit to work with your new front end. Import post list. Is that right? Show me my post. No. User is on. Oh, I didn't know whatchamacallit. This acted as an error boundary. Ain't that neat? Well, why is user undefined? Oh, I understand why it's undefined. Interesting. Okay, I'll have to figure out a React way of doing that. But look at our post. We have a post. It's right here. Ta-da. So that thing's working pretty well. Data is ready. So I see why React Router has implemented data into the actual logic of this. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can kind of jury-rig this. Your true coding cat codes, but they're due, so like, when switching from one view to an, like, React kind of breaks a little bit of the rules, unfortunately. But in the beginning of the stream, I went from EJS, the EJS template engine, to using JSX as a template engine. And in that case, I had to make 0 changes to the actual backend server. I just had to install the thing. So that is the kind of the vision of using perfect MVC. You don't have to change anything when you just change one of the things. Like, I changed the view. I didn't have to really touch the controllers. Definitely didn't have to touch the models. React and all of these kind of front-end library frameworks, Vue, Angular, Solid, Svelte, they require the backend to respond in JSON or some kind of serializable data. It's like right now, our backends respond by sending us to other pages or rendering whole new HTMLs. So it's more like the backend needs to talk to the front end accordingly, which, I mean, as you see, it does require a few changes. Fortunately, it's not the logic of the controller that really changes. It's the way we talk back. So instead of .render, we say .json. And instead of, so everything has just been, instead of .redirect, we .json. So it's not as bad as it sounds. Like, oh no, change all your backend. Like, most of the backend's staying the same. You have to change how the backend talks to the front end. As in, you're not doing redirects, you're doing .jsons. And on some edge cases, you have to change some route names maybe. So it's just a drop-in replacement, but you're not rewriting your entire backend. So it's definitely, like, I definitely say it's an advantage, but it's not a free advantage. You gotta do a little legwork. Yeah. So, like, for example, this is the last one we went through. Let me close all these out. So before, like, we had a profile page. Now this profile handler, what it would do is it would return, where is it? So it used to render the profile, so it made the HTML with EJS, and it put the post in it. But now, React has its own profile page, but I still need the same data. So it needed to, like, change the way first it communicated, like Jazzy Pants says, different delivery system. And then, this is an extreme case, I needed to change the URL a little bit so it could, like, you can't have the same method on the same thing, on the same route. So those are, like, in extreme cases, you need to prefix with an API or rename it. For the most part, though, you just put .json instead of render and redirect. And and you'll see by the end of this, you can literally do a diff once I get all this on GitHub to literally see every change I made, and you're gonna see it's not as bad as it sounds. So this page is working. I got a goldfish mirror because here's what happens when I come here. User is undefined because they are. I got it. Okay. So in my my root, if, so this is remember when I created the user, and I said the user has 3 states. You're either logged in or you're logged out, or we don't know. When we don't know, we don't render the outlet. This is going to be user triple equals undefined, we render null. Otherwise, we render the outlet. This doesn't really feel right. Again, this is the reason that React router built in the data into their stuff, but it works. When I come to this page, see there's a second of delay as we wait for this entire bottom section, but it works. Don't render until use effect is done, because I'm trying to do what manually they've automated from us. Maybe it's under the protected routes API. I'm not going to spend more than a minute on this. Blah, 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 blah. None of these official docs. Big scary. You know, you've gone off the beaten end when there's no official docs. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. Love that. Oh, if no user, navigate away. Okay, that's not really what I want. Protected route. Okay, I understand it. This is not what I was looking for. I guess the logic I could have done on the profile page is if no user, return null. That's actually what I'm going to do. If not user, return null. Because not all of them require a user. Okay. So y'all just get a preview of my architectural thought of like, maybe this or maybe this. Same effect, but you can go to the home page. You're not going to be waiting a second for a user that you don't need. See how this is instantaneous versus here is a second delay. There does not need to be a second delay on this particular page. So why is there a delay? We don't need a delay. So leave the outlet as it is. Individual pages will render nothing when they don't have a user. Hey, you took a hot minute there, Post. That's okay. We love you. Okay, this is all looking pretty good so far. Let's finish this page up by converting our anchors to links. That's a logout page. Yeah, I guess that needs there. And this one also convert to a link. Just to a feed page. We don't have that yet. And as much as I could, you know, galley vent along and make a post view page, I know I definitely want to see the creation of this into the React-ification. So on submit equals handle submit. I'll put it down here. We're baddies. Const handle submit. Oh, you don't want to make it async? Oh, I want you to do that. Prevent default. If it doesn't give me good code, I'm just going to go copy the old code. Copying the old code. Got it. Why is VS Code so confused? Yoink. Yep. Okay, so yeah, a few things have changed here. I'm going to get rid of that. Now notice how our encoding type is multi-part form data, which means we're not passing it as URL search params, which means we get rid of that wrapper. And then some other things have changed, the action and the method, but since we wrote our code smart to listen to the HTML, we don't need to touch it. And our response, once we write it, is going to be, well, there's a possibility that there's an error. So we need to handle the messages. But if there's a post, then there's a post. So this needs set messages. Love a good context. And instead of updating our user, because that's not what this does. We're going to update our post to all the old posts plus this post. So set post to all of the old post. We can grab this with the spread operator of post and the new post, which is json.posts. You might be thinking, oh, why not just say post.push json.post? That's not how we mutate state in React. Even though that would update the post variable, we need to create a new post array with the post in it, because that's the way React likes it being done. If you start mutating things, then React can't keep track, and therefore react to when things change. That's right, Jazzy Pants. Keep it pure. We're all about that purity. Gotta keep these pure components, which, for those who don't know, basically means there are no side effects. So, like, if you were to run a function a billion times, it doesn't change anything unexpected. It's kind of like all of our code wars and all of our other things. There's an input and there's an output. It doesn't touch anything outside. And with this, I'm not going to say it's going to be a first try, but I'm feeling pretty good about this. If not, I'm going to have to deal with content headers, but I don't know. We'll figure this out. I'm not feeling good enough to not open DevTools, though. So I'm not feeling that good. Check out our lovely profile. Let's make ourselves a new post. Gotta go grab me a pretty image. What's this? Try to find an image. Where is it? Oh yeah, here's an image I had. And let's see if this works. First try. Good thought. Good thought. We had great aspirations. Post, create post, not found. Okay, sadness. I think I broke that when I was getting lost in the sauce. Yeah, I put API post. So I do need to update the URL. Good, Jazzy Pants, right on the money. Yeah, API, that's right. So the URL does need to update a little bit. It didn't have to, but it's going to be easier in the long term. Love a good hot reload. Oh, it tried really hard. Profile. Not at all confusing. Let's hit up the network tab, see what incarnation they think they're doing. Oh, API post, create post. Okay, so it did it. Look at the request. It sent all the stuff, and look, there's our lovely image. We love looking at the bytes of a raw image. So it did it, but it then redirected us to /profile because I forgot to update the backend. So create post. What do you need to do? You need to send me the post back as JSON. And in order to send me the post back, you need to put the post in a variable. Const post equals right there. And since I've broken this, we're going to see the post when I hit a refresh. Ta-da! Go ahead and re-grab that image again, because gotta do it all again. It's a me. See if this works. Oh no, what now? Unexpected character. Okay, let's look at the network tab again. Hit the button. What response did we get? File type is not supported. Oh, great. It doesn't have the extension on it. But that's the one thing that our error should be handling, but we're not. This one's a PNG. Okay, I think so. It's a PNG. Got to make sure them extensions are on there. And it created the post. So this is working, as you can see. We got it posted, and yeah. Now, one thing you're going to notice is that since this is all in one app, there was no refresh, our form still has all this junk in it. We want to get rid of all that junk. So on the front end, we want to essentially say, hey, form, be clear. We only want to do this one successful, of course. And the way we can tell it, thank you, Copilot, stealing my thunder, is the HTML form elements, once you get a JavaScript reference to it, has a nifty old reset, which resets the form values back to their initial value, being whatever they were before you submitted. So if I hit submit again, you'll see they all, poof, they all went back. And that is the submission of the form. Now, that's one way to do that. We set it and we reset it. Another way to do that is to say refetch all of the things on whenever it changes. The way we can do that is by creating a little function that says, oh, thank you, Copilot, that does this, fetch post. And then, so we haven't done anything yet. We just put this function inside here. Do you need to do this for, oh, geez. Oh, okay, we don't need to do that. Ignore the warning. Ignore the warning. And instead of doing if JSON post, we kind of, So we will need it to figure out if it's changed, but instead of updating the post like that, we'll make an additional call like this. Again, it's not the most optimal way, but it does give you the livest stuff. At the expense of a little bit more expensive API call around the world. That didn't work. I didn't have the tab open. Great. What incarnation? What Copilot? What did you do? What incarnation did you just do, Copilot? You wrote a bunch of weird code. This is why you can't trust Copilot. You always gotta verify it does what you expect it to do. It added a user query, a parameter, and a partridge in a freaking pear tree. Bad post. Bad Copilot. That's the danger, Jazzy. As cool as all these autocompletes are and Copilots, it can start throwing random stuff in your code. And if you pull a rascal and you're just like, looks good, gonna get got. And I got right there. I'm paying it to mess me up. But as you can see, it now do be working. I made it. It made another fetch. So, yeah, so I made a create fetch. It did respond with the created post. I ignored it. And I made a whole new fetch to get all the new posts. So, we didn't exactly use the dependency array because we didn't kind of like need to, but it's another way you could do it. If you wanted to reuse your one instead of adding to it. A dog's code. I do know some dogs that do be coding. What is up with you? I hope your Saturday is going well. You must totally be friends of finite singularity. 'Cause there's a dog over there, Roscoe. They code all the time. Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're over here React-ifying some cool code. A full stack app over here, and we are slowly converting it to React. We already converted it to JSX, a partial upgrade, and going full React now. It's our goldfish memory. This works, I think. Any reason JavaScript over TypeScript? So I'm going through 100 devs, and I do love my TypeScript generally over JavaScript. But right now we are learning React. I guess it's last week now we learned React. So I'm doing conversion from old full stack apps to the same full stack apps using React. So if I were to throw TypeScript on top of that, the code would be a very foreign looking code. So I'm just slowly working into it. I do personally love TypeScript for all kinds of stuff. Maybe I'll convert it to TypeScript too, but generally it's just a lot to throw on at once. Yeah, you're right. It's not that much more code. And I mean, like even Leah and a bunch of people are learning TypeScript now. It's worth the investment. Just don't want to throw out all this new stuff at once, right? Keep the percentage of new stuff lower than the percentage of old stuff, right? Whenever you're learning more than 50% new, you're gonna have a bad time. I mean, hey, this React Router 6, that's new enough for me, so I'm enjoying figuring that out. Oh, this post list thing probably needs an update. And yeah, look at that. Look at that. My goldfish memory kicked in. Come on, auto import, please. For sure. I mean, it's an investment, right? As if any other tool, the more code you have, the more the investment pays off. Smaller. I mean, honestly, it's gotten better over the years, right? Because like the real investment of TypeScript is getting the building all things like compile and stuff, which if you use a template or something isn't that much, and it's writing a few types. Honestly, it's not that bad of an investment. Now, learning TypeScript is another investment, so but you only kind of gotta do that once. So as a developer, it's definitely gotta learn it, but once you do, it's basically beneficial anywhere you go. Because if it comes a problem, you just and move on with your day. You can always shut TypeScript up with a little TS ignore. Okay, this is working. Now, before we go to post, for goldfish memory, forgot to add something. We want to be able to log out. Well, I mean, this might work already. So I didn't forget that. That's the next thing we're doing. We're adding a logout page. Or a logout route, to be specific. And it's a copy of the index. 11 that. Now think of what our logout route needs to do, right? So what our logout route needs to do is it needs to make a fetch to the /API logout thing, which clears our cookies and does the logging out. And then it needs to go back to the home page. Exactly, Mavi. If you can do this, you know basic types already, right? I mean, the only like things you really need to learn with TypeScript, and that's just to be fancy, is like the records and like how to type certain interfaces and stuff, but it's all built on the primitive. So if you're good on your JavaScript, there's nothing really new there. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Write me some good code. Okay, that's not what we're doing, Copilot. I appreciate it, though. Yeah, I mean, it can be a, what do you say? Like, the upfront investment, right? Getting that set up can be, but honestly, there are a lot of settings. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The TS config is a giant freaking file with a lot of craziness in there. I honestly don't know what more than like 10% of them do. I just try to get it to do what I want, and then I move on with my day. I'm not there trying to optimize every setting. If you do that, then you're never going to get anywhere. Like once you get past the TS config nonsense for whatever you're trying to do, then you go forward. Yeah, like if you're just making like an Express app in TypeScript, you can do that manually, I'd say. Not the worst around. If you're doing anything that's not vanilla TypeScript, like you're involving Babel, or you're involving Webpack, or you're involving any bundling, don't do it manually. Figure out someone else has already done it for you. Like, thankfully, with React, almost everything, you just start renaming things to .ts, and it works. Oh, did you spend more than 20? I mean, if you've been working on one problem, then yeah, you spend on more than 20. Exactly, Mavi. You can Google the templates of what you need to do to bundle all the stuff if you want. Those are the good ones, RoboDom. Yeah, they're. I mean, React's built on arrays a lot. Everything can't go nowhere without hitting an array. Where's my set user at? Oh, it's set user. Thank you. Yeah, Google's all of our best friends there, RoboDom. That is the universal truth. So now that I have set the user, what incarnation is this angry about? Oh, set user. Have I missed that on the other ones? Oh no, they haven't been on a use effect. There we go. That's exactly it, Mavi. I mean, that's your job is literally to solve problems. Google's just another tool you use. Yeah, that's exactly it, RoboDom. So I want to use React. What's the navigate thing? Use navigate? Yeah. It's usually better to redirect in loaders and actions than this. What if I love loaders and actions. I'm not using. Wait, what? Wait, what? Because you can return or throw in loaders and actions, you can use redirect. Okay, I'm not doing that. I love that. I guess I am using use navigate because I'm not using any of that cool data stuff. Oh, I'm confident of that, RoboDom. Confident. Yeah, and once we log in or we log out, we go back to the home page. Now I just gotta add a route for this to make it happy. We're doing our index. So we'll do it below login. Makes the most sense. Give me the import. Give import. There we go. Okay. So I should be able to log out. With this here nifty old little link. That's going to be really quick, so don't blink on that one. Wow, that was... Wow, how... So fast. Much speed. Oh no, what went wrong? JSON parse. Great. It was the quickest Jazzy Pants. It was so fast. This is the longest blink some of you ever had in your lives. So I gotta figure out what went wrong. I said give me as JSON, and it was like the backend's not giving me JSON. So I gotta. Actually, I don't think I need anything from it. Well, yeah, log out is one of those things that just works. So I can completely ignore it. I love a good ignore. So our front end is going to be like, you're doing a log out? Great, I assume I am logged out. And it logs you out. Look at that. So we have logged in, hit up the profile, we hit out the log out button. Here we go. Don't blink. Boom, we gone. And why is this angry? API logout 404 not found. Oh, because it's not. I was updating the state really good. Hey, and the rainbow. Hello, hello. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Over here, reactifying some code. Yeah. It's in the to-do list. You saw the to-do list. I will eventually get rid of that message. And now I think we're logged out, which we can verify by refreshing. And we're logged out. Hey, appreciate that. Hydrate Robodom. Okay. So that works. We would like to additionally, notice when I logged in, I didn't go to the profile. So we're going to do the same thing over there. Const navigate. When we log in, we want to go to the profile. Oh, yeah, it can be a struggle for sure. I'm doing pretty well myself, reactifying this binary upload boom. Yeah, it's main thing for today, that's for sure. First we JSXified it for those who don't want to go full React but just can't live with VJS. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of repos to search through for sure. I mean, I mean, it should be easier during October for Hacktoberfest and all that. Yeah, I know I haven't had much luck with it. Navigate to /. Nope, we're not navigating there. We're navigating to the profile page. So when you log in, you go to profile page. Cha, look how snappy that was. And we're gonna want to do the exact same thing for sign up, so let's might as well get on over there and start copying some code. Again, this code is so identical, begging to become a component. And with that, let's do an easy one. Let's render the feed. Because as you can see, there's no feed. Yeah, Jazzy, some wet code. Splish splash, taking a bath with React. Very wet code. Yeah, Mobby, it's tough to try to find something that is both like real and it's something that you can actually do. Oh, documentation, that's pretty good in the rainbow. Yeah, I mean it's better than nothing. It's tedious, obviously, but greatly appreciated work nonetheless. Because it's so tedious. Oh, I didn't delete some forms. We gotta delete some forms. Okay, feed. This is the most amazing component you've ever seen. It's just a post list render, basically. Yeah, let me look at post. For sure, Jazzy, yeah. It's it's like work that needs to be done, but it's not exactly flaring or exciting or any of that, but it most certainly needs doing. So we got another post list where we need some posts. Let's go ahead and get the post. So this is going to be very similar to our profile page. So similar, I can make this a custom hook, but I ain't about to scare you all away with custom hooks. They're cool, but they're a concept. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that might look good. I mean, we'll see once we get there. A little H2 might make it look good. Oh, this is broken at the moment. It's very brokey. No, not API profile, API feed. I gotta make sure the backend is ready. Will you receive my request for feed? So post controller, get feed. It was not ready. It was in fact unprepared. It is now prepared. Yeah, there is a repo for this. So this, if you're not familiar, oh, there you go, Jazzy Pants. there's the code for it. If you're unfamiliar, I'm going through with 100 devs, so this is a fork of the original repo. I believe the code is currently under what branch? There's a branch. Actually, that's a nice link. It'd be cool if someone were to click on it. Yeah, it's under the React-ification branch, is where I'm currently working. Yeah, again, this is mainly a learning thing to work on. I haven't gotten this latest commit in because it's a big one. Of course, yeah, and into the rainbow. Yeah, you can see the original, like before I converted it to React, it was actually converted to just JSX. Yeah, I think at least the back end. Nothing too crazy. It's on the MERN stack, so get Express, Passport for auth, Multi for image auth or image uploads, Mongoose for database, Cloudinary for actually store the images. Yeah, nothing too out of the world. I think the feed is ready. Well, the feed's not ready till I tell it there's a feed. Magic replacements. Ka-chow. Boom, and look at the feed. The feed has food. Let's get that H2 up in there. How's that work? I think H2 feed. Oh, absolutely sadness. Yeah, we're doing the bad stuff. There we go. Good enough. BEA beautiful. Maybe I can go. Ooh, 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 perfect. Alignments. Don't get the tape measure out. It's perfect. Honestly, I don't know why this is working, because I thought this is like some kind of row thing, but no one understands Bootstrap. It works, that's all that matters. And yeah, with that, all these links are broken. Hold up. Hold up, wait a minute. API feed, so this is post list, which is post preview. Which is link to / post. What in tarnation? Okay, let's hit up the inspector. Yeah, same here into the rainbow. I mean, there's some Bootstrap themes, so it's not that bad, but yeah, it's definitely there are some more modern alternatives. Materialize, MUI, even Paper CSF if you're looking for some fun. I'm trying to grab the thingy. There it is. So post preview, all this awesome stuff. Link as an href. Why isn't this working? I'm clicking you. Oh, it's an href, not a 2. There you go. Remember, the links use the different API, different attributes. And now we're going to get a not found. There we go. Okay. I was like, oh no. Reality is collapsing. But now, it's time. We're actually 2 minutes out from our break, so we're going to take that. Well, let's break everything while we're here. Yeah, it's looking pretty alright. Okay, why am I... There we go, feed. Good enough, and we hit up there. New API request. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. When we get back from break, we're going to be adding the post endpoint to view an individual post. Right here, basically. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. We're not going to go comments first, but we're making pretty good pace. It's only 6 o'clock, so we're definitely going to get adding my comments and adding the recursive comments and all kinds of fun stuff. So first we'll go the official additions, then we'll go my additions, and then, we'll start working on, with whatever time and energy we got left, these other cool little things that people mentioned they wanted to see. All of that is, of course, after the break, so I will catch you on the other end. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Yeah, that's another good point, Mavi. Good job. Yeah, it's so prevalent that people are kind of programmed or just find it so familiar, right? It's like how right clicks open a context menu. It's just that pattern is so ingrained into the web almost. Break is coming to an end. Feel free to make your way on back. Yeah, Bootstrap does have a feel to it. There are pros and cons to that feel, of course. Familiarity versus that, oh my gosh, it's a Bootstrap site. If it's a particular theme, though, you can always, customize colors and actually, like, get a completely different Bootstrap theme if it's colors. But the UI and the feel about it, it's very much bootstrappy. For better or for worse. Here we go. Not that much time. There we go. Seems about right. Okay, so I think it's the final big page to React-ify. Oh, really? Tailwind CSS apply. I mean, I've yet to jump on the Tailwind train, but I mean, I don't know. I'm just not good at CSS already, and Tailwind is kind of just a different way to write CSS, so it's like not really good at it in the first place. Where's the apply thingy? Extracting classes with @apply. Oh. Oh, wait, how do you do that? @layer. Huh. Tailwind base components. Okay, I get. Oh. Oh. Huh. Oh, wow. So you can just put it all under your custom class name. Interesting, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, that actually. I mean, I did question that, but wow, that seems pretty good. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, yeah, so I guess it's like after you're done prototyping how you like it, you, boom, throw it in and apply. Interesting. Yeah, CSS modules. I am familiar with that part, or with the concept of modularizing CSS per components. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty cool. Definitely going to be looking at that when I jump into the Tailwind party. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like the whole point of like it all being in the thing is that you quickly and fastly prototype, and then the number one complaint I personally hear about it, I don't really have one since I haven't used it, is, oh my gosh, this is such a long string. It just made my HTML so ugly. But then once you're done prototyping, boom, you clean your HTML up again. Honestly, sounds pretty good. Sounds like it solves. Next time someone's gonna hit me for that, I'm gonna say, hey, this is an apply feature. Once you're done, you can prettify it. That's actually pretty nice. Definitely got me looking a little bit more forward to it. Oh wow! At that point, you're building your own Tailwind, but yeah, nice. Like I said, it's kind of not good at CSS to begin with, so I'm in no big rush to it. I will copy and paste the things you CSS wizards write already. No, it's a good track. I mean, honestly, that's a great feature. I am looking forward to. At the very least, I'm gonna answer. There's an apply feature for Tailwind if someone brings up that issue again. Otherwise, when I eventually get to it, I'm gonna love that. Okay, I mean, I do gotta go back to this tutorial because I am. It's not like you got us lost. I gotta get found anyway, so I gotta figure out how this thing works. I know I'm gonna use a hook to grab my param. Favorite comment. What's this thing? I'm getting into it in the rainbow. It does a lot more than React Router 5 did with all this suspenseful data loading action handler. So it's like it's more than just a router, it feels like now. I haven't really gotten to that part. I'm just trying to do what I could do in V5 with V6. It seems pretty good. Aside from what threw me off initially was like, this is how you write routes now. You do it in a JSON, not with a bunch of route tags. You can still use the route tags, but this is the way to do it now. So after figuring this out, the rest is basically the same. The outlet's a new concept, but I hear that's a concept coming to a lot of frameworks, like Remix that you mentioned there, and basically all the other ones. So, and I already was familiar with this when I did Filling of Svelte and Vue. So, not a new concept, new to React for me at least. Yeah, I mean, Next.js still winning me over for the best routing, because you just make files and folders, but it's not, React Router ain't too bad either. So I have to actually write some code here. Oh, that's how it is. You just put a slug on there. So your contact component. Where's your params? First, last, Twitter. Oh, you did that weird action thing, didn't you? How did you do this action? Oh. Generate path. Sorry, goldfish memory. I feel like that's something you can do next. Are you asking? Oh, what's that? Yeah, generate path. Interpolates a set of into a route path string. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you do know what I'm looking for, basically, I'm trying to like get route ID so I can do a manual fetch for it. Yeah, so I'll just actually start writing out the component post.js JSX, and then I might be able to copilot my way to it, honestly. Post. So then I want to get cost post ID equals. Oh, there it is. Use params. Is that it, Copilot? Yeah, go Copilot. It's use params. I want just ID. Yeah, Copilot, the best thing that searches the docs, right? And I already saw how to do it in the thing. Yeah, I mean, because like I'm doing it manually. Like I'm not embracing React Router v6, which basically it's like I'm fetching data when this thing loads. It recommends you use a data loader, so like it incorporates it all for you. But I am about to jump down that rabbit hole. It's a cool rabbit hole, but I just want to learn how to do what I did before. Which I mean, I know it has advantages like remix and stuff. Specifically, I saw they do that, so I know it's better. But for the purposes of just learning, I don't want to learn more than 50% new stuff. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, and then we're going to use some state funkery. Post, set post. Oh, good, I do want it. I want it to be undefined, actually. And then, well, that's almost what I want. There we go. Exactly. Now I actually want to render my post. Oh, that was not a great grab. There we go. Oh, look, and that's the last of our views, actually. Down the trash can. Paste. Okay, it's mostly all right. So I'll go ahead and add our alt post caption here. Our user is not imported, so let's bring that in. No, it's not a param. Use outlet context. Double equals. Okay, so there's a reason we're doing this. I don't remember, so I'll triple equals it. Hopefully it works. Okay, this is all right. Let's make these into links. Import href to 2. I don't think I have any more anchors. I just got 2 lovely forms. So auto format, and now we need to do some logic. So if Goldfish, if post is undefined, then we're returning nothing. We're still waiting for the API. Otherwise, else if post triple equals null, turn post exactly. Okay, now our API needs an update. For this get post route. Instead of rendering, we are JSONing, and you do want it to be nullable, so I will render it post, which means my fetch needs to receive it as post, something like that. Moment of truth, these forms don't work, but it should. Hey, would you look at that little post? And as I expected, my delete button is missing. So my memory is telling me that the ID property is a getter, not an actual property. So I need to access underscore ID. Exactly. Which means all of the .IDs are probably broken. Let's inspect and see. Oh, they're not caring about accessibility just yet. Aha, undefined. So everyone that's like .id, you are wrong. Not server. Server's fine. Not okay. Not all of you. Gee, no. I'm using regex. So I was like, why am I seeing so many occurrences? There were literally only two. Well, I did all that for nothing. Remember, before, these were Mongoose documents on the server in which the ID was not a real property, but a getter that took underscore ID and turned it to a string. Now that this is being transmitted over JSON, we don't have any getters, which means we only have underscore ID. Hence why we can't use ID anymore on our front end. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Okay, I got a little confused there because the orange outline means it's rendering. Why are you rendering? The parent component link post. Oh no, look at what I did to my use effect. Hey, look here, look here. I'm missing a dependency array. So here, I'll show you what's happening. Look at all these requests it's making. I honestly don't know the actual good use for this, but the solution is don't forget your freaking dependency array. There you go, Jazzy Pants. Exactly. That's why you don't do that. And I think I would have never known because it's only the React Dev tools that, as you can see, when something changes, it puts lines around stuff. So it's a good reason to have React Dev tools installed if you haven't heard one already. I'm also surprised ESLint or something didn't like, hey, stupid, why did you forget the thing on me? So I'm not sure what that was about. I mean, yeah, you would have eventually found that pretty shortly because your API would be like dead in the water because everyone would be making a request on it and it'd be laggy as heck. So yeah, I can see one way or another you would have found that, but dev tools do make it pretty great. If we go to a page that don't exist, nothing happens. Ah, same thing happened as last time. So I'm making it that post equals this for null. Because null is the value I use for it does not exist. It's not working. Post undefined. Great sadness. Maybe I need to. So that's on an async. I'll wait. Post or null. That's where it needs to go. When in doubt, console log it out. Okay, see. Post starts off as undefined, and then it becomes undefined. Okay, the network. That's where it's got to be. Yeah. So our response. Oh, wait a minute. Something's going on. Oh no, it's dead. Ah, okay, I know what's happening. I'm passing in invalid ID of a length. Not an invalid ID of value. That's awfully confusing. Again, that's not really the front end problem. That's the back end. When an error happens, it's not redirected to the front end. Something you all could fix in your things. Yeah, jazzy pants. So I'll show you the exact problem on the back end. You see this console error? So what happens is there's an error thrown by this because the ID is of a wrong length. Like it's not an ID thing. So it fails, throws an error, which goes in here. Once we're here, we console log the error, as evidenced by this, and then we do nothing. We don't send the error back to the user, which leaves the user waiting forever. The solution here is to all of these, actually, send back the error in JSON. Exactly, it's a dead end. I knew that. I was able to recognize this because, so you see all these other requests, they all got numbers because they completed. This request and the other one have no numbers because the front end is still waiting to this day for a response. Usually when that happens, like the back end has failed, like it has. But yeah, usually you shouldn't write your backend to do this, but again, we baddies, we're writing bad code. Again, I'm not really handling every 404 in the world, so this is good enough. It exists. Yeah, like I said, we're making as few changes as possible. Okay, so this is good. Now what we would like to do is hook up these cool forms, which are forms. So again, changing as little as possible. We'll just wrap it, or we'll use our on submit to say handle like. We're gonna go to our login actually and just yoink this. And I'll submit. Instead of submit, it is like. And looking at all this, same stuff. There's literally no data to send. So, I mean, we could still wrap all the data, but I see the future. There's no data to send. And here's the fun part. Well, what'll like do, right? So we get to decide what happens when we make the like request. What does it respond with? Well, it's not going to redirect. That's sure as heck not what's happening. Find one and update. Ooh, okay. So find one and update. Return updated document. So what I want is the number of likes that it has. So how do I tell Mongoose to do this? Okay, so pass new true if I want the updated result in the doc variable. Okay, I'll pass a query finder third object. We need 3 objects for this one. A new, thank you Copilot. Now our result, error doc. Oh, updated post. I'll just call this post. What I want to respond with is, I don't really need the whole post. I could take the whole post, but I don't really want it. All I really want is post.likes, the number of likes. That's all you really need. So on our front end, once we get the number of likes, which you can rename to likes, we will update. Ooh, Copilot, you know exactly what I want. That's a little advanced for us today. You want to make a new object using all of the existing stuff from the old post, using a good old spread operator, and then the likes from what was just returned, the new number of likes. Since this button allows infinite likes, this button should now be working. Once I go to the right place. So I broke something. Nope, it was slow. Sadness. 404 not found. Probably got to update my API route. Yes. So they are all prefixed by API now. I made that change. I didn't update the HTML. Look, it goes up and it goes up, up and away. Again, the whole 1 like per user thing is not a feature that we're going to be doing initially. Now for delay time. And eventually I'll show how to deform these things, because while it's cool to have everything as a form, you don't need everything as a form. Now this one's kind of, it just happens. So if you make the delete and it's gone, then there's nothing to look at anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to, after the deletion is done, we will send the user back to the, oh, that would be cool. React router p6 go back. We'll just send them back to wherever they came from. Oh, it's called use navigate again. Awesome. I would like this after the data. All the wrong places. Import our lovely hook. Import. Okay, they took a moment there. Navigate. Whoa. Wait, how do I go back? Oh, -1. Would you look at that? Huh, neat. Is that in the hover docs? Understandable, I guess. Use nav. I guess it's in the actual docs. No, okay. Old hooks. I love to see that. Yeah, we looked, didn't we? We did be looking. Here's a type declaration. 2 options. Either pass a 2. Hey, look, and then there's a delta. It is in the docs. Ain't that nice? So this will just go back to wherever it came from, which could be the feed or could be a profile. So probably should go somewhere and hit up this post. Let's delete the duplicate one, to be honest. And we hit delete. And it's gone. Look at that. Loving it. So that's deletion. And that's liking. What are we missing at this point? From the base, that is. That's cool. How did this folder get open? Yeah, I think we pretty much got everything. I could go in as another user. Let's go for another user. Um, oh, it's email address. Yeah, I think I done did it. Hit up the feed, and I cannot delete this person. Beautiful. Yeah, we done did it. This is the base. Yeah, this is definitely gonna need to live as a commit somewhere. Yeah, so I talked about there are two different ways to deploy this. There's deploying this inside of the backend as its own thing, and then there's deploying this as a separate thing entirely. Ajax888, thanks for the follow. Hope your Saturday is going well. I personally prefer deploying it within the thing, and for the purposes of sharing it on GitHub, so y'all can follow along, it's going to be inside the folder, but I'll show both deployment strategies. So let's begin. Ajax, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a little VS Code inspired auto typer thing. Couple templates, just shows your names right in there. Your Saturdays and going well. We're over here reactifying some code over here. Get sign out. Yeah, a lot of these need to get deleted actually, but we are making our way. Making our way. Oh, we can also uninstall some stuff. npm-i. Well, let's go to package.json. So we get to remove even more stuff. Yeah, express React views. Yeah, remove express. Well, not that. React DOM. There we go. We get to delete all kinds of stuff from our back end. Lovely. And again, for purposes, I'm putting them in the same, but I will show how to do it separately soon. Damn. Show many files. Okay, I'ma just be like git add frontend. That's a lot of files. We have lots of deletes. Git rm cached views package server. I'm finding all the files. No, -r, go recursive. Thank you. We can get rid of this JSX. Okay, lots of adds, lots of deletes. Is package JSON updated? We also got rid of our public folder. Yeah, it's going to happen either way. Yeah, so no more public folder. You will not be missed. Goodbye, weird Mac file. API user profile feed. All needed an update. The server, we just got rid of JSX. Good. Okay, and this is the base conversion. Yeah, Mavi. I mean, we yeeted a few. We yeeted a bunch of stuff. Like half of these are deletes, and the other half are renames. So, fair amount of delates. Don't you worry, Mavi. I mean, no one said React components or React View or any of them were small or tiny. You know, that's not what we're. It's not the promise we're going for. Okay, so this is just the development version, by the way. We got it working in dev. It's not working in production. These are the things that, depending on how you deploy it, it's going to vary. I'm going to show the front end inside the back end, and then we can go with the other version. Essentially, since we don't have a public folder, we tell Express to look inside the front end, and then I don't know. npm run build. There's a thing that needs to be done. What folder did it create? It created a build folder. So that's where you point all your public assets to. And then I'll actually show how this works though before we go on to the next step. npm run start. Oh, wrong one. Backend npm run start. So once you deploy it, you don't really need to be, quote, running the front end anymore. You can return to 2121, and look at that. We made it. If I hit up the profile, I'm here. I'm awesome. I can do cool stuff. But then, if I ever wanted to go, maybe I want to share this post, I want to share this URL, and someone tries to come here, it cannot be found because only the / is sending the HTML of our React component to the client. We need to say, hey, for anything that you can't find, you will also send the HTML of the React component. And the way we use this is with a little wildcard asterisk, at which point we recres. There you go, Copilot. It's a little bit manual, but this is the way to do it. So it has to be as the last listener, because if you put it up here, if you put it up here, for example, none of these will get caught, or none of these will run, because everything will get caught here and then be sent HTML. So it has to be the last request handler in the middleware chain. And you can just send the commonly used path to make sure the path is URL. You just need to send this HTML. However you want to do it, send the index HTML. I don't even have path installed, so Copilot was like, hey, you want path? There you go. If you want to be fancy, use path to join the things. Otherwise, you'll probably be fine without, which means now when I come here, it don't work. Hey. Okay, something happened. Okay, the feed's working. Post is working. No, it's still working. Weirdo. Okay. Hey, there you go, RoboDom. 2 hours of Code Wars, man. That's 4 hours today. Congratulations. Yeah, my brain would be dead too if all of that. Okay, so I don't know why it wasn't working before, but it do be working now, as you see. Yeah, I think Jazzy, maybe it was just like NodeMon was taking a minute to upload or to update. I think that's what it was, but it is working now, as you can see. And this is how it would run in production. So this is production level code right now. This is how it would run once you actually push it to your Heroku or wherever. Hey, there you go, RoboDom. Take your break for sure. You more than deserve it. So this code's like ready and running production. I'm gonna make a few cleanups though. So a lot of these get routes don't need to exist. Like get index, we don't do that. Get login, we don't do that. Get logout, we do that. Get sign up, we don't do that. For sure, Jazzy, a great idea. Home controller, we don't do that. So I'm just deleting a bunch of stuff we are not using. So it's the delay takes. What other routes do we got? Yeah, we got this post for getting that thing. We don't do that. I think, yeah, now I'm going to clean up all the things that aren't used in the controllers, which should be pretty recognizable as they are things that are not JSONified. Create post, like post, delete post. I mean, these are all technically fine. I'm on git post. Wait a minute, put it back. I went too far. Because this is all under the API endpoint, so they do need to be here. It's the auth ones that don't need to be. Yeah, get login and get sign up. These two don't do anything. There you go. So just a splash of cleanup there, folks. And now our backend code is ready, but our backend itself is not ready to be deployed. Because think about what happens when you go to deploy it. It looks at this package JSON, it installs all these things, and then it runs the start command. We have additional steps though. What we need to do is, whenever this happens, we need to additionally go in the front end folder, install all of these things, and then run the build command. So there are more things that need doing. The solution is to basically add it as scripts here. So one of the common ones is the first we don't really care about that. First of the ones is the build script. This happens almost by all of them. It will run the I think it runs build. I don't know. It should. My goldfish memory. Okay, it will run the build script automatically. So this is just another command that will do whatever you want. In our case, what we want is to npm install install the stuff in the front end folder. No, that's not what we want. Sorry, the goldfish really got into me. That's for something else. We want to run the build command in the front end folder. This is the way you tell it to do that, with the double hyphen prefix front end. It is another command called post install. Now what this script does is, this is something that runs after the install script. And you can do this with any script, honestly. You can say post test, post start, pre-test, pre-start. Just put post in front of it, and if you run an install script, it'll additionally run this after it. So in the order of things that happens, I have to do. First we npm install, which will trigger post install, which will install the next thing, and then npm run build, which will build the client, and then npm run start. This is what almost every good deployment place does for you with a Node.js at least. This is what Heroku will do once we push it. Yes, we are pushing to Heroku because it's still free. Where's that? Let's go. Might as well mark that off while we're here. Now I think lots of thoughts. Where's my dependency list? I think this is ready to go. So I'm just going to do a quick test here. Delete node modules there. Delete front end. I'm already here. Delete the build folder. cd backup. Delete node modules here. So kind of emulate a fresh start. Go to npm install. Should install all the things everywhere. I mean, you can tell it's taking a hot minute, so I think it's working. I can see lots of webpacky stuff, which is not in our Express app, so probably working. npm run build, which should run the React scripts build, which it is right there. Lots of thinking. Oh yeah, this is gonna take a minute. What new files do I have? Oh, okay. I was like, what's that? Now it's working, and npm run start, despite it being nodemon, should be fully functional. Fully functional. Okay, now with that, so that was our kind of test to see if the deployment follows those steps. Will it work? The answer is yes. Time to actually deploy it. To make these changes. Come on. What do I want to call this? Setup server for production. I can't think of a better name. That's what we did. Oh, it's Heroku time. I don't think I have Heroku installed on this. No, I do not. So, HerokuApp.com. I am very aware Heroku is dying in about a month, to be honest, but it's not dead yet, so I don't see why I can't keep using it. So I shall. I think I just gotta delete an app real quick. Oh, that's the last React-ification one. Yeah, we get to delete this. My last stream. Yeah, because I do want to show it from the start. So I could have just reused it, but I would like to show it from the start, at least on something, even though Heroku will be dead in a moment. So giving it a good name, hitting create app, and then at least with Heroku, once you set your Heroku up once, paste in the cool command, and then you can push to Heroku. But I am going to make sure my environment variables are set up because this depends on environment variables. So we're just gonna process.env dot. We can see we rely on. I also could have looked at the README, but I didn't. db string cloud name. I'm not actually adding them yet. Cloud or API key. That's annoying. And lastly, API underscore secret. Yeah, it's thankfully you only do it like once, right? So as tedious as it can be, unless you're deploying a new app every day, it's not the worst. But yeah, now at this point I do actually need to put these values in, so see on the other side. So I copy everything after the equal sign from my .env file. And yes, I know there's the deblur. I don't really care about these credentials that much. And with that, I have saved them all. You can kind of see 2 pixels of text. And with that, we're ready to do the actual deployment. So I added them, and we're waiting for me to do the deploy. And we're going to do it by doing our first git push. Now, last time this didn't work because Vite has weird dev dependencies and all that, but create React app should be cool. if you want to see how to do this with Vite, last VOD has those deployment woes. The TLDR was you have to move. That was too quick. Uh-oh. um, move to a different state. That's one way of doing it. It worked. Okay, I thought it was too quick, but it's working, so I guess it wasn't too quick. I don't know. We turn off dark. Actually, I like the dark mode. We're keeping it. Yeah, it's working. So what happened was sometimes it does this. You get one line of build, and when we built it, we got like 50 lines. Sometimes it squashes the logs, which can make it seem like something doesn't work if you're looking for them. But make sure to always test it. Oh. Okay, well, glad to see that message still works. And look at all these things. Look at them all. You can go around and hold on. Let's go back to our profile. Why do you have 26 likes? Okay, I was just making sure. Like, did I break likes? No, I did not break likes. Yeah, as you can see, this is very much working. That's my preferred method of deployment. Backend plus front-end server together as one. Everyone loves in harmony. The alternative is to deploy the backend here, so it exists, and then deploy the front end somewhere else, like Netlify or GitHub Pages or something. The advantage of this is that your back end and front end are separate, and you don't have to do any of this tomfoolery to make the back end build the front end and point to the front end. However, you will need to make the front end point to the back end. So like we have the back end and we have the front end. So what we just did was we got the back end to point to the front end and do all the things that way. So basically, we told the front end, hey, you belong to me. That's part of the process, Jazzy Pants. It's a little bit more than that. It requires some modifications to the code. So that was the back end telling the front end. The other way is going to be the front end going to the back end. So thankfully, our back end doesn't really change much. But everywhere we've done a fetch, actually, would proxy work? Maybe proxy would work. Yeah, let's give that a try. I never thought of using proxy like that, but yeah. So if you just change proxy to your deployed URL, it might do the trick. And I don't even need to deploy this to test it. Hey, piece of shoot, how's it going? We're over here React-ifying some code, though we already did the bulk of it. Now we're just messing around with a few different deployment strats. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. Yeah, Jazzy. You mean you put the idea in my head, so we're about to find out. The thing is, I don't know. I think the proxy only works in development, so I don't even know if this will work production. We'll find out. Okay, piece of shit. They say it should work. Uh-oh. So let's check out our network. See why he angry. That's not the network tab. So we're making it forward to login, and 302, no response. Yeah, piece of shit, because I think this only works in development, and I also think the fact that it has to go... Let's drop the HTTPS. See if that works. Because the way I usually do this is like creating an environment variable denoting the base URL. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, piece of shoot. Like, I don't think this is meant to do this. Yeah, still thinking this is only development. I am curious to see if this would at least development proxy, though. Oh, that's a wrong email. Okay, yeah, so you can't abuse proxy to use as deployment. Now, the way I personally have done this in the past is with kind of a base URL where I define it, and they make fetch request, and then the server accepts CORS requests. Yeah, env is probably. I mean, there might be a better way. At least with Create React app, there might be a better way, but the way I've always done it is always CORSy. Okay, well, first thing, this thing needs cores. Yeah, we'll do the back end first since it's 2 lines. So we do need cores because this is going to be a cross-origin request since they no longer share the same domain. I'll just use it here. App.use cores. Let's bring in a cores. Cost cores equals require cores. If you want to be cool and fancy, you would customize cores to only accept requests from your front end URL. We ain't there yet. So we need to do the front end fancy. Oh, the fancy front end. Yes, it's going to be a .env file. And what's the React app variables? Because you have to prefix them with a certain thing for create React app to see them. React underscore public or something. Or React underscore app. Cool, 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 cool. Let me see if there's another way to do this. React. I don't think there is, but maybe there is. Oh, this looks kind of like what I'm just gonna do. Yeah, okay, yes, that's basically what I was gonna do. You define a base URL and you use it API base URL. Then in deployment, it's like whatever, but in production, it is the real one. Oh, const. Yeah, that could also do it too. Piece of shoot. I mean, that'll where it'll be in the code inherited from this env URL. There you go, piece of shoot. That is the plan. Env. I'm trying to remember. Env production and env development, right? There we go. So you'll have env development, env production. So. Yeah, I was just seeing which one I want for production and dev, because we want the real one. I mean, I know this isn't what you're supposed to do. Yeah, it's not what you're supposed to do. Again, the goldfish are getting to me. 2121. Soon, right? Piece of shoot. Soon, maybe never, right? That's what Dino and Bun. That's what they got going for them, ain't it? React app. Come on, Copilot. Thank you. Or 2121. I want a forward slash on this. Thank you. Soon TM. That's right. Soon TM. There we go. And now, everywhere I do a fetch, I bring in this constant. It shouldn't be too hard to find all my fetches. Then it's going to be API base. Yeah, I could go template literal, but we baddies writing bad code. Ah, here's the thing. Is a form action like an anchor href where accessing it gives you the full domain or not? Okay, I gotta go test that. This has a form. Let's see what the form action evaluates to. Because I know the attribute is /login, but that's what the attribute for other anchors looks like too. We'll find out soon enough. So we have this, and then we access the property. Aha! You see how it's the full URL? I cut that before when like accessing like, oh, I want the href of a URL and it's relative. JavaScript's like, here it is, absolute. So you gotta be like, oh no, you want get attribute action. You gotta pull a little, give me what it really is. It's got me up a few times. That's why you test things, right? So instead of saying form.action, it's got to be get attribute action, which isn't the worst in the world. Hold on. And it does contain the /, so API base plush. See, I'm just going to copy this because that's going to happen a bunch more times. Come on, do it on these three. And eventually we'll deform a couple of those buttons, but we don't care enough at this point. Now let's copy this bit because we got like 2 more usages. Oh, those are already there. Oh, I forgot a form action. Oh no. There's a fair amount of them, aren't there? Okay, I think that's all but that one. So let's another copy. And there we go. So our front end should be able to talk to our back end wherever our back end exists in the universe. And of course, we're going to make sure this works locally first. We ain't out here wilding. So our front end is, I don't trust it to work, so I'm going to restart it. Yes, and then we got to turn on our back end. Actually, I should be able to point it to production server right now. Let's make sure it works locally though. Okay, it does appear to be working locally. Let's hit up our env and point it off to the world, which is not somewhere around here. To the world. To or to not HTTPS. We'll find out in 30 seconds. I know Heroku treats HTTPS like technically the app's running under HTTP, but exposed under HTTPS. I don't know how it all works. That's right, Jazzy Pants, for a whole month until it dies. Okay, maybe it needs to be cores. Hold on. Why are you reading Hold up. Okay, let's go to the network tab. What are you doing? Localhost 2121 login. Oh, React app API base URL. I probably named it wrong. There we go. Hey, look, it made it, and it 404'd, because I love forward slashes. So make sure, since you're mutating with strings, unless you're doing some good path stuff, your forward slashes are all balanced and stuff. Yeah, I gotta restart every time you touch the environment. I think that one time I touched the constant, but now I'm touching the environment, so one more tab. Ooh, it made the request. 404 not found. Well, I'll be the judge of that. Okay. Do I drop the S? Well, the server's running, right? Good. Um, Open up this network tab. I should see a request that works. I mean, I should be able to log in here. Sorry, my mind's slowing down on that one. So if I clear and I do a hard refresh, you have to talk. So you made a request to profile, which gave you the HTML. Sorry. The goldfish are swimming. So you made like a bunch of requests. You got one for the user. You got another one to grab all these posts. Like, what? I can't see network requests for a server? Why not? I mean, this is how I scrape a whole bunch of APIs. That's interesting. Wait a minute. Sorry, yeah, my brain's just failing on this one. Let's Wireshark it. I think, okay, I don't know how something is happening, but I think I know what's happening. I don't know how we've gotten to this point. Let's look at the HTML responsive profile, and we should see a React app kind of impartial, but we see the actual content here. Looking at the raw HTML, we're looking at the JSX version of the website. I deleted all the JSX stuff. We're not looking at the React version. Oh, I'm scratching my brain here. Deployed A75BD. Git LG. A75BD is way back here. Oh, I didn't push the right thing to Heroku. I love that. Git push Heroku. I need to push a branch. Yeah, that's on me. That's completely on me because y'all won't be using branches. So yeah, I did a goof. Let's just push the button and see what happens at this point. Oh, and of course I pushed it to the thing. How do I push it to another branch? I'm getting. We'll get there, folks. Don't you worry. I push to the main branch. Yeah, that is the problem, ain't it? So I pushed to that thing, but I need to push to one branch to another branch. Get push to one branch from another. Yeah, so the remote name is Heroku. branch 1 colon branch 2. Branch with changes, branch I'm pushing to. So I'm pushing to main or master. I don't know which one it is. It's whichever one's gonna work. It's a main. There we go. Okay, I figured it out. Now this is gonna run. And look, it's actually doing all the React stuff. So when I was so confidently saying like, look, it's worked first try, it's because we didn't push the code. So yeah, cart before the horse, totally on that one. It does appear to be working though, so all good signs. Exactly, piece of shoot. I assumed it's because it was squashing the logs, not because it wasn't. The apps, they just look too similar, literally, Jazzy Pants. That's why it was working so fast before, because it literally didn't have React on it. It was just the JSX. Nah, not at all, Mavi. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump the numbers up. So now we're just gonna see if this site works using the actual production React. Is it running React? I can't tell. Okay, we know it's working because we never fixed this message. This message is going to be with us for all eternity. So we know it's working because we're stuck with this message. Hey, we got something changed. That is, so we can do, this is working now. Yeah, look at that. So that's one success. I didn't think about that piece of shit. You're right. React DevTools will expose that it's running real React and not the thing fake React. Yeah, so that would have been another way to tell. I didn't think of that though. Yeah, there's the verification. We are running React, which means now back to our original goal, our front end, our local front end should be able to talk to our production backend. Now what's wrong with you? Oh, a CORS error. I guess that's acceptable. So I put an HTTPS, drop the S, see how that works. And of course, piece of shit, I'll catch you. Probably, I'll still be streaming a little bit. So catch you then, or I'll catch you tomorrow during that super review. Network tab, come on. Ooh, we hit it with again another CORS thing, except you're not supposed to be running HTTPS. Let's hit up console log. Again, this is a weird thing. I'm trying to test the production and development, so honestly don't think it's gonna matter that much. Let's send her to the moon. Yeah, this will be up to me to flip the right variable. We're just gonna assume it works. So this will be add API base to front end. Yeah, it's just gonna add all these. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Drag that down. There we go. Just prefixing all the APIs with API base, which you only really need to do when deploying it in this unique way. But I'm gonna include it on the repo so you can see it. This is, as you can see, this is why I really don't like doing it this way, because it's ended up being more work than the weird little NPM scripts I had to get working. So it's more work at the end of the day. Plus, you gotta expose your things to CORS, which is never fun. I think I just realized why that wasn't working. CORS is not actually installed on my production server. Add CORS to backend. There we go, and we get to push away. Whoopsie doodle, it's all good. Once this runs though, we should be able to see our front end happy. Or at the very least, we'll just drop this thing off on Netlify. Or GitHub pages, or one of the variants. Oh, I forgot about that too. It shouldn't be too much to show. All the build packs exist and stuff. You could even deploy it as another Heroku app, though. That'd be a bit of a... if you got all them free apps to spare. Yeah, ma. Okay, so if I hit a refresh here. Aww. Aww. Hey, there you go. The cores is, well, it was working. It was working really well until it stopped working. But it worked a little bit. React-ification API profile. Well, why are you doing that? Okay, stop copying the Git. This works perfectly fine. Wait, which one did you fail on? Login returned that. You returned nothing. Weird. It's response headers. Content type text plain. Okay, that's being weird. Copy. Show me your data. Redirecting to forward slash. Drop the S. Redirecting to forward slash. That's not right. What's the difference between this URL and that one? What in tarnation? That's confusing as heck right there. Let's just spin up a random fetch at this point. Not JSON, huh? I'll just log the response. Yeah, that could make sense, but the problem with that theory is that I'm clicking the URL right here, and it works just fine. Oh, wait a minute. Look at the feed code, authentication, get feed, ensure auth. What happens when ensure auth fails? I bet you get redirected. You get redirected. There you go. Okay, so the problem here is that I'm not logged in. Even though I am logged in, it's not being remembered in the request because now that I'm using cores, all my things need to have credentials : include. Y'all see why I like deploying as one thing now? It's so much less work. So every fetch needs to have credentials include, or else it won't send the cookies for like good security reasons, like the real good reasons, but they're a little annoying. Gotta do this to every fetch. Hope its credentials include. Thankfully, we are not having to deploy this just yet. Okay, did I add enough? Find out. So we're logged out. We're gonna log in. Credentials not supported if the core's header is asterisk. That's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. So the solution. I know the solution. Yep, don't worry, don't worry. I can get this. We can get this working. Our access control allow origin needs to be whatever is asked. So our backend, because like what we're basically saying is we're saying include the cookie, but when the front end is saying anyone can access me, it's not enough security for whoever came up with these rules. So the way we need to do it is look at the cores module. You need to respond with whatever origin is coming in instead of asterisk. So it's a dynamic, what do you call it? Nah, not like that. There we go. I mean, that is kind of what we want, right? Doesn't feel right. We're going to go for it, though. Not origin. Well, origin needs to be a function. Maybe some TypeScript help? Custom origin, which is, there we go. Okay. I lost it. Gotta go back in. Sometimes the clicker doesn't always paste you on the right spot. Sometimes it fails to set you on the right spot. There we go. So we need to return or pass this callback as a second parameter, the origin that is accepted, which is the first parameter we receive. Origin equals origin callback. I don't know why they have the word true there. That's freaking me out. I'm not going to trust it. I'm going to call callback with null and origin. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Okay, now this is one of those things that can I test this locally? Well, it's only breaking locally because it's actually using cores, so I can't test this locally. Sadness. What was the last change? Last one was adding API base and cores, which this is technically still adding cores, so amend. And we'll just do the git push with a force. Do I have a YouTube channel? I do have a YouTube channel. We're slowly getting there. Slowly uploading my old VODs there, but eventually, Hunt October's busy and stuff like that. Eventually I'll get, like timestamps and stuff like that on there, but right now it's just the VODs raw. It's like a mechanic, right? They their own car is never working right. So it's gonna take forever for me to actually put the stamps on the thing. Heroku's like, man, this person, they're really trying. Come on. Okay, Heroku, you made it. I'm gonna have to wait like a second. Six seconds, and now, please, work. Does not match null. Null? Why null? Oh, what? So, okay, I want to do a reflect, but I should have read the documentation, eh? Here it is. Set origin to 2 to reflect the request origin. True. To a specific origin. I do want to reflect, I just don't want to use the asterisk. Okay, I mean, we'll try the reflect. Hey, Jazzy Pants. We got some stuff looking there. Yeah, that is, so that did work, piece of shoot, but I can't credentials include with that because it uses a asterisk wildcard, and that's not secure enough. But that does look good there. Let me see, grab that piece of Jazzy Pants. Callback null true. Oh, credentials true. Awesome. Maybe I need that. Yeah. Yeah, probably need that. What do you know? Yeah, we'll do this. We'll add both of them because right, spending forever here. Yeah. Add and then amend. Yep, that's the fun part of this, ain't it? Now y'all know I generally shove them into the one thing. So you don't have to deal with all this. You gotta deal with a couple npm scripts and you're done. Although at this point I'm just fighting cores, not necessarily React. Option success. Oh, I didn't need option success status. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. You ain't gotta deal with any of this in Next.js or Remix or any of those full stack things. That's the beauty of it. But you know, legacy code ain't always beautiful, so sometimes you're gonna have to deal with. Okay, let's see if it's up. Okay, it's up, and now let's see if we can talk to it. Oh, because I'm localhost, my origin is null, isn't it? Okay, this might actually be working. No, it's. I don't think it's you, Jazzy Pants. I think maybe because I'm localhost, my origin is null for some reason. Let's actually look at the headers. Where did the actual request go? There it is. Response. Oh, one of them worked. One of them just worked. Is it working? No. No, it's not working. So access allow credentials true, origin null. Hmm. So yeah, it is possible to do this. You just gotta speak cores. I look at the snippet you sent me. It's basically this. Just callback null true, which looking at my server is origin callback null true. Yeah. It's just a little too late for me to figure that part out. Yeah, that is the way you would deploy it, and then you would update all of these statements on your front end, and then essentially drag and drop the React app to a Netlify, a GitHub pages, using whichever deployment method you prefer, which is essentially you run the build and then you drag the assets to your favorite static site host. Yeah, and I'll squash these changes in a little bit to reflect just the ones that work. Yeah, that is the base React-ification. Now y'all know why I like keeping it all in one project. Because this still works. Oh my goodness. No. 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 Why is it going to localhost 20? That's because the environment variable is unset. Oh, I love that. I love that. In production, I don't have it set, so it defaults to the local host. Okay. Solution is on my constants. I default to empty string. We getting there. We gotta have at least one of these working by the end of this. I can feel it too, Jazzy. I think this will work. Here we go. Okay, it's still going. We ain't going nowhere yet. There we go. And now we wait for it to turn on. Okay, it's up, which means we can log in. Once I refresh the front end code. There we are. We are in like Flynn. And with that, we are definitely taking our break. Not that was tedious as all heck. I do not enjoy cores. When we come back, though, we're gonna be adding this cute little thing. So you can click the messages to make them poof away, and you can hit the escape key to make them all go away. And I don't really know how many of these we'll get to, if any. Oh, the actual comments too. Right, and that will be, let me look at the repo. It's under another branch. Origin. Yeah, because there's actually two versions of comments. There's the Leon one, which we'll go for first. Then there's my additions. Yeah, so first we'll do normal comments, then we'll do cute recursive comments of craziness. And that will probably end our stream. So yeah, let's take that break as we are 40 minutes past it. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, folks. And we'll come and polish up these messages and add them comments. Good point, piece of shit. Yeah, I could actually use React Bootstrap. Wait, what's that link? Oh, the Bootstrap alerts. Yeah, I think I am using the alerts. Yeah, I am using Bootstrap alerts. Oh, dismissing. Oh, I didn't realize it was a built-in functionality. Well, yeah, that'll be easy then. Yeah, thanks for that piece of shoot. We'll add that when we're done. Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at the docs. Didn't mean to click that button. Yeah, good point out there, piece of shoot. Feel free to make your way on back, folks. Our break is coming to an end. I appreciate that, Robodom. I appreciate the hydrate, too. Hydrate I shall. Oh, hey, and since I just saw a whole bunch of other, sorry, goldfish. A momento while I check this out. Do do do. There we go. Sorry for the delay. We had a couple other 100 devers started streaming in that last sesh. We got the one, the only Melody Dev Classic. They are learning some PHP. Wait a minute. I could have swore another 100 dever. Maybe it was them also learning PHP. Someone else is learning PHP. Why is everyone learning PHP? But hey, they're over there learning some PHP, hanging out in that. And also, we have Eric Codes. Watch I misspell their name. Is that it? Wait, where'd it go? Oh, the text went to a void. Yeah, a fellow 100 dever. They're also, apparently they're learning some Rust, so feel free to check them out if you're interested in those too, or... Yeah, they all came in like the last half hour, so I was like, okay, now and then, boom, everyone. Or you can watch us all at once on my always lurking watcher. Yeah, that's right, Robodom. We're gonna get that 24/7 100 dev stream coming soon, eventually. Come on. Maybe after the Huntober, and I guess it'll actually be over after Wave 2, you know. Leon said they wanted to get the agency and the stream team cooking up. Yeah, piece of shoot, pointing out the super hot resources. These bootstrap alerts have kind of sort of a built-in dismissibility feature. All I gotta do is chuck on some classes and a cute little button. Since I have made everything so componentized, I just gotta wander on over here. You know, I'm gonna make it even more components. More components! Cost message equals, so we got... I'm not going to do that. I'm going to... What's the customizable part here? At this point, I might as well install React Bootstrap, right, folks? Because there is a Bootstrap library for React that makes all of this built in for you. But at this point, I might as well keep it manual. Come on, Copilot. There we go. So yeah, we have color and we have children. Class name is going to be this. I guess I'll call this type rather. Not just baddie here writing all the bad code in the world. And now we can use this little thing. Since I will be needing to add buttons and stuff. Like so. I'll message MSG. Hey, appreciate the follow there. Mainyard. Oh, also appreciate the follow there. Joda KA2. Alright, I'm missing your message. Hope you both are having a good Saturday. Over here just reactifying, well, finalizing the reactification of some cool code. Danger. And then we have success. And then we have info. Yeah, it could be dynamic or too far light than that. All three of these have a key of the index. Because we're, well, I guess it can't be a key of the index anymore, can it? Because that'll be sortability and all. Sorry, goldfish memory. L.message. The text should be unique enough. let's figure out the bootstrap way to dismiss. So I give it an alert dismissible, fade in a show. I'm sure all this isn't required, but a button, type button, blah, blah, blah. It's a nice button. It's a nice button. It's good enough to me. Now I have to start the dev version at some point. So, so npm run start the backend. The front end, I will say goodbye to this env variable. And then we'll be back in development. I don't have to hit yes on this. And it launches. Drop a couple of tabs. Goodbye, tabs. Might want to keep Bootstrap up. Let's see if we go get ourselves a message. Need a real email because front end validation. And a bad password. Yay, invalid email. And if I close it, it'll go away and stay away, right? Even as I change routes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look in the React state, because while this works, I got a sneaky suspicion that it's still technically in the state, which I guess doesn't matter. Yeah, it's still in the state, even though we modified the DOM. So yeah, it's not the most reactive way, but it works, and that's all that matters. Again, using actual React Bootstrap might make this work better, but we're too late for that. So yeah, what did we do? Made, what do we call these? Alerts dismissible. I know how to spell. Tag on it. Ah, the I, not the A. Alerts dismissible. Click dismissible. That's what happened. I would like to add a cute little event listener for escape just for funs. Unless that's already also built in, right? Did you do everything for me? Yeah, if I hit escape, it's not gonna. Oh, it's because the message technically already is in the thing. That's lovely. Now if I hit escape, it's not gonna go away. Okay, which means I can add a custom little feature. Nothing too crazy. Well, that file doesn't need to exist. That file also doesn't need to exist. Yeah, basically on our root, it's nothing too crazy. It's going to be a event listener, and it's going to listen for the escape key. If the escape key is pressed, it will clear the messages, and that's it. That's all it's going to do. Nothing crazy. So whenever you're adding an event listener, which is basically going to be on the window, you usually want to do it with a use effect. The reason is because when you add the event listener, you're also going to want to remove the event listener if this unmounts or for whatever reason. So const listener, Copilot doesn't know what's going on, so window, that's a good idea, Copilot. Key down, I believe. Thank you, Copilot. You know exactly what I want. If it's the escape key, then clear. Also, don't do whatever you were going to do before. Finally, as this is a great listener, we want to be able to remove it, so we extract it to a variable. The reason we extract it is so that we can return a callback function, which React will call when it's cleaning this up, calling remove event listener on the very same window. The fact that these are pointing to the same function makes it work. If they weren't, it would not work. I assume Copilot just wrote good code. We'll see though. Cannot resolve app. Yeah, it's an old file. Clean at house. I'm cleaning lots of house. Now, as I have to get in a message, email. As I hit escape, it will go away. Boom, it's down. Yeah, not the craziest feature, but it's a nice little splash. Hey, Jazzy Pants, yeah. Victory! And with that, I'm actually going to bring these back. I'm going to do a rebase to get rid of these later, but not now. Now, it's time for comments. So, this is going to be a pretty fun one because it's a little bit of Git foolery. So, if we look at our lovely branches, we have features/comments, which is my retyping of Leon's comments, I think. Then we have features additions, which has comments and other stuff. So what we want to do, we want to take this branch and put it in our current code. And I appreciate it, RiboDom. Yeah, of course, I'm happy to help with the focus for sure. And yeah, you've definitely put in more than like a good 4 hours at least. So at least 4 focused hours at least. So yeah, I mean, I definitely take a break, and yeah, I'll catch you later. See you tomorrow doing the super review. Hey, yeah, that's one way or another, right? Hmm. Maybe I won't do a git merge because now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if a git merge is gonna be good. So really, I just kind of want to see the differences, and then I'll kind of manually re-implement them. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, that's the way I'm going to do it because a git merge would bring in every. I mean, I can undo a git merge. Let's run it. Let's see what happens, right? I'll never know unless I give it a try. So, git merge topic, replay changes made on top of master. Okay, so git merge feature comments. YOLO. Okay, a little conflict. Should be able to fix it. Only on the parts that actually change. Okay, I think a merge is a good idea to go. So what changed? This thing got angry because we added a comment route, but we then got rid of that wild thing. Yeah, so just kind of smushing them together. Server looks good. Oh, post controller. So when you get a post, you also get all the comments of the post. Okay, that obviously makes sense. We need to amend our code. No, we're going to keep both. So we kind of need both. Post is there, but our comments are... So, firstly, this should be named better. Past me really goofed on that one. So like so. Okay, it's another good change in the books. Then post.ejs. This is awkward because the file doesn't exist anymore. So this is the part where we do kind of got to write our own new stuff. For every post, we have a... I did goof on that one. I didn't update that title. But this is the new comment form. So this is, I can do a little copying, but basically it's going to be new stuff. So it's a new form which goes below. So we have if double closing div. It's above post caption. Gotcha. If I'm adding a comment, new component. Yeah, it can very much. I mean, the comment's definitely give me a new component. The form, I think the form will just live here. Right now, I'm trying to visually figure out all my stuff. This thing. I probably need to look at a post. Yeah, we gotta watch out for them. I'm just figuring out where to put it. This is a good spot in the middle here. Yeah, we gotta reactify all this. So good call though. It is API comment. And now for the React-ification. I think we can use normal string since we're just adding to the end. Good, and that will create a comment and put it on this page. Okay, so we're going to need to add our on submit equals handle add comment to go up and make another function. Which we will, again, so using all the existing stuff. Good call, piece of shoot, yeah. Surprising, I mean, I'm using create React app. Surprised, but ESLint or whatever. Didn't catch that, but I would have gotten a bunch of warnings for it either. What's this about? Okay, VS Code has taken a moment. Yeah, once we add a comment, we're gonna want the response and get the comment. And after that, we're going to want to add to the comments, which we don't have. So we're gonna need another state variable. Yeah, because it's not on the actual post. So comments is an array. And then here we get post and comments. And we could use the same state variable, but why not? No need to render a post when only a comment has changed. Poor VS Code. It's not really updating that quickly. Set comments, old comments, and new comment. Classic. And now I'm gonna copy over the last bit of changes. We've yet to merge the rendering, which is a lovely loop, which we could make into a comment list, but we won't. I guess I'll put it under this box. All right, so right here. Oh, do not close my tags. Okay, fine. Comments, map comment. Thank you, Copilot. No, Copilot, what are you doing? Oh. Okay, I guess I forgot the UL here. Yeah, come on, parentheses. And get rid of these lovely B's to output our comment.comment. I forgot that little naming thing. Give this a key of comment underscore ID. should be fine, minus whatever I've broken here. More parentheses. There we go. And this breadcrumb is really doing a thing right now, ain't it? There we go. That should be the rendering and creation of comments. Now for post EJS, I think we're done with it. So you can be deleted. And now we're actually going to make sure this works before we actually commit this. Sup. It was a good attempt. Great, I forgot some class names. Let's hit up the network. So we're having no network requests. So let's check host JSX. This is a submit kind of button. Handle add comment. Current target action. API comment create comment. Up here at game. Backend error. Close that to the backend. Comment validation failed. Comment is required. This requires data. This form actually requires something, particularly like a login form. So it needs that header, or at least needs the body. The header will follow along like so. Then we'll give it another little clicky clack. Something's wrong. Comment validation failed. Post.id versus ._id, I bet. There it is. Yeah, it needs to be _ID because, as you remember, ID is a getter attribute on a Mongoose document. We don't have Mongoose documents. We have objects. Lean kills them. That's right. Lean also kills them. Also, even if we weren't using lean, the fact that we're using .json also kills them. So they're super dead once you go over JSON. Oh, that's not a failure. My create comment endpoint though does not respond reactively. So that is our comments controller. Not our route. Not node modules. Not all middleware. There we go. We need to JSON our new comment. Res.json. Will it be an object containing a comment? Or just a comment? It'll be just a comment. So of course means we need to assign to our comment variable our created comment. And finally, if we add another message, this will work. And if we do a refresh, we'll see a sup is in here. And there is a sup. Okay, that is the commenting branch merged into mine. Make these final two changes, and then, yeah, like I said, this is the base comment, so no recursion, no fancy stuff. That is going to be after the break. Yeah, I mean, we're slowly making progress there, Jazzy Pants. So merge branch, blah, blah. That's a good name. One more sanity check. Because you never know what the get merge algorithm decides to do. Okay, yeah, seems good to me. And with that, we will be. Let me actually push this so you can all quickly look at it, and then get push. Just get push. We'll be taking our break, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into the big branch. Not that one. This is one that has a couple of additional additions. Let's see what additions specifically it has. It has recursive comments, the tracking of likes, the comment user on the actual comment, the deletion of comments, some styling, and editing of comments. So all those features we're gonna give it our best shot to merge into React when we come back from this break. Sure, stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can, folks. Okay, folks. Feel free to make your way on back as the break is coming to an end. And hey, Kitty Sushi 64343. Appreciate you messing with the timer. It's a pretty good color scheme, actually. Randomization did as well. Doesn't always turn out pretty well. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. We're over here React-ifying some code. Yeah, sometimes it picks a color like I will randomly choose the color it already is, and it's very anticlimactic. Yeah, let's get this started up. I'm sorry to hear about that. Anything specific, Netlify, or just because you're trying to deploy something static? Is it statically built, like a Create React app that you're fighting, or just Netlify in general, huh? Or is it cores issues? Because I fought with cores issues, though that's not generally necessarily Netlify, but those definitely ain't fun. Oh my goodness, that sounds horrible. Netlify reading and parsing configuration files. Can you like locally do an npm run build, or is it just on Netlify that's falling apart? Just on Netlify. Man, that is annoying. Are you using something like Create React App or Vite or one of those templates? Because I've never had this particular error. Jeez. Hmm. This thing is saying about like making sure your build command. Well, if you're using Create React App, it's. I think you can tell Netlify what build command to run. Yeah, that should be usable. There shouldn't be nothing wrong with that particular flow. I mean, as you can see, a whole bunch of people also have this error, so you are far from alone. That's at least some solace in that, right? Okay, npm run start is good. So that like generates the dev server. I assume using Create React App or something similar. It's npm run build that generates the static assets. So when you tell Netlify what command to use, you tell it to run npm run build, not start, right? Because Netlify is for static assets, and run start turns on a server. Again, I'm still assuming using Create React App or Vite or something like that. Here's some examples. So it's not dist, I think it would be build, or I don't know what this is. But you can see they use build command. Yeah, I don't know what this would be for you. It depends on what you're using. Yeah, either way, I hope you're able to fix it. I mean, 3 hours is definitely a long time to be spinning on a problem. Hey, appreciate the follow there, Fox Moyano. If I wasn't fighting with cores there, I might be able to. I might actually just go ahead and go for it. Actually, yeah, I'll go ahead and just deploy mine on Netlify. It's not gonna work because I have cores error and I hate cores, but at least deploys a Create React app. Hey, Leah, how's it going? Those don't know, Leah T Codes, fellow hunter Dever, also does some pretty cool streams. Learn all kinds of stuff, React, Scrimba. Always a great blast over there. My bot has failed, but be sure to check him out. We're over here doing some React-ification. Well, we've basically done the React-ification of binary upload boom. And I just brought in the comments branch, so these are reactive comments. Look at that. I don't clear the form. Hey. Yeah, I figured that's why the bot failed. I haven't yet to update it. Oh, there's a cool way I didn't even consider. The fact that you have to do that on Netlify, piece of shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't think, what's their name? Kitty Sushi's even gotten that far. But yeah, avoiding the, usually like the way the static routers go for that is using hash routing, right? Like you get the ugly URL, but it's same for GitHub pages. It'll work no matter the URL. So that's usually the way I've done it, but nice to see they got some modern alternatives out there. What do I have on this? I don't remember. Yeah, we'll give this a Netlify thing a shot, at least so I can answer more accurately to what they're fighting on. Import a git to deploy it manually. Drag and drop your site output folder here. Well, that's one manual way of doing it. I guess that would work. That's not what you're doing, though. So let's hit up github.com, make a quick dirty repo. CD front end. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if that's... Why am I even saying that? Yeah, Kitty Sushi. Have you tried dragging and dropping your build output into this little fold droppy thing? I would try that first. If your goal is to just get it working, I'd give that a shot. Honestly, I forgot you could just do that. Yeah. Ain't that nice? You gotta love Netlify for having to just drag and drop it here, folks. Hmm. Ah, man, it's been a while since I used Netlify. Oh wow, they even got that's a lot of starters. Yeah, Lee. I mean, I forgot. I did it like way in the beginning, or just so I could talk to people about Netlify. But yeah, I forgot you can literally just drag it there. Watch, I'm gonna do it right now. Watch me do it. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm doing it. I guess so, piece of shit. Respectfully, just drop it right there. Yeah, pretty simple for sure. I don't even think Vercel. I mean, Vercel's not for static necessarily, but yeah. Come on, hurry up, folder. I think specifically you drop the folder. Yeah. Deploy it manually like an animal. Um, is it working? It's working. I mean, cores isn't working because I hate cores, but it's here, so it's a React app. It's not working because cores, but yeah, that would be my approach just to get it to work. And just to clarify, it made the build folder. I drug the build folder itself into the box. I did not open the build folder and drag all of these. If you try to drag the contents of the folder, it will not like that. You need to go out and drag the whole build folder. Because I drugged the contents once and I was really confused. It's the folder. Well, where's my numlock at? There we go. But yeah, we got comments. There you go, Kitty Sushi. It now works after re-uploading everything. It's basically a long-winded form of saying turn it off and turn it back on, right? It's what fixes everything. Just turning it off and turning it back on. Just needs to depend on how far you got to go up that chain. And I'm happy you are unblocked. Community top, folks. Yeah, that's so the way it works, Kitty Sushi, is that Netlify just hosts static things, except for the serverless. We don't talk about that. So when you, it's kind of like what we did here. You weren't here for that, but basically, you need to make sure that your source, like all your dynamic, your raw stuff here, is turned into this build, which is stuff your browser can read. So that's usually done via a build command. Yeah, piece of shit. That got me in the very beginning. I was just like, because that was during the time where everyone was like, oh my gosh, Netlify, it's so amazing. It's so easy. And I'm over here like, this is the most painful thing I've dealt with in my life. Why will it not work? But after I figured out, I was like, oh, okay. Guess it's not that bad after all. Mm-hmm. Oh, what's that? Oh, ignore the error. The error does not exist. Watch. Poof. Error gone. There we go. Yeah, I'm glad we got you unblocked there, Kitty Sushi. Now we're gonna do another merge. 2022. This is the big merge, folks, because this has a lot of changes in it. Here goes nothing. That's not too bad. Only a few conflicts. Now remember, this is a merge between two different versions of comments, so we're about to have some craziness go on now. Let's first see what GitHub thinks is good. Looks good to me. It removed likes from posts. Oh, that's right. Yeah, likes are now smart. Okay, I gotta goldfish memory all this up real quick. Our comments and likes are both via populates. Cool, cool. The like schema has a user and a post. Cool. All of our comments are doing happiness. None of them are using JSON, so great sadness. Hold on. Did we not? I just did a bunch of comments stuff. I have comments right here. Did you? Oh no, we have two comments controllers. Oh no, they're. Yeah, Git's not gonna merge those, is it? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, we have two comments routes too. Everything. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay. Well, let me guess when I look in server. Okay, this ain't too bad. I mean, hey, that's on me. I was one character off from the way Leon wrote it, so it's what we get. At least this part doesn't change. We keep the old stuff. I mean, that's what happened. Or this is a merge, a merge conflict, or this is just merging in general. So nothing to be surprised about. Oh, great, a package lock. I'll just redo that later. Hey, it's not that bad. Not that. I mean, it's better than writing it all from scratch. So as long as it's faster than writing from scratch, you're still ahead of the game. Okay, I do not merge enough, as you can tell. Let's go for the model. We have text to that, likes to that, created that. Yeah, so we want the new one. Text and user. Created at. That's by default, so we don't want that. So we want the incoming chains. Alack so. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Salami. Satilam. I think that one is good. About posts, what are they doing? Wow, lots of changes. So instead of just lean, it's populate and then lean. I think you can chain a populate and a lean. We're about to find out. Ah, lovely, lovely. Are you using React? Wait a minute. Followed a broken link. Are you using React router or any kind of routing? Because I think a piece of shoot mentioned the solution is to use some underscore redirects. Otherwise, is your home page itself working? Because that would be an indication. Yeah, piece of shoot's got the answer for you right there. Oh, now okay, redirect everything to the index HTML with a code of 200. Interesting, nice. That's what you want, yeah. So post, find by ID, populate, more populates, everyone populates. Comments is another line entirely because we're using the fancy populate. Accept current. Awesome. Everyone liked that. Then for likes, we're not doing that anymore. We are doing the new thing. Incoming change. No, thank you. Yeah, they come by every now and then. It's an amazing deal, obviously. The best of deals. So it makes me realize that this doesn't actually need anything. Again, things are changing as we're merging. What are you doing, VS Code? VS Code, change colors. Come on, you chameleon, you. Change. You're not green anymore. Okay, so basically if it's like, if we deleted one, then delete. Otherwise, I mean, both of these are kind of doing the same thing. What is it? Status 200 end, because they're not doing anything. Yes, I think post controller is acceptable. I don't know how lean's gonna. VS Code is hanging by a thread. Oh, there's a little change up here. Import the model. Yeah, we love a new modal. Modal. Yeah, I mean, that's pros and cons of it, right? Ah. So post already has a plural S. We're going to go with plural S. Which means we're keeping comment S, getting rid of comment. Create comment ID, create comment post ID. Yeah, so goodbye, old code. Which is this old code, comment create to do the thing. Which, okay, I'm just going to rewrite it. Const comment equal, and then what do I have? I send the whole comment back. And while we're here, switch off the deletion. We're not doing anything. Status 200. And for the editing, however, what do we send back? We're going to be optimistic. Status 200 dot end. Client side will handle it. Okay, let's go through our changes once more. Delay Tay. Move. Post. Okay, now it's all for front. Well, we got this server. What's missing? Oh, everything's good. Okay, good. That's right. Everything will always be successful. It's optimistic rendering. We're just gonna assume everything went right, right? Nothing went wrong. Could not. Well, obviously. Until you run it, right? Yeah. And that's the power of not running TypeScript. There are no errors until it gets ran. Here comes our recursive comment rendering, which... Okay, a little bit of logic here. Comment and depth. Okay, we don't have that, so goodbye. Ooh, man, VS Code cannot figure this one out. Open changes with a diff tool. Or VS Code. VS Code got really confused on this one. Yeah, React Refactor Marathon shipped that code. We're going all the way. I mean, we already got comments working. We're going for the pretty comments, and you know, we already did the React Refactor. Now we're just React adding features to it for sure. Oh, that doesn't sound good, Kitty Sushi. I'm assuming that's on your home page. That doesn't really make much sense there. Hey, good catch there, Ryan. Yeah, if those don't know, ship that code, fellow streamer, 100 devs. Also build a tech paths. It's pretty cool thing. You can, document your journey through tech or compare and see others' journey through tech and how it's changed lives. And also the Potato Queen. If you don't know what that means, it means you have to go over there, obviously. Poor GitHub, you literally can't show me what's going on here. So I guess I gotta manually go over there. Manual, absolute disgusting. Can't believe I'm doing this manually, but we gotta figure it out. Well, not in that file. We just like spuds. Okay. Thought there was some kind of army going on, but okay, that is the official comment. You just like spuds. Wow, that's a lot of code. Okay, let's try to get it currently working then. Now you want to work, weirdo. Okay, so I'm trying to get the merge thing to figure the thing out. What command do I need to run? So rm package lock. Great, so I just remove it entirely. Oh, lots of installs. Love it. So yeah, we're definitely going to need a component for a comment. And in addition, this comment will need reference to its post and its depth. Export function default export depth. This will return. Oh boy. It's gonna be a big one. Ah, yeah, it's good. This is good. Nothing is wrong. So we'll go with class name first. That's our easiest fix. Yeah, piece of shoot. It's the big one. Absolutely amazing. Oh, it's gonna be a line by line. This one. AC Films, I'm doing good. We're just bringing in this chaos of a EJS snippet. Hey, Pink Star, a long time no see. I'm doing great. Appreciate the subscription as always. Always a good time seeing you. Hope your Saturday and everything's been going good. We're just over here reactifying some code. As you can tell by all the red on screen, it's going great. The red means the red is that of our enemies, obviously. Yeah, of course, always doing well, always doing well. Hey, glad to hear that, C Films. Love to see that little stats thing grow. Of course, yeah. Yeah, right now, so like we reactified the entire binary upload boom. If you haven't seen it, it's the whole shebang here. You can create posts, upload images, all kinds of cool stuff. It's a little brokey. And now we're adding recursive comments. Or well, we're merging recursive comments. Yeah. Come on. Ooh, VS Code's struggling. Okay, so the way you do that, C Films, is say you have an array of objects. Class objects equals A, B, A, B, stuff like that. You want to access elements in an array of objects. So technically, I guess you can access the individual elements with 0. If you're referring to accessing properties, you can then use dot notation to access the properties of the elements in the array. That's true, piece of shit. All the array methods are available to you. You can map over the objects. So then you get the individual property of each object. And this will be what? A, D, stuff like that. Depends really what you want to do exactly, C Films. But yeah, all the array methods, a pretty good start. Or a classic for loop. Yeah, lots of different ways. Hey, appreciate the follow there, Bryce. Hello. Let's see if I can do some multi-cursor magic. Of course I can't do multi-cursor magic. Alright, I think I can get some multi-cursor magic. Oh, this is going to be a struggle here. Everyone hang in there. Go on the crazies. Making sure all this is consistent. Because once I do it, okay. We're going all the way. So, all this code is consistent. And this is why consistency is good, people. This is all at the suffix of a string, too. So, I can delete, 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 add curly, double jump left, delete, 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 add closing quote, plus sign. Nope, nope, I went too far. Add closing double quote, and then a plus sign. You're right, piece of shoot. I do get an underscore ID, but one thing at a time. Jump to the front, add the curly, add the double quote. Boom. Multi-cursor magic. Also, I don't remember that one either, piece of shoot, but I like Control D so I can visually make sure each one I'm adding to my selection is conforming to the standard that I know I can multi-edit on. But yeah, as you can see, that I mean, I think it's worked on all of them. Oh, now I get the underscore ID to deal with, which I think is the easiest. Select all. Okay, I still like to look at them visually. Nice. Multi-cursor magic. Bam. That's done with a lot of the tedious bulk. We still got to do this stuff. So, yeah, JSX filify this. I have a knot of similar input field selectors in individual cost variables. I've displayed select selectors in individual cost variables. Okay, so like if you have a couple of different consts, you have a lot. That's cool. You can, instead of making this like a 5 different const variables, you can make this a single array of those 5 values. Or you can wrap each individual thing that has an input and a display and all this in an object. That'd be my approach. Use reducer, eh? I mean, I don't think they're writing in React, Jazzy Pants, but that would be a way to do it. I meant a lot. I have 6 of each. I already read that. Okay, I mean, let's just scaffold it out real quick, see films. So you have const thing A equals ABC. So you have 6 of each. And instead of creating a different variable for each of them, what you can do is create an array of things. And you can have, well, that wouldn't be the way you do it. I mean, you could just literally create an array of the variable values. I wouldn't do that because updating. Then for each of them, you would have the whatever the value is as a different element. Something like this. That would be one approach. Another approach is if they're all like different members of a single unit. Instead of having just a bunch of individual variables, you can have objects of the individual variables where you have text, ABC. Yeah, so you get what? Field, ABC, and you get display, DEF, and you can create an array of objects like this. Again, it very much depends on what you're trying to do with it. I mean, I figured that much. See films. It depends. I mean, not what you're doing with, like how you're manipulating the data, and like, is there a reason you're putting in an array? I assume to iterate through all the questions, right? So you would iterate through all the questions, maybe sum up how many are total, or maybe like have a reset button that would clear all the values by iterating through these array of variables. Like, there are lots of reasons for iterations. Scoring it. Yeah, that's one of the things I mentioned. You would iterate through all of the inputs and displays, count all the ones that are correct, maybe, or something, and use that to create a score. Yeah, lots of different ways to use it for sure. Yeah, now I'm just wrapping this old conditional and the new conditional. We'll wrap this and template tags. Well, lots of template tags. So many temp or backticks. See if I can meander my way through that. I can't fully, unfortunately. But I can manually move this one to the end there. Boop. Oh, there we go. Oh, too many backticks. I think this is acceptable. Goodbye, old code. We getting there. Comment deleted, null, otherwise just comment text and not too creative. Why does it keep wanting to make this button? Copilot, are you okay? Oh, and this is our edit form. My goodness. Whew, man, I remember writing all this HTML. My word. The old one Copilot correctly? We want a triple equals. A good user ID. Oh, that is just the weirdest. Lots of cleanup once we actually get this thing working. Oh, come on. Ooh, a lot of moving parts. Now this is a text area. We're going to want to use a default value instead. That's the React way. Well, we have an action here. Let's not... I mean, it's going to be tough not to miss all these. Make sure I'm not... Okay, there's literally only two, so I guess I did. Move that one over. Good enough. Oh, we're almost there. The last one. Good point, Jazzy Pants. All of these need to be API prefixed. Let's grab that now before I forget. Good call. Let's just find all the forms. My word, there's a lot of them in here. Oh, I select forms. I want them to be highlighted. I think that's all of them. Again, we're going to miss some, but catch it back on the fixing. And here comes the recursion. Wow, okay, that's a pretty good one, Copilot. Yeah, okay, so that is good. Now we need a lot more. There's a lot of code in here. Copilot, you didn't do the thing. Oh, no, I didn't do the thing. There's a lot of endpoints here. It's gonna be a miracle if this thing works. Okay, let's just get this thing working though, right? So we are receiving a post ID and a user ID. Then we get some styles, which we gotta reactify. Yeah, I believe we'll eventually get there. I don't know if we're gonna get any first tries out of this. JSX elements cannot have multiple of the same name. Oh. That's confusing as heck. Why are there two in here? Ah, yes, C-Films. That will greatly assist me, of course. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, rookie numbers, obviously. Background color. I remember hard coding this one. Ooh, okay, I think I have this at least renderable. Now, we need to actually render our first comment for all this to chain reactions start. So our post needs to render a comment. Oh, here we go. Goodbye this code. Hello. Oh, this is going to be awesome to write. Import comment from components comment. Now for each of these, I need to feed it a whole bunch of data. That data including, I have to go look at it. Post ID, user ID, comment, and depth. Post ID, again, we're doing it bad because we are baddies. Post ID, user ID equals user dot underscore ID. Comment equals comment, and depth equals, what is this, 0? Of course, everything you map over needs a key. We'll use the ID for. Did I put a key on the children? Or Copilot did. Someone put a key on it. That's all that matters. And let's. I tried to make it. Made it 3 characters shorter. Absolutely breathtaking. First thing I know is why does this file keep showing up? I know this endpoint is not good enough. Comment, create comment. I know this thing got changed. Ooh, shorten that code, huh? I mean, there's a lot of long codes. I don't think that's going to be too hard for me to find. Create comment, post ID, comment ID. Okay, that's conditional. That will still work. Okay, let's look at some shortening, though. Oh, so painful. Mm. Wow, there's a lot of code here. Making the accordion into a component would work. Although at that point, like, how many accordions do I have? I have 2 accordions. I thought I had more accordions. Class accordion. Oh wait, accordion and an accordion can contain. No, it only has one dropping squish thing. All of these also need an event listener. That's gonna be fun. I think it's just a lot of code here. I don't know. Whew. We'll find something short. It's just it's kind of hard to shorten it before it works. So we'll find something to shorten. Ah, great. Now that thing is broken because I have bad data. Yeah, piece of shit. That's me, not you. It's bumping, that's for sure. Hmm. I think I tweaked it so that way when like a notification comes in, it auto goes down or something. So what I need to drop? I need to drop comments. Goodbye, comments. Yep, drop the comments like it's hot. Likes, I think we need those. Post. Did post change at all? Oh, it did change a little bit. I don't think it changed enough to worry about. It was a deletion, not a creation. Yeah, I think our database is ready to open. There we go, and we add ourselves a comment. Explosion. Comment.comments is undefined because a populate doesn't do magic. This is why I have that or on there. Comment JSX. Comments or empty array, because a populate doesn't make an empty array if there are no elements or something. That was a really good reason I had it on there. Looking good. We're missing we're missing something. I don't know what we're missing. Let's hit up the let's wait until it opens. Tab index. Oh, this is for something else. Yeah, we're missing the that's a good one. You got me. You're missing the comment. Yeah, we're missing the text of the comment. I don't know. Comment text. Yeah, for some odd reason, I don't know. It's not there. Let's check out our props though. So our comment has a well, it's not there. It's just not there because I didn't update the form. The form needs to change the name. I can also check the network. Yeah, so it's there, but it's under the comment field. It's been renamed to the text field. So we're going to need to go find it and change the name of this to text. I think that's what it needed. Now the next one will have stuff in it. There it is. Look at that. And now that we're here, we might as well see if this delete button works. Well, it won't work because I haven't hooked it up. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. I'm going to have to do a React recursive delete. Ooh, that hurts my brain thinking about. Whoa. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. So I passed a comment that set comments like that. And then what we'll do is in here we'll kind of do a recursive search, and then we'll I think that's what it actually does do. Yeah, it spits out the word deleted somewhere. Yeah, the word deleted is spat out if the comment is actually deleted. But I'm going to need to update the local state is what I'm thinking about. So when I delete, let's say, this comment, that's, whoops. Yeah, as you can see, it still works with the old form. You just, it's not React. Let's do a refresh. There should be a comment in there. Let's check out the API. Bounce. So 3 comments. None of them with comments of their own. Okay, let's check that up in the database. So we gotta fix the recursive rendering, then all the forms. Okay, let's see if we had a comment even show up on the comment. So we have a comment on a post, and a comment. So it is here, specifically on 739, which is this one right here. The one without text. Perfect example. 739. Yeah, you're the one who's supposed to have comments, but do not. So this is a backend thing. I think we can delete this file now. Goodbye. Goodbye. So our populate did not do its job. Oh, and that's specifically in get post, actually. I have mongoose auto-populate is here. The comment model has auto-populate on for comments. Underscore ID to comment of another. Okay, let's make sure this isn't a transmission issue. Then open the terminal. Just make sure this is actually on the server. Okay, here it is. Dot comments right there. Now, if I were to JSON stringify this, I have to make it a little bit prettier. Let's just JSON parse it right after. Does it survive the JSON? Because that's my theory at this point. I'm going to have to check a .lean on it. Aha. It's not surviving the JSON. Let's see if a .lean does the trick. No. Aha. I combine 2 steps in one. Let's see if lean is okay. Let's see if lean just kills it entirely. Or is it if it's the JSON that smushes it out? The lean does not like it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Populate and lean. This lean is part, kind of the JSONification. Lean true. I mean... I know I definitely don't want lean. In the settings for the model, I thought I had them all on. Yeah, 2 objects right there. Maybe there's another thing. Right, 2 objects a method, right? So I can say post to object. And that'll spit me out a JSON object. I thought that's what lean did, though. I'll figure this out. Okay, this is working. Okay, sure. When I console log my comment, shouldn't it show my comment populated? Yeah, that's what I'm so like. It is populated. It's in the like recursive thing. I was trying to figure out a way to get it. We're losing it on the JSON transmission. Basically, we're going from mongoose documents to JSON, and somewhere in the middle we're losing it. I just found out that saying dot. Is that real? I mean, yeah, this array has something I can see. Saying dot to object does work. So what I can do is say post to object dot comments to get my comments. And now this should include it. User, okay, I don't care about that. Hey, there it is. Maybe it's broken. I broke it somehow. But it is here, so I mean, I could try to not do it. See if it shows up without. Again, I am using auto-populate, which I don't think should cause issues, but maybe it's the issue. So just verify just to be sure. Where's my API? There it is. Let me see my second. See, it doesn't have the comments array. So the second one, none of them actually have it, which weird. But when I say .to object before it, which does something somewhere, I don't know where. It does include it. It even includes it when it's empty. And then when I actually care about it, it is here. So yeah, this is working. I don't know how I broke it, but I broke it and then I fixed it. Let's figure out this error. User is undefined. So it's in my post. User. Do I not have access to user? I do. If the user's not here, I need to not render stuff. Yeah, so if not user, return null. So I gotta wait for the user before I start doing craziness. Progress. So I need 4 equals quote. Wow, there's a lot of them in here that oh, it's just the one. Or the 3, I guess. Loving that. Yeah, look at all this lovely nested comments. We have this one. It's a comment of FFF, and this one, GGG, which is still using the old API. But there's GGG. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. So I didn't make it. I made it an object once, right? So the way I somewhat understand this is my post. Oh, not the model. Whatchamacallit? Where is it? Yeah, so this is technically a mongoose document. This post is a mongoose document containing a bunch of other stuff, including some other mongoose documents. You see, it says document right here. Wow, that's a lot of type information. And then what I needed to do is I needed to convert the post to an object and then access the comments of it instead of accessing the comments of it, which, while it is an array-like, it's not JSONable. It's like the to object. This is the part that makes sure to keep all the virtuals. but when I skipped it, I skipped the two objects, which meant all the virtuals, aka the comments, were not included. Yeah, it is a little weird, but it's also weird the fact that I'm extracting it to another variable. So it's just a little layering of weird. Thankfully, I was able to figure that part out. Now it's deleting time. Nice C films. Well, so if you have an array of objects, objects, I assume it's all quiz related. Input, and this is like actually like a query selector or whatever, not an actual string. And then where's display, right? And then maybe you can have the correct answer, right? Be like 4. And you can take your array of objects, and again, it's hard to tell exactly without saying, but if it's something like this, you can then iterate through each of them to count how many are like correct. So let correct equals 0 for cost of array of objects if dot input dot value, I guess as a number, equals obj dot correct answer, then you increase the number of correct answers you have, and then I don't know, console not compare sync. You got correct out of something like that. Correct C films. So yeah, you could do something like that. Again, it depends like what they look like, and again, I'm assuming these are actual query selectors, not strings, but yeah, it's depends what you want to do with them, right? You said you wanted to score or deal with scoring in some way, so this could be a way to do that. Okay, well, you'll need to find some way to normalize it or write some code that can, given the input, figure out the correct answer, and then, or maybe like you just set the scores. Oh, okay, you just mean numbers. Yeah, you can name the numbers whatever you want. I mean, -12 to 12, -12 can be normalized to 0, +12 can be normalized to 100, and you can use that percentage based or however you want to represent it, to be honest. I just did something out of something as, it's an easy way to represent it. Now we're going to make this a lot more readable. Because there's some chunky logic about to go down in here. Because we need to be able to do a few things, actually. We need to be able to add a comment, delete a comment, and update a comment. So delete's kind of the one we need to do right now. Delete comment. Hey, Acidorian. Oh, that's all good. I'm in Consular. I'm a Consular. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. It happens. Welcome on. Thanks for coming on by. I am Consular. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. We are reactifying some recursive comments, which, whew, it's a toughy one, but we're making progress. We got rendering working. Hey, there you go. Upgrades, people. I love some upgrades. I think it's been 15 minutes. Copilot is back. So this is kind of a recursive thing. Let's already have it. For const comment of comments, if comment dot underscore ID triple equals ID, then that's not how you want to do that. We also want to do other stuff. So again, we're going to be cheeky. Const mutating or new comments equals JSON parse, JSON stringify. We're doing the bad stuff, folks. That's right. New comments. If comment ID const q equals, technically we need to keep track of all the comments that we have not looked at, so this can be iterative or stack based. I'm trying to figure out the easiest way. It's gonna be kind of ugly either way, but yeah, all the things, the same thing's gonna be done for all of them. So while q.length, oh thank you, if comment ID is found, then await, we actually do the deleting here. Update. Update. That comment. That's a tough one there. Hey, 6 bots. Wow, there you go. Definitely making some progress there. Yeah, lots of momentum. Functions, for loops, postfix, prefix, incrementer. Nice, all kinds of good stuff. That's a good question, C Films. I've never really needed it, or I've never really even attempted to do so. I don't know if it can ignore a specific block of code. I know you can ignore files, though. Comments, apparently. Oh, so a comment called pretty or ignore might do it. Okay, I keep seeing, here it is. Perfect. Range ignore. You start with a pretty or ignore start, and you end with a pretty ignore end. So there you go. That will do it. Oh, Jazzy Pants also beat me to it. And yeah, I assume you were talking about bots on the piano site there, console error. We could use some dark theme here. My eyes are starting to not appreciate this. So for each comment, I need to search its children. Which means, so the thing is, when I delete a comment, it needs to be removed from the array it belongs to. Which means I need to keep track of a bunch of arrays, which have comments and their parent array. So const comment arrays equals, we're making it crazy. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, this is definitely a brain breaker, that's for sure. For const comment of new comments, comment arrays, set comment ID, new comments. Yeah, because it's a tricky one because it's a recursive, and we're wanting to update the state incrementally. So we're keeping track of all the parents belonging to a certain comment. And then for each comment, that's not how you want to do that. For const comment of comments, we want to do what we're doing above. Push it and then update it so it can keep track of stuff. And then the deletion happens. This is the fun part. So const index equals get the end. Well, first we get the array. Const array equals thank you, and index equals good. Here we go. Now we want to splice it out. Good. Oh, and this is when the API actually needs to do its job. There was a button around this at some point. I just figured out the set state algorithm. There's a button. If not deleted and is myself, a delete comment button. Yeah, so we're still using a form because all is good in the world. On submit, handle delete comment. This is actually delete comment. Yeah, now this is doing a fair amount of drilling, folks. I need a form at this point. Essentially, these 3 lines here. So once I get there, I am receiving an event. I also am receiving an ID. Let's figure this out. I need the event, but I need the ID also. Hey, client chat array, not the constants, that's cool. Note quota, nice. Not how to skip an element to an array. Keep an element to an array when it's added. I mean, we're dealing with array shenanigans right now, so we're in the same boat, it feels. I think we bind ID first. There we go. Why does this file keep showing up? I don't think we set deleted to true, whatever that does. Oh my gosh, the comment deletion doesn't do it like that. My brain! I can imagine, yeah. Especially with that different new perspective for sure. Sometimes when we delete a comment, it goes away, and sometimes it just changes. So, we need to, when we delete a comment, get back what the new comment is. So in this case, when you actually delete it, it's null. But in this case, comment is a lack so. There we go. Now, based on this, is what I actually do to it. So, const spot equals here. Const deleted comment equals. Now we'll just send the entire thing. We don't need to, come on. Why is it doing that? Back to the controller, we'll just send an actual null. I hope we can do that. Okay, now here comes the fun part. If deleted comment, then, I mean, we're doing that either way. Go away. So if we actually deleted it, but it's been changed, then we're not doing any of this. What do we want to do? An object assign, right? Object assign to override comment with deleted comment. Otherwise, we're actually deleting it. No matter what we do, though, we are breaking out of here. I do need access to the array. I don't need access to the index after. Nice. And the reason we're allowed to mutate it is because we made a deep copy with a cheapo JSON parse stringify. Now, I got no idea if this is going to work. But it feels pretty alright. How do I access an item in my array of objects? Which syntax is better to use? Well, which syntax always works? Well, the bracket syntax always works, because the only reason a dot syntax would not work, to a cost object with a key of something with forbidden. So that's a key with forbidden characters, specifically the spaces. They're forbidden characters, so it needs to be put in quotes. Now, if I'd say object dot something with forbidden, obviously that's not going to work. VS Code's telling me straight up that's not how it works. But if you use bracket syntax and put your key in quotes, then it will always work. I personally, though, always go with dot notation unless I specifically have to use a bracket notation. And if I have to use bracket notation, then I try to avoid using bracket notation by, like, not using forbidden characters. Like, drop down to one of the more common casings so you can use dot notation. Hey, whatever tools makes it works, right? Console error. Exactly, Jazzy Pants. Camel casing, snake casing, any of the casings are generally the way to go about it. See films. Oh, VS Code Dev. Yeah, that too. It can do a lot for sure. Forgot about that. Very powerful. Delete comment is undefined. I'll figure this out. I guess I didn't pass it to all my children. Children, take my deletion. Wait, bind. That's not a good bind. No, then there we go. Okay. There we go. Oh, if you're talking about an array, then yeah, you can use answer check result, where answer check result is an array, and you have to use a bracket notation if you're using an index. If you're grabbing if it's a 2D matrix, which is why you're using the one index, then yeah, you could use that. You could also, like, try that in your console to see if it works outright. We deleted GGG. Let's see what happens. GGG is gone, gone, gone. Now if we delete this one, look at the text. The text swapped to the text deleted, and it's not deletable anymore. Heck yeah, Jazzy Pants. I am hesitant to say. First try. Oof. It's a messy first try, but it's a first try nonetheless. And this is expected logic. This orphan deleted. We never fixed that. Yeah, you know what that means? So this kind of recursive thing I implemented for deleted comment is going to get copy and pasted for the addition and the updating of comments. This is going to be interesting. How am I going to do this? So I'm thinking of like a cool, polished, fancy way of doing this. And then I'm thinking of just copying this and just doing it again. There we go. Yeah, I could make a handle with cases. Or I could not. I don't know. I could also not do extra work and leave it for future me. Future me is totally going to be okay refactoring this. Although for updating of comments, so the weird thing about deletion is that I need access to the array to do the splicing. For an update, I don't need access to the array at all. So it's actually simpler. So if I found the one, then I do the thing, otherwise do this. And for an update, it's always an assign. So deleting was actually the most complicated one, which makes me super happy at work. Since I'm not really using this anywhere else, chuck it in there, chuck it in there. But yeah, some kind of handler would be cool. Current target. Okay, I have to make sure my update controller is doing its job. Or edit. Yeah, it's not doing its job. Bad. I've also messed up my verbiage. Apparently I call it edited comment at some point. Thanks, past me. Yeah, but all these, like, these particular, the way I'm drilling these, so technically, all of these properties right here should belong in some form of state management, be it context API or whatever, because I am literally drilling it through the recursion. So, future note for future me. Add comment. Oh, let's not go that far. Hold on. Oh, let's do it all. Let's not do it all. So now update comment. It would be slightly easier if the context API, Jazzy Pants, like these four things, like, because you can't put the depth in context and you can't put the comment in context. You know, I might throw it in context just to mess around with it. Oh, okay, see film. So we know that doesn't work, unfortunately. So you need to figure out, like, remove the indexing of 1 maybe, and if that doesn't work, remove the indexing of 0 to try and figure out how to access your data. Yeah, always, the console's a great place to experiment around, figure out what's going on. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, I mean, honestly, it would probably just be a recursive comment or a whole context for this entire thing. So the context provider would probably live around here. If I were to contextify this, the provider would be around the UL, because you can't have it any higher because it's specific to this post. I guess I could have it higher, but nothing else needs it. So if I were, it would be the provider here and then feed it all in. Zestin might be easier. The end goal, I believe, unless it's been a while since I touched Zestin, is the same thing. It's just the syntax of writing it would change. Like, you still need a provider, I think, of Zestin, but you just use the hook to get it out. I mean, that's why you went with arrays, right? C films, instead of an array of objects, you went with an array of arrays. So, yeah, you just have to figure out how to access your array of arrays. Sorry, add comment. No, we want the edit comment. There we go, edit comment. Where's my form? Here's my form. On submit equals update comment bind null underscore ID. I think that is comment editing or updating, however I'm going to call this. I has to clear that form. Clear that form while we're here. Oh well, if your array is an array of objects, then you need to use bracket notation with the key name or dot notation with the key name, and not index of 1. Because what you showed me would be code to access an array of arrays. There we go, form reset. That's where I was missing from the equation. Yeah, now we have a lovely comment here. We hit the modal, ka-chow. We update it to the letter A. And it works. And then the modal doesn't close, because that used to be done with the refresh. Well, I'm glad this is working so well. Escape key closed it. So how do I close this modal and bootstrap? Oh, I gotta think thoughts now. This is on a form submission. I don't really need to think about it. Let me go up and think about it. I'm literally trying to track it down at this point. There we go. How did I open this thing? Data BS dismissed. Yeah, that might do the trick. Yeah, I guess if we. Oh wait, this is a text area, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the only way you can actually interact with this is with the button. Perfect. Yeah. So we're going for that. Good call, Jazzy Pants. That will work. I thought it wouldn't because it was a form, but we have no enter logic. So. Oh, there is some weird dismiss stuff. Oh, it's right here. I'm just have to add it to the other button. Again, the bootstrap pretty powerful if you figure out how it works. Hey, look at that. Oh no. My event is being overridden. No. Does this button even work? Okay, the button does work when it's not bootstrapified. Okay, that's good, C films. So now, what properties does that object have? Like, what keys or what fields does it have? And once you think of one, after your closing square bracket, you can say dot that property name. Okay, I got a cheap way of getting this to work. I'm gonna just find the button and click on it. I'm gonna click the button. Watch me click this button real good. Hey, drunk. Yeah, we're 8.5 hours into it, making good progress. Form.query select. No, what'd you do that for? Any dismissible, and we're just gonna be like, click. Oh, come on. I thought that would really work. Oh, it's null. Ah, it's because it needs to be an attribute. Hey, we game the system. So when you click the thing and then you do your fancy change and you click this button, I then tell JavaScript, hey, click the close button after you're done. Beautiful. It's the janky way of making Bootstrap work for me, right? It's just fake the user. I mean, yeah, what would the like? Because essentially our goal is to trigger the JavaScript that button triggers, whatever that JavaScript is. Just clicking the button triggers the JavaScript, so it's like, why not? Hack the planet. That's the plan. All we're missing now is this functionality right there, the adding of comments to other comments. Awesome, C-films. So now you're getting the input field for that particular object. Now imagine if the 0 could change. So imagine if 0 was a variable that started at 0, because that started at 0, and say you changed it to 1, and then to 2, and then to 3, and then to 4, and then to 5, and then you didn't change it anymore because you said you only have 6 objects. So if you could do that, like keep changing your variable, like I, for example, that you put inside your first bracket notation, you could loop through all of the objects, and using .input field, you can loop through all of the objects input fields. So you can loop through that with a for loop maybe, or if you're not a fan of for loop, you hit up a for each or for of. But with the code you currently got, a for let I equals 0 loop would probably be your closest bet. Okay, adding comment. Again, I don't think this one's going to be as complicated as delete, because we need to find the comment that we're adding a comment to, get our new comment, const new comment, get chow, and then we say, okay, wow, thank you, Copilot. I like this. I mean, yeah, you could do that, C-films. Instead of an array of objects, it would be well, it could be up to as many arrays as you want. So it'd be 2 different arrays, and then you would have to link them together with the index. So like the data would not be encapsulated. But now that you've done it this way, the data is encapsulated into these little objects. So all the data for a particular, I'm guessing, quiz or question or answer is in one place. You don't have to search 3 or 4 or 5 different global arrays to find what you're looking for. Again, if you want to use arrays, you can. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying this is the point of OOP and encapsulation. You don't have to search through your code base for all the data related to an individual thing. What's wrong with this again? Comment push. I need to close the doohickey. Close the accordion. So I literally can't see it. Gotta pass it. We're drilling down. I mean, again, C-films, I don't think I know too much about pure functional programming, but I like programming functionally, like pure statements, stuff like that, no side effects. But I don't do too much legitimate dictionary definition functional programming. Oh, here comes Leon's song. Leon hype, here we go. What are we trying to target? We're trying to target a class name of accordion, right? Nope, we're targeting the accordion and then the accordion button. Can I click the accordion? No, I can't click the accordion. Can I click this? No event. Nope. So it's got to be the button. So I have to query selector my way up to the accordion, then query selector my way, have to ancestor my way up, closest my way up to accordion, and query down to the button. That's a little painful, but we making it. So form dot query. Well, it's closest. And then from there, we will query selector to button, and we will click the button. And that's spelled accordion, correct? I have failed. When you use IIFVs, or immediately invoked function expressions, I don't use them too often, to be honest. Usually, like when I'm using vanilla code and I want to keep some data encapsulated, I use IFEs. I got some. Um, I have some of my CodeWars scripts for like user scripts. Do I use them on click buttons? No, not that often on click buttons. Like, why don't I'm trying to think what would I need to encapsulate on a button? Yeah, like on user scripts, for example. As you can see, I use IIFEs here to encapsulate whatever I'm looking for. Oh, I use another instantly invoked function expression to kind of encapsulate or just differentiate this. Yeah, so I just kept this code. I don't want this code to clutter the rest of my app, so instantly invoked asynchronous instantly invoked function expression. Put all the acronyms in there. I did that. I didn't use any more here. Yeah, I did dabble a little bit in Prisma. I didn't get it fully finished. But yeah, I did like using it with MongoDB. Yeah, that's how you saw it. But yeah, I mean, I haven't used it with a relational database, but yeah, I use it with MongoDB. Works pretty well. I kind of ran out of steam on this particular database migration because it offers me no real benefit, and it's taking a bit of time to actually do it. But like, I did get it migrated. The writing, just the reading, which is tedious because the data is weird. But Prisma itself wasn't the issue for that. It was the data. But yeah, I did like the Prisma, the TypeScript, the safety of it. I think writing the schema is a little weird, but it's an acceptable sacrifice, right? You're true, Jazzy Pants. I mean, with that, I believe you the type safety. So like TypeScript does exist for Mongoose. Like you can add types to your Mongoose things, but they are not. It's a second class citizen kind of. Here, Prisma, it's a first class citizen. Your types are a priority. So that's mainly the advantage of going that. It's same advantage for using like type ORM versus Sequelize or Bookshelf or Next. Next doesn't really count. Or Objection, right? They have types as a priority, so you can guarantee you're not gonna have to throw in any or stuff. It's like the more of those you're doing around, the more you're risking it. I think this button's ready to go. Add comment. Pass it to our children. We'll have to receive it from our parent. Then we have to actually use it. Add comment accordion. So on submit, add comment. Okay, I'll do it myself. This is what we're adding the comment to. Okay, so I was making sure I wasn't pointing the wrong thing. And with that, we should be able to add comments and have it appear under the comment. Look at that. It did. Sorry, I'm trying to follow along. Oh yeah, so it did it and then it didn't clear the form. Okay, yeah, it's doing it. I appreciate that, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Victory! Nah, hey, you run them as many times as you want, Jazzy Pants. That's what I got them for. Victory! I mean, that was like the last of our complicated ones to do, so that definitely deserves a celebration. Now, we do have a little form cleanup. So where's the form? Form dot reset. So yeah, while this isn't exactly reactive, clicking a bunch of things, it works. And the goal of the code is just make it work. So you could be more reactive. If we really want to be reactive, we'd be using like React Bootstrap instead of class names, but if it works, it works, right, folks? And with that, we're definitely going to make this a commit. Oh, I just realized this was all inside of a merge, which is completely accurate because this is the addition of comments or whatever. So yeah, this isn't bad. This is good. Again, lots of repeated code, but it can be cleaned up later. Merged. I mean, I don't really know the proper form for. But here's the thing, like, if I would have not made all those changes, then this commit would have been of a broken code base. And I think that is worse than kind of like adding to a merge. I don't know. I don't really work. Haven't really worked extensively with teams on that opinion, but it just feels better to me. Never make a broken commit. Because if you're trying to track down an error, then you're going to be going through the commits, and if one of them is broken, then it's just going to be in your way. I fixed that? I was like, when did I fix that? I guess just now. Yeah, journey for sure. It's been a journey. Oh, we got one weird mergey thingy. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. I mean, what can I say? I go long streams. That is our merge. And yeah, I mean, we reactified, not only did we reactify the core binary upload boom, we then reactified we reactified the Leon comments. Then we reactified my additions, which was just recursive and other doohickeys. Yeah, it's definitely a fair amount of progress. Let's check out the list. I also did that and that and that. And yeah, technically, yeah, we're not going to do that weird thing. Or soft deletes. You know what? We can do one more feature. So this is a new feature, so get a little variation in which you can visit a username. Oh, of course. So this is called what's the extension called? It's a markdown extension-y thing. To do plus. Come on, not that one. To do plus. There we go. That's the extension that does that, Jazzy Pants. Essentially, as long as you have a file that is called the word to do, you can, use little keybinds to mark things complete and incomplete. You can mark them as started, cancel them. I have it turned off, but you can also, like, when you start it, you can put like a date here. And then once you complete it, it'll say how long it took you to complete the task. So I don't really use that, but you can if you want. And you can also, I think, do a counter thing. It's like you can count how many are left in a list, stuff like that. So it's just nice little bits of coloring and highlighting. And a basic file, yeah. To do, this task has been running for 5 years. Well, then you can definitely turn those dates off then. Why are there no likes here? Uh-oh, I broke the like button. Okay, let's fix the like button. Asked me to not do that. Add comment is I think that's old code. Let's fix the like button. Post, like, post, response. Okay. Post, like, post. I guess the front end needs to handle it too. Let's check out the actual state to see what is up. So post, you got post in 2 comments. This is the leanification. Gotcha. We don't have the, so we want to get a post from the controller. We need to lean it or to object it or something. To object. Yeah. Rears its ugly head again because like is technically a virtual. Or likes is a virtual. I don't know. There we go. We have 0 likes. So that's progress. Now we need the button to actually work. So let's find ourselves in the front end code. In the source. In the post. Like post. Here we go. API post, like post, post ID, handle like. Obviously not doing its thing. Create post, like post. So we pass. It's in the URL, correct. Create current user and post like so. Oh, 200 end. Maybe that's hurting it. Yeah, I used to return how many likes there were. Oh, okay, well, I don't need to do that anymore. I'll just do it on the front end. Where's my likey button? Handle delete, handle like. There we go, and we'll just... Oh, I don't know if I've already liked it, though. Ooh. Let's look at the output. The likes +1, likes -1, +1, -1. Okay, so the liking is actually working. I'm just not sending back the change. So I'll send back a change. JSON -1. What's +1? I didn't make it far. -1. So it's just sending back how I should change the likes by. So post equals likes change. So it's post.likes plus the change. So if I am liking it, then it goes up by 1. If I'm unliking it, drumroll, down by 1. So it's currently 1, and it's going to go 1 0 1 0. 0 1 0 1. There we go. As expected. I could add some cool styling to like change the color of the heart, but we ain't about that life. What did we do? Fix like rendering. Who knows how long this has been broken for, but it's okay. I might be able to rebase it in later. But yeah, let's go ahead and add profiles. So first thing is our posts are gonna have a little so we got a title here. Love title. Title's amazing. A little piece of text just on the above it. There's a link to the user. So on our post, this is rendering thing. Wow, so many functions. There's our H2, and then this will be a link. Okay, it was a really good try, Copilot. Post.user.username. I don't know. Let's go to the inspector. Do you have a user? You do not. I mean, you have a user attribute, you don't have a username. So we're going to tell it to populate. Give me a user. Nope, not there. Ah, yes, here. So we're populating likes. We would also like to populate a user. I think my feed will also be populating user. Actually, no, feed don't care. No one cares about feed. But once I do have a user, if I look at my model user, it has a username camel case. That's what I was checking on. And this will be to /profile / interesting piece of shoot. Post user underscore ID. Let's give that a shot. Also said populated. Good catch on that typo. Let's see some examples. Hey, good day to you too. Bigu Basu Babu Rasu. What a name. That's a good one there. Babu Rasu. Large executive Robert. Oh, that's it. You just as a string, huh? Interesting. Ain't that neat? I imagine this other one can't be merged, but that's neat. Yeah, thanks for that piece of shit. Wonder what other populate calls I got lying around. Oh, it's just that one. It looks. Oh, we got one right here. Yeah, nice little line saver for sure. Let's see if I got any more lying around. Not wrong side. Oh yeah, that's all of them. So yeah, not too many, but always makes it a little shorter. Try to think goldfish memory. Controller off. Post sign up, right? If I find one with either the email or user. Okay, so usernames are unique, at least case specific. Great, which means I can send them to the username instead of the ID, because as unique as the ID is, it is ugly. Absolutely ugly. Now on our profile, which is on our root, instead of linking to profile, we can link to profile. Actually, yeah, I can link to profile. We'll just redirect to profile your current user. Let the routing power you. So let's create a profile route. Username. Okay, let's figure this out. Express router optional. Param. I know express. No, we're not doing express. Why did I put express? Brains on the wrong thing. Oh, this thing says V4. I don't think we're getting any answers from this. Oh, just a question mark? 1, 2, and 3. 4 and above. Oh, it's just a question mark. Yay! So we're gonna grab the ID. Const username. Ooh, a little destructure. I love that. If not username. So if there's no username, then we want to. How do you say redirect now? We want the navigate component or whatever it is. There we go. A navigate element. Turn. Navigate. Oh, look. Look at that. Bingo, bango. Now this just got angry because I broke the #1 rule of hooks. Some of them don't always render. Yeah, piece of shoot. That is the React router. I mean, this is what the tutorial says at the very top. Like I already rewrote the so like to do MVC local auth. I did that in my classic the old style way from V5 where you did like route and stuff. But these are the way the docs kind of this is the way the tutorial leads you through routing with V6. So I decided to go full V6, do the V6 way. Seems pretty cool. Effectively, you just do it in your index and you pass it to router provider. It's a little different, but not too bad. Oh, I didn't realize 6.4 did things. The docs don't show me anything else, so this is all I'm ever gonna see. And did 6.4 most exciting release yet? Maybe 6.4 did do some stuff, yeah. I mean, I went straight from 5 to 6.4, so maybe there was some changes. But I mean, the tutorial straight up just says, do this objecty thing. I think they do show somewhere that you can use the old way. So with create browser router, you either pass an object, or you can convert from the other thing. Where is it? Create routes from elements. Here you go. So this is kind of meant for us old school V5ians. You can write it in components and wrap it in this converter. Ooh, 6.3, huh? Wow, one minor version ago and so much changes, huh? Wow, they really changed all that in a minor version. I mean, I guess nothing broke, so hoorah, hoorah, but wow, okay. Yeah, this is much more familiar with what I am used to. V5. Wow. What do you know? Web dev at its finest. Yeah, you blink for a moment and V6.4 is like, we'll write a converter method for you, but I guess it's just a preference. If you prefer to create your routes as JSX instead of objects, I am gonna say I do prefer the objects because it's simply just lesser characters. I think at least it's I mean using more white space vertically, but I don't know. I like it. I mean, it's basically just calling create React app under the hood for all this, but this way. So it all compiles the same code. Whatever you're paying me to write, I will write it. I'll write it on pen and paper if you want. Zero one zero one. If the price is right. I mean, it's like, yeah, we already know I'll write it with zeros and ones. We're just negotiating on the price. And navigate to profile, username. And then for username, so here's the fun thing. We have our current user. Or we have, how do I want to say this? Auth user, and then we have our actual user. User, set user. Oh, how is this gonna work? If I go from one instance of it to the other, will state change? That's a great question. I want to initialize this to auth user if IDs and usernames match. I need that up here. I can already feel myself micro-optimizing this. User or username triple equals. Username is auth user or null. Perfect. Here comes our fancy user logic. So make a fetch there. If not user, or if user specifically is null, that's the only one we want to fetch on. Fetch user username. I love curlies, but not that much. Why are you angry? Username. We also only want to do this if the post is changed. So if, well, technically we always want to get them with the username. So we want that always. Should probably be two different use effects, but we're here now. User or API user to route main, like user, and then here comes // username optional, and a lovely get user was turned into an API request all of a sudden. So if not rec that params dot username. So if you're asking for yourself, there you go. Otherwise, oh, with a promise. Okay, Copilot, we'll do this. I'm not handling errors. What do I look like? A good coder? Sorry to hear that, Orgnog Live. Nothing I can really do about the ads. And hey, Vita Prod, thanks for coming on by. I mean, I do like the, I run like the ads during the break to try to stop that, but Twitch don't tell me when ads are running. Maybe I'll see you another time. Ooh, I'm using null. Yeah, null is for the not found one. Okay, that should work. That should work. That should still work. Well, you'll be undefined. And that should work. Ooh, a McDonald's ad, huh? Interesting. As long as it ain't a Papa John's, right? Nah, I'm just kidding. But hey, I hope your Saturday is going well there, Vita Prod. Or over here just putting the final touches on, well, adding a feature at this point, but reactifying this little app here, adding the ability, well, we were doing something, to view individual user profiles. Multiple arrays, see films, okay. The fact that you said tried is being a little worried. Huh. I haven't seen that one, that's for sure. Hey, as long as it works, see films, right? As long as you can get it to work. We're going to do the bad. We're going to do the jankiness by just duplicating the code. Auth user is undefined. Did I do that wrong? It's from user to auth user. That is how you're supposed to rename it, right? Yeah, it's that way. Ooh, undefined because of that error. Gotcha. Ooh, also, whenever user changes, oh, okay, all the state changes. I love state changes. If user is null, I love tracking state. Oh, that's a big one, C films. How would I shorten code like this? Okay, let me yoink that into my code. Wow. Okay, let me lost a curly here. Okay, so if I imagine the coach just got on the wrong side. Wait, what? Hold on. And return a wrap just to read this. Please answer all problems. Oh, so you're checking if if any of them are empty. Is that what you're doing? So I don't know where these pluses came from. Or you could be using this to get the zeros out of it. Either way, what you can do, no matter what it is you're trying to do, so I'll just make a bunch of input fields. I'll actually show you the object variation of it too. So assuming this is good, that's right, piece of shit, you can use sum. So if input field is an array of things with values, I know these are actual things, I don't have them though. Then what you'll do is you can say if input field dot sum, and you have thank you Copilot. There it is. Okay, gotcha, C films. You're forcing the numbers. That's cool. I'll do the same thing in here then for whatever that purpose is. Yeah, as Piece of Shoot said, sum is your answer. So this will return true if any of these callbacks return true. So returning true if any of the conditionals are true, which is exactly what you have here. This entire conditional is true if any of these individual checks are true. And if you wanted to do this in the object way, cost objects where you have an array, we have name value, b value. These are all numbers or strings or whatever. Then it would be the kind of the same way. It'd be if, well, thank you, Copilot. So still dot sum because you're working with an array, but this time checking if each object value, or where is it? You don't use value, you use input field, and then each of these value of whatever. If each input field dot value. So this will be the equivalent code, but wrapped up in objects. Either way, we're using sum, and then we are returning almost exactly what you've written in your conditional, minus the indexing for the individual manual check. Well, as Piece of Shoot said, dot sum is your solution. I'll actually put that in the chat so you can copy it. Okay, see if this janky profile is working. Big yikes. User is undefined. Here it is. If no username. So that needs to happen before there, because there could be no user. So lots of things did not happen. API profile failed because interesting. API profile takes no data. That's for the current logged in user. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Snag or Snag. Force for A. Snag. Hope your Saturday is going well. Let's see, is there a logged in user? Oh, there's no logged in user. I mean, if you go to profile and you're not logged in, you're not going to get anything. Yeah, that's logical. Okay. Ooh, this is some complicated logic here. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. If user triple equals null, turn navigate back home. Lots of little edge cases in this weird profile redirect component. Good chow. Yeah, I am. Just reactifying some code here. Define. Getting close to the end as we are adding features at this point instead of reactifying. But yeah, now we're dealing with React. Good old React router. Implementing a custom weird redirect profile thingy. Okay, come on, profile page. You have a params. That's not useful. An outlet context, it's not useful. I mean, we have a user of undefined because you're not logged in. User's undefined. So if user's undefined, then I mixed my states up, I bet. Hey, there you go. Glad you figured it out. Got a reason there, C films. Yeah, I mean, that's the power of arrays. You can do that iteration over multiple data values. I need to go back to the Outlook context to figure out how I actually treat users, because I think I swapped it in my brain. So it's undefined, and then it's null when it's not locked in. Correct. So it's undefined. Then once we get our user, or whatever username we're passing, we set it to whatever is responded, but that's not how it works. There's my root. My roots. Res.user. There it is. Data.user. Okay, I think that might be the trick. So yeah, the profile is going to be 500. No. Okay, check our states. Profile users undefined. I mean, let's cancel login at this point. Hey, Snag, curious what your thoughts on are Svelte, and if you had any pros or cons you might be able to point out. Well, I haven't used it recently, unfortunately, but when I did use it a while ago, it just seemed like a way of doing like essentially what Vue was doing, but a bit quicker considering it was all like compiled down and stuff, and felt a little bit more dynamic because you just used the weird label syntax that they abuse in JavaScript now, or that they take advantage of that exists in native JavaScript. I don't really have any pros on it. I mean, it works. Maybe it's got better performance. That wasn't my concern. The cons is going to be a smaller ecosystem, which is going to result in less support. But that's not with Svelte in particular. That's just with any library that's not as large as the other ones. Again, I'm not saying it's small. I'm saying it's smaller comparatively to React, Vue, maybe even Angular. But if it works for whatever you need it for, then it works for whatever you need it for. Hmm. Okay, so we're not going to do this fancy thing anymore. If you go to / profile, that is on you. Got too fancy. Not root, index. There it is. Yeah, that's pretty low, unfortunately. I just broke everything. I just realized what was wrong. My server was dead the entire time. Yeah, that's some pretty small usage for sure. Yeah. I mean, that could be a lot. I mean, it's a lot of WordPress, I imagine. It's a lot of WordPress power holding that up. And I guess, I mean, not really Bootstrap anymore since Bootstrap dropped their jQuery dependency. But I can imagine it's a fair amount of things still holding it up. Okay, so this logic here is going to basically be if. So we're not going to make any decisions if auth user equals undefined. So if we haven't figured out if we're logged in yet, don't do anything. Once we are logged in, you can start thinking your thoughts. This is also going to be undefined. And this will get its own little use effect because we do not need to merge multiple effects into one. That is dangerous for the brain. The brain will melt. We do not want melted brains. Go, and we also want username. So if auth user conditional optional chaining username triple equals username set user auth user lovely. Basically, it's a conditional to just update the state if we match. Now here we have if user is null. Let's figure out how this is supposed to work. So this is going to essentially grab the user from the current username. This should only be done if username is null and auth is true, essentially as a opposite of this, but both only if there's an auth user. Drops my conditional right there. I can just, yeah, specifically looking for not checked. So if it has been checked and it matches, do that. Otherwise, do the fetch and do that. Chop these curlies. And yeah, this thing only runs, drop the username and the user. Don't check the API until we're logged in. Now, if our current user is null, then you're at a bad URL, go back home. If there is no user, we're still waiting. I can clean that up to saying if user undefined. Let's reorder that. It's no username, then you need to go to auth user username. And if there's no auth user, you need to go away entirely. Or if auth user is undefined, go away entirely. So technically, either of these, auth user is the only one we care about. We only care about that one too. Let's see how it goes. Not found. Well, that's React router. It's, come on now. No routes match location profile username. Well, why not? Let's hit up just profile. You redirected me home because user became null. Okay. Profile undefined. Well, that didn't do its trick. Use params. Look at the username while we're here. Oh, back to the profile. There we go. Ooh, username. It was undefined. Hmm. This is getting very complicated. If there's no username, if auth user equals null, this is the conditional for the where we're going. If it's null, then I'm going home. Otherwise, we're going to wherever you are. Which means we can drop that one right there. We do got some redirecting going. That's good. Fortunately, user becomes null at some point. Now if the user's undefined false, if it matches the one I'm looking at, let's check this. Versus. Give yourself a good console there. Username versus undefined. That's true, so it fails. Then we make a fetch to there only. Well, I am back. Don't know why that died. Hopefully y'all can hear me. RIP. Yeah, first try. it just poofed away. Got no idea what's up about that. Yeah, it's my quickest recovery yet. Absolutely amazing. Guess as good as mine. OBS seems fine. Just poofed away, I guess. I'll take that as a sign for this to be the last feature. How about that? Sign. Fortunately, we can pick up right where we left off. If there's, whatchamacallit, a username, we make the fetch. Otherwise, we do all that fun stuff. So if auth user's undefined, if user's undefined. Oh, am I muted? I don't think I should be muted. Let me go check my sound. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh no, oh no. Oh no. I'm saying words and they are going up and down on the mic. They're not making it to the stream. Hmm. 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 Hello, hello. These are words. Weird thing is I do see captions. Pause and start. Yeah, so captions are coming through on the player. Ironically, not the audio. Weird. Weird. I'll give it a minute while I flip around settings. Let me mute this. Yeah, nothing's coming through. Let me refresh my player. Sure, it ain't me. My player, at least. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Oh, yeah, nothing's coming through. Well, I imagine OBS is still a little brokey, so I guess it didn't come back up. There's a good reason somewhere, I bet. Fortunately, I cannot figure it out. Well, oh, come on, figure that out. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Nefertoire. And you can't hear me, so I'm just saying words to the VOD. Hello, YouTube. OBS is having a little tizzy. If it ain't the internet, it's OBS, right, folks? It happens. But yeah, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Ooh, Techie Girls on. They're always good. Ooh, who else on? Freckled Science is on. Techie Girl. Griffith. It's been a while since doing Griffith, actually. I'm sorry, Goldfish. You can't hear me, so hello, YouTube. Let's see what they're doing. Let's see, what is doing some Rust? Okay, and what are they doing? I think the last one we did was CM Griffing, so we'll give Techie Girl a raid. GRRRL. Yeah, of course. Night, fellas. I'll catch y'all next time. Bye.